Heads Horror Movie Podcast, big episode 200. 200A, 200 Part 1, 200 Chapter 1. I don't know what we're going to call it.
Oh, hey! He brought party favors.
Nice.
Look at this.
And there you go. There's our first guest. There you go. Eric Webster with party favors and all. Hello.
Hello, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on. Pleasure to be here.
Thanks for joining us again.
Thanks for joining.
He's been here before. We know who he is, Mr. Dark Discussions, Mr. Askin City. Is that still going or what? Because I don't even have time to listen to.
I had to go on turbo mode this morning to get Askin City edited and published before I got on here.
Really?
Whoa. Say that show name again, because I heard Ass in the City.
Askin
so I'm
City.
like, wow.
ASKANCITY, Askin City.
Okay.
We made up the word, so don't feel bad about mispronouncing it.
Yeah, it's like Tool albums. You know, they didn't make
exactly.
up. That's great. Yeah, it's fucking great. So, okay, good. I'm glad I don't have time to listen to horror podcasts, period, much less keep up with anything that isn't. So I'm out of the loop on all that. And of course, making his debut over here, longtime friend, listener, and everything else, and just a cool homie in the community from the Nightclub podcast, Travis Maxel Boone. Welcome, my friend. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, yes. Hello. And I'm very, very excited to be here. Long-time listener. Yeah, and first-time guest. Super pumped.
Awesome.
So are we.
And for you listeners, obviously you heard that Brandon was back for like nice, beautiful reunion show last week. And since he wasn't returning, we did the next best thing. We had at least 2, even 3 people have to replace him because he's so good on the show.
I was really happy to hear Brandon back because I felt kind of bad about so dominantly winning our feud that he just went away forever.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I was glad to hear that he came back. He didn't go away forever, so that's good.
Well, I'm excited to be here, even if B isn't here.
Yeah, everybody says, "Oh, this would have been great if B was here too." Which Dave and I are like, we put this big smile on it. Yeah. It's getting him behind the scenes. We're like those motherfuckers. But Eric, it's like salt in the wound because you were the first person to jump on board when B said, "Hey, I'm going to be taking a small break." We didn't know what was happening, and you joined us. I think it was like a year ago.
Yeah,
almost a year ago to the day, or like 11 months, something like that. Yeah, crazy.
Well, hey, I'm famous for that. I did that. I got on the Skeleton Crew that way when there was issues back in the day when they were running hot, and then all of a sudden Dan Chase wasn't there, and I'm like, "Hey, I'll jump on anytime, guys." Granted, I'm making a joke because I was already on the show half anyway. But then 22 shots towards the end, the first time before 100, when fucking Jeremy wasn't on anymore, I was like, "Hey guys, I'll come on anytime." But then Derek B went on there and he was on like 8 consecutive shows. But but I did the same thing. I saw an opportunity. If I enjoy a show, there's not too many that I really enjoy and really want to be a part of. Like I listen to a lot of shows, but there's certain ones where I feel like I want to be in on the conversation more than other shows, and I really dig the host, like all of them. So I'm like, you know what? If an opportunity presents itself, I'll put myself out there. Of course, now it's too late. I can't these days. Now I'm over. You know what I mean? What can I do? I got the WotC. We can't even get a show out there.
Triple booked.
I'm done. I know.
Shit for that all the time.
It happens.
Yeah, nice monthly podcast that came out once last year.
it happens, but I'm
still
happy.
Over here partying like by myself, waiting for that WotC party.
I know, right? I know. Well, Watson's all tied up with the other stuff with Jay the Dead, and once again, I always wanted to work with Jay the Dead. I was listening to his shows and talk to him in passing on Twitter and stuff, and then the opportunity arose. I met him through Watson. One thing led to another, and now I'm on the show with all those guys, and those guys are all great. Again, I've been very fortunate to work with all the people that I wanted to.
Are they all great, or are you just saying that? Like, I mean, there's got to be one asshole in the back.
They may have asshole opinions, some of them, but they're not assholes. How's that? There is a difference. You know what I mean?
I was lucky enough to record with Jay of the Dead on Joe Blow Horror Show. He's an awesome guy.
Just recently, right? Over the last like 4 months.
Dude, I'm glad he's out of the hospital.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think he's been on the show twice so far because I'm also doing that thing over there with Boss Tuna. I got the nightclub and the Joe Blow, so kind of like Dave Z. I mean, I'm booked all over the place.
I forgot about the Joe Blow. Again, I can't fucking keep up. I can't. There are at this point now, especially now I'm at work and I'm doing a school thing because I started my new job, my new position at my job, and it requires 5 weeks of, oh God, it's fucking ponderous, fucking 8 hours a day of fucking looking at a computer screen, and it's a remote class, and I'm a terrible student. It's fucking right. It's horrible. It is fucking ponderous. But anyway, I'm all fried from it and tired, and so I have no time to listen to podcasts anyway, where before I was outside half the day and I could listen. Now I squeeze in 20 minutes during lunch or this or that, and then I listen to music too. So it's like, well, I can't even keep up. Even the shows I listen to, I'm like 3 shows behind now. So it's like,
I hear you.
Even, you know?
It's getting to the point where I have to like listen to podcasts while masturbating. I can't tell you how many times
Please,
the sound of Eric's voice
has
been in my ear holes when I've shot my load across the ceiling.
I do not want you hearing my voice while that's going on.
Well, speaking of gushing like that, Christian, I want to gush real quick, just for a second. When it comes to Exploding Heads Horror Podcast, I'm a fanboy. So to be on here like that Friday fanboy, I became a fan listening to y'all's Friday the 13th retrospective, and that's kind of the impetus for starting the Nightclub podcast. So I just want to thank you guys again, big time, and shout out to that Dark Discussions. Love the show. Love every time you guys fucking have a roundtable discussion. I'm so excited to be here. I'm not worthy.
I'm excited to be invited back because that means I didn't screw it up too bad the first time I was on.
Travis, you got the best voice. And like, to be honest, since the rest of the crew isn't here, if you had to kill one of the Dark Discussions members off, which one would it be?
Taylor Swift.
Probably. I mean, let's just say people who aren't on much anymore. That's how I'll leave that.
There you go. People who aren't on much anymore. Take that from. So, guys, go listen to the latest episode of Dark Discussions, and then go to the 50 episodes.
Whoever's on the last episode of Dark Discussions is one of the ones I wouldn't kill.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
But then go back. Go back 50 episodes and see who was there.
Go back 100 episodes and listen in. There might be people at all.
Speaking of that, like what number are you up now? Because we're at 200 and we're like, yeah, we're the best. What number are you at?
We just passed 550 recently.
Yeah, look at that. 550. Whoa. We're like little kids over here. But it took 4 years and 2 months or 3 months to get to 100 episodes, for us. And it took 3 years or just shy of 3 years to get to that 200 mark.
Yeah, it takes a while. I've been doing
ramped it up
for 12 years now. Yeah,
that's crazy.
It's going to be 4 years for us this coming September, and we're finally up to episode 80. So it takes a while, you know?
Wow, dude. I can't believe it's been 4 years for you guys.
Podcast I remember, is an endurance sport.
Yeah. And you have to love it to do it. You have to enjoy your conversations. You have to enjoy working with the people you work with. Otherwise, there's just no way. That's what I'm saying. Like before, everything I've done I've enjoyed working with everybody I've done it with. And again, there are more people on this show. We wish we could have more people that have been guests on. Now there are more coming on each of these episodes for this and 2 more for the top 200 list. But there are more people that I wanted to put on. And believe me, we only have so much room. You know what I mean? And the thing is, some of them are like, they're groups that belong together, kind of. This is kind of like, look at it this way. I don't know how familiar everybody is with the summer series, but when we do the summer series on podcasts, but this is like
summer sausage.
Summer sausage coming back.
I don't mind talking about.
Right. But hold on. In the summer series, there's all these different hosts that come together, and there's a drawing to see which host is going to be on what show. So there'll be Duncan and 4 other people on a show. So there'll be 5 to tackle this year and that year. You know what I'm saying? So this is basically us doing a summer series, but we're deciding who's going to be on what show and what the groups are going to be. So we kind of have it set up where it's going to be, instead of having all different things coming from all different areas, like the next 2 shows are designed specifically for certain groups that are known to hang out together. So it's kind of like,
so we've got a gay episode. And then we've got a trans
more
episode.
Gay.
Yeah.
Well, if we had more gay podcaster friends, yes, but unfortunately we don't. Otherwise, that would be a gimmick. We could have a gay one.
If Watson joins, I mean, you know.
We're halfway
Watson.
there. Yeah, he's supposed to be here. Did we say that? Did we say that he was the other the host that's supposed to be here, Mr. Sleepyhead? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they said it. There we go. So yeah, that's supposed to be. He'll probably show up. This has happened before. I think.
No, I'm not too mad about it. Mr. Watson has sleep problems.
Correct.
He may have just fallen asleep by accident an hour ago.
True.
It happens to him.
Yeah, it's tough.
And I don't know if you guys know this. I have no clue, or virtually no clue, like, of what this list contains. I mean, obviously,
I don't either. That's my only.
I'm in the dark.
I'm not going to call it a regret, but my only. It's not even disappointment. It's not that severe. But today, I assume we're starting at 200.
Correct.
And at the bottom of the list, if I know you guys and your listeners, the people who submitted lists for this, I'm just afraid that at the bottom of the 200, there's going to be some obscure movies that I have not seen that I won't be able to talk to. Because Dave saw my list when he was putting everything in. My list is pretty vanilla as it goes. Yeah, so if we get some of those obscure titles, I might not have much to contribute. That's my only fear.
Wait a minute.
Oh, that's okay.
Wait a minute. You've done 500 podcast episodes on their discussion. How could you have a vanilla list? All these horror movies you talked about.
I mean, I got my 100 right here in front of me, and some of these titles on here, I'm like, you're so boring. Nightmare on Elm Street.
Hey man, good is good, you know.
No, it's on my list. Here's the thing. I actually started thinking, okay, I know I'm a Friday fanboy, but I've got to be realistic here. I can't have like everyone that I like and just the 3 that I don't like on this list, even though I've told David, we had this discussion before. You talk about a desert island and you've got that beautiful Blu-ray player TV that seems to be working, and you get the movies you're allowed to take. I'm taking that Friday to collection, even the ship reader ones with me, because I'm a Friday fanboy and I want to be able to experience those over and over and over again. Doesn't mean I'm taking them maybe over everything, but ultimately, like if you had your choice of series, it might be the one that I take with me.
It's like a comfort food almost, right? I mean, it's pretty much what it is. And even the shit ones, or what some people consider shit, like Takes Manhattan, I'm like, no, I'm sailing that ship too, cuz I'm gonna be there all day for that.
Vancouver. Also the fact that I don't know about you guys, but for me, like, I'm looking at this list I made, and I think I did this back in August, something like that. And looking at this list, if I did it again today, it'd probably be different. Because my thoughts on stuff change over time. So, like, I'm looking at this and, like,
right?
What jumped out at me? Oh, I got The Empty Man on my top 100. And if I did that again today, it probably wouldn't make it. I guess I just watched it and felt really good about it when I made this list, or whatever the case may be. But yeah, stuff changes over time.
Oh, for sure.
That's a damn good movie, man. And the thing is, I think it was, ignored, and then it seemed to get a second life as people started talking about it through the podcast community or just the horror community. And I think that if, you give it what Dave and I were talking about just a couple episodes ago, the nostalgia factor kicks in. So you give it a few more years, maybe you'll say, no, this does firmly belong on my list. But that's the thing. It's difficult. I don't know, Travis, if you had this problem too, but it was difficult securing a lot of new ones. I'm not saying I didn't have them. I think I had a nice variance on my list, but the new ones didn't have the nostalgia. They didn't have the years behind them. The total multiple watches from a bunch of different ages that really are what my top 20 are probably for sure consisted of.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't get to submit a list for this. But
cut his mic.
He's one of many. He's
Travis,
one of many.
I crack that joke almost every episode, so I apologize.
No. I can take it, cuz. When it comes to a top 10, I will say, just like Eric, I mean, if you saw my top 10, you would also say, well, as an average horror fan, it's probably pretty vanilla. It seems like it, but it's what you love, and it is what you grew up with. I guarantee you in my top 10, probably the newest movie would be a 2015 or 16, and that would probably be about it. And that's not to shit on movies from the past, 7 years. It's just like you said, Christian, they don't have the time. They haven't stuck with you that long. So it's almost like by default, they kind of can't be there. That ain't the same for everyone, and lists are, hell, they're fluid. So, but I'm excited to hear like this culmination. I mean, how many people submitted lists?
Okay.
Dave has all the numbers.
Yeah, give us the stats, Dave.
I will give.
We let Brandon do the math, but Dave has all the numbers.
I did everything here. This is all me compiling every fucking thing because I didn't want C to know because I wanted him to be surprised. And the best thing is this: I did it so long ago, and I gave everybody enough time. Now I have the list. I can tell you this: I have not looked at this list in probably 2 months because I don't want to remember. Because I don't want, seriously, it'll be more fun for me to do one at a time and almost reveal it to myself in a manner of speaking. Because, it's documented that my memory is terrible.
I was going to say, we all know about your memory, dude.
All right. I can tell you the number one. I know that. But but there's certain ones I don't know what's there. And I will say this. I remember one thing about the list. I have seen every movie on this list except one. And I don't know where that movie shows up. I hope it doesn't show up tonight because I wanted to remedy that before it started. But I have seen every movie of these top 200. Now, let's get right to that.
One, really?
Except for one. Yeah, which I skipped on purpose for years. And when we get there, I'll get more.
Spookies?
I'm not saying shit.
If Spookies rears its fucking head on this list, I'm off the show.
And it's a 10.
I don't know where it landed on Parker's list, but I know it was there, pretty sure. I honestly, I better not say that for sure. I'll look it up. When he's on the show, we'll figure it out. But
yeah,
so check it. Now, the exact number of lists, I believe, that are included here, it's 44. So 40, which is...
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it was definitely better than when we did the top 100 of the 2010s. I think we had like 32 or something like that. It was somewhere around that number. So, and
one of them was filled, and that one doesn't count.
Dude, it was a slow start though for this one. I was like, and I extended it a couple times and everything. I was like, oh man,
he was getting antsy.
Well,
that's why I got mine in so early. I was like, Dave's freaking out about this. I got to get him a list just so he thinks somebody's listening.
Right?
Well, I think at one point we thought it may have come a bit earlier, or did we always think it was going to be March? I can't remember now. For whatever reason,
it was going to be it was going to be January, right before we did the top 22, either the week after or the week before, and then we had a couple times where we couldn't record a third show that month, so it got pushed a couple episodes. So here we are. It's like 3 or 4 episodes after the top. So, which is fine. It worked out better and it was less stressful that way. But when it first started, I realized, this is quite an undertaking. And I figured this out quickly. I was like, it's really a lot to ask anybody, no matter how big of a horror fan they are, to sit down and actually, and you know how anal people are about their movies that they love. So it's like, how can I get my top 100 in this, and what order am I going to put it in, and everything else? It is a lot to do. Like,
I would have been way later if I hadn't had Letterboxd. Letterboxd saves my ass on these kind of things.
There you have it. See, Letterboxd, absolutely. Now, for me, Letterboxd nowadays, I use it a lot, but because I've been podcasting since 2013, I have all my end of year lists on there and I have all my ratings. So I was like, okay, what are all the movies that I've ever given a 10 to? And I have 54 movies that I've given a 10 to. And
wow, really? Okay.
In history, yes. Which let me ask you, what does that sound like to you? Out of all the horror movies I've watched, let's just say thousands, whatever, I don't know. But let's just say it. Do you think having a number like 10 out of 10 for 54 of them is a high number or a low number?
Well, here's the thing. I am intentionally kind of a tough rater. My most common rating is a 7 because that means I like the movie. I would be willing to watch it again at some point, but it's not one of my favorites. And I have this issue with my movie ratings because, like, when we just did our top of 2022 for Dark Discussions, we do a top 20 every year. I went to make my top 20 and realized that everything from number 6 to number 27 was rated a 7. So I then had to go and figure out what order I wanted to put them in. I intentionally hold back my perfect ratings for very rare occasions, just so it makes it a little more special. And that way they like float to the top of lists like this, which is one of the reasons that my list is a little bit vanilla at the top, at least, because those are the classics, right? That I've rated.
I gotta just apologize to the listeners right now because both Travis and Eric have mentioned the word vanilla a few times. We had no clue they were both racists, and that Jordan Peele or any black filmmaker was not going to be even counted on their list. So apologies to the listeners right now.
That's hey man, you're stereotyping Cajuns. I'm letting you know, and Cajuns are a recognized minority, so that's racist what you just said.
See, watch out.
When it comes to lists, I'm a list freak. I use Letterboxd and I use the notes on my phone. And when I go to Letterboxd, and this is gonna blow you away, Dave. I've got 161 5 out of 5s, which I use their half-point scale as a 10-point scale rating because I use the 10-point scale.
That's the way to do it.
And so I've got 161. I guess I hand out 10s like opinions. I don't know.
Wow, dude. See, isn't that something? So you have 154 or what? I have 54. Eric probably has a dozen or something like that.
I can look it up right now. I'm just curious. Keep talking.
Yeah, I can't remember shit.
I could look at Christian's list and tell you how many he has because he included his ratings on it, and I could look and see. Yeah. I think he's close to my area. Like he's 50, high 40s, low 50s, maybe high 50s. He's close.
And that changed over the years. Like even for Friday the 13th, which I loved, I never gave a perfect score for. I always used to rate them like, 8, 9s and whatever, like pretty much a lot of them. And there'd be a 10, kind of like where Eric was saying, a 10 here and there. But over the years, I'm like, no, damn it. How many times have I watched this movie? I keep revisiting it. I fucking love this movie. 10 out of 10.
Right.
And that's
I think that
evolution of the 10 out of the 10.
I don't want to rehash this here because I know it's been done before, but the favorites versus best, I am a believer in that. I think there is a difference. And I know that's messed up. Again, I don't want to rehash it. But I think that when you dive into like how you just described, it's just you just love the movie. You could look at it and say, well, this is a 3 out of 10. Kind of it's not really objectively because that's sort of unfair. It's a weird fence to balance on. But if you just love it deep in your heart, it's a fucking 10.
I have 20 perfect scores on my list.
20? Okay.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Nice round number, yeah.
See, so 20. Now the thing, I can't even get into the favorites in the,
47, Dave. What did
47?
You had? Yeah.
I have
47.
Okay, I have 54. Now, I think honestly, even if let's say I only watched 1,000 movies in my life, the percentage of 10s, 54 out of 1,000, that's still rare air. You know what I mean? It's not. Yeah. It isn't like I'm giving them out.
Criticize you.
I know you're not. No, but some people, dude. Ron Martin, who's on Jay the Dead's new horror movies with me, was kind of shocked when I said I had 54 10 out of 10s, and I didn't know shocked how. I go, what do you mean? He thought that there's no way that there could be 54. Like he would expect it more like 10 or less or something.
I got an answer to my question earlier. So Ron Martin's the asshole of the fucking.
Well, yeah,
I'm kidding, Ron. I don't even know you.
Big trouble. Big trouble now.
He knows it too. He's proud of it. So
he likes being a a contrarian. He doesn't do it on purpose, but he enjoys that he feels that way. You know what I mean? But that's okay. It makes for a fun show, different personalities, like anything. But anyway, best and favorite. I can't get into. Here's the thing. I've softened on it.
I know. I'm sorry.
No. I have softened on this theory. I understand what people are saying. To me, and maybe this speaks something about me, where, how can I say it? To me, a movie is my favorite because I think it's the best and vice versa. And I can't understand how anyone else can separate. Like I can objectively say, The Witch is a better made movie. Better made, not better. To me, that's what I'm saying. I could say The Witch is a better made movie than Friday the 13th. But to me, Friday the 13th is better. And I'll tell you why. It's very simple. A movie's objective is to entertain me. And if I get a better feeling at the end of Friday the 13th than if it's a desert island thing and I can only take one, I want to watch this as many times in my life, then to me it's better because I'm taking it with me. I'd still take The Witch, but I'm not a good example. But let's say The Witch was like my number, 300 movie or something, and I loved it. But I'm just trying to. That's what I can't separate, and I don't give anybody a hard time. I don't try to push my my theory on it anymore. I understand. I just can't. I have difficulty separating because I think with the way I do my ratings, it's a combination of entertainment value plus the technical aspects of it, and that's kind of what makes some movies better. Like The Witch is great because of many things. One of them being technical aspects. Friday the 13th is great because of many things. maybe not one of those things. Yeah, maybe that's not one of those things. There's technical aspects.
Then go though the cinematography in Friday the 13th.
No, but Dave, I hear what you're saying, and for me, it's about entertainment value. I'll give you for instance. Last year, 2022, one of my top 5 movies was Barbarian. Now, if you look at that movie, you can pick some pretty big plot holes out in
which
that.
I
movie.
did.
But to me, when I was evaluating the movie, it didn't matter. Because when I went to the theater and I saw that movie, the whole time I'm just sitting there going, holy shit, what is even going on? And that was such a great experience for me as somebody who's watched so many horror movies that I was super impressed. And I was like, yeah, there's plot holes, but I don't care. I love that movie.
Keep
so
talking,
that's kind of
Eric.
how I evaluate things.
I think it's great.
Just a few more sentences, Eric, please. I'm about to finish. No, I agree exactly with what you're saying. Is why I get excited and was trying to cut you off there. I didn't mean to. I just do it on the show all the time when I get giddy. That's about it. The experience, and the experience sometimes will make up or erase plot holes, story, narrative issues, and complaints. I'm a firm believer of that because I love that experience, and that comes from the overall, just, well, in this case, the theatrical experience. But like, you can have just great looking cinematography, great performances, editing, and it's just that ultimate feeling that you get by the end of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
That
sure.
I can't.
Justin Long
Sorry?
is Bay. I just wanted to say real quick, Justin Long is Bay. The Witch is a 10, and Friday the 13th has a bitch making coffee for 20 minutes.
It does.
Right.
I love the movie, but oh my Lord, every time she's stacking furniture, I'm just over there pulling my hair out like, do something.
Yeah.
Aw.
She's telling the door shut that opens in.
I know. It's like, God damn
The
it.
door opens in, Mitch.
Look, Dave, I'm
And
not
then
stabbing you in the heart. I love it.
I know. Hey.
Watch stuff in a pantry. Hey, we pulled this apart. That's what makes it great. We've watched
You
these
do.
movies so many freaking times. It's crazy.
But like
I had a
Barbarian.
question for Eric that I forgot now because he was talking about Barbarian, but it was before
Well,
that.
like Barbarian,
I'll
for
come
me,
back, Eric.
I give it an 8. I still think it's a great movie. I enjoyed my time with it. But even as I'm watching it, when something happens, I turn to my wife. I'm like, why? Why is that thing so strong? I don't.
Right.
Is it? And then the second time I watch it, and again, this is the thing about me, and I preach it strong about second view, Dave. I get it. This is it. When I watch something back the second time, I see this connecting to this, knowing the outcome. I'm like, well, now this doesn't make sense. So sometimes the second view elevates a movie, and sometimes it brings it down a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happens. So again, I'm not knocking any. You want to give Barbarian a 10 out of 10, God bless you. If certain plot holes don't bother you and do bother me, so be it. I can't help it if I'm watching a movie and during the movie I see something, I'm like, well, wait a minute, why? I can't help I wish I didn't do that. Honestly, I wish I loved everything. Although some people critique me and say that I love everything new. Mooch just said that yesterday in chat. He's like, I'm convinced Dave Z loves every movie that's modern. Because every time I see a modern movie, I come back, I'm like, I like it. They're talking about Infinity Pool.
No,
they didn't like it much.
Part of that, Dave, is because
like
you've nailed down your process of selecting movies to watch. You don't go weeding through the shit anymore, which I admire and wish I was stricter about myself.
Same.
Sometimes I go fishing to see if I can find a gem, and most of the time I don't.
Just
so
follow
you protect
me.
yourself from that.
I've always been the
Brand.
same way. Yeah, I'm subscribed to the second time watch for sure, and also I do pick and choose. And I when it comes to weeding through, I don't watch everything. I kind of see what everyone else is saying is floating to the top, and that's kind of where I go. I wanted to ask real quick, what were they doing in the basement in Barbarian, Christian?
What were they doing in the basement of Barbarian?
Making love.
Oh, that young boy trap. Wow.
Awesome.
I didn't know where you're going with it, but that's.
And I don't understand.
I'm a Marco Polo. I'm a Marco Polo person myself. I'm glutton for punishment, I guess, because I go searching. Now, some of them I know are going to be ship readers, like those two that I mentioned numerous times from last year that were just fucking horrible experiences on Tubi. The complete opposite of the experience you were describing with Barbarian. This is what you get with Tubi at home sometimes. But every now and then, you might find one that just is like, yeah, you know, that I'd like to put a spotlight on. I liked it. Is it great? Maybe not. Very few are ever great. It's ever so rare you'll find a great one. And this is what's happening with this resurgence of like Blu-ray re-releases of movies that we may have never heard of back in the past. And a lot of times there's probably a reason for it. It's kind of nice that they maybe found them and now we're able to see them. But I don't know if they're necessarily awesome films or anything like that. It's just kind of nice to have them to view.
Don't get me started on that. I just let's keep it okay.
And I'm not talking about the
list.
Yeah, let's start with the list. Let's talk about this. Watson, we've given Watson enough time to wake up. Poor guy, he just can't. Hopefully he wakes up and he gets to join us on the show. In his defense, it is 6 a.m. where he lives. So the fact for anyone to even consider waking up to join us to record at 6 a.m., I got to give him props for that. That's crazy. And
He's
Watson
bumbling out of bed, full of whiskey bottles and shit.
Yeah. But odds are he probably just went to bed like a couple hours ago. He tries to stay up. That's what he usually does when he stays on the show. Is he stays up all night. And I got to tell you, I would do the same thing in his shoes. Well, no, not anymore because I'm used to waking up at 6 a.m. because I have to do for work now. Ugh, it sucks. But I've become that person in these last few years of my life where I work a normal, earlier kind of job now. But in the past, I would have rather stayed up all night if I had to be up by 6. You know what I mean? But so I get it. So, okay, there's some facts about this list. Like I said, we have 44 lists put together. And thank you, everybody. I can't thank them enough because, like I said, it is a huge task to do. It really is hard to try to rate and put in order all these movies. But so for everyone listening that don't know, the way we come up with this list is everybody submitted the list and their own personal list and 100 points, their top 100. We come up with 200 based on all these 100s combined because there's going to be different opinions and there's probably a total. I didn't count. There's no way I'm doing that. But I'd say there's at least 300 movies on this list, 400 maybe. You know what I mean? But these are the top 200. But everybody submitted a list of 100. They put them in order. Let's say their number one movie was The Thing. Okay, let's say, okay, boom. I'm going to say I'm going to assign 100 points to The Thing. And my number 2 movie is Friday the 13th. I'm going to assign 99 points to 100. But basically, it's a point system. The more points that come together, the better. So their number 100 movie only has 1 small point. But it's still on your list, and all those points count. So this is cumulative of everybody's list put together, 44 lists. And, everything's added up. So it was a lot of work to do it. Luckily, I have the search options in my email and in my notes on my because I live by the notes on the iPhone. I can do search, I could type in movie, and I could come up, and that made things a lot easier using that search option and highlight them, and then I can put titles together. So that's what I did. It took a while, but here we are. Now, something about these movies, here's some stats, and I can only say so much, but maybe people listening and maybe people here can put their can write it down and maybe see how it, when this is all said and done, where everything placed. Because today, for example, we're only going to do movies 200 to 126, 75 movies. The next chapter is going to be 75 more movies, and the last one is going to be the top 50. That's how we're going to do it. So just prepare yourselves for that. But for the top 200, here's some interesting statistics here. We have representation from every decade from the 1920s to the 2010s. There is at least one movie from each. I'm not
Eric. You'll be waiting in those 1920s.
I actually have a movie from the 1920s on my list.
There you have it. Okay, well, maybe it makes it. So
is that a Phantom Carriage one? I'm out.
So I'm going to say this. I'm not going to tell you which is which. You can write it down or whatever and see how you feel. I'm not going to say what decade has the most movies, but I'm going to tell you that these are the categories. Out of 200 movies, we have 3 decades that have 1 movie each. That is it. We have 1 decade with 3, 1 with 7 movies. 1 decade has 18 movies. Another has 21. Another decade has 35 movies. In the top 2 decades, one has 46 movies and one has 67 movies. So
wow.
Take that in, make your predictions, and feel what you're going to feel about it. But that's what we have ultimately. So, movies that I classified personally as foreign movies, and I know that can be wrong sometimes, but based on my information and the way I did it, I have what equates to 45 movies out of the top 200 I consider foreign movies, foreign to North America, of course. So, quite a few there. What else can I say about this? Okay. Representation, franchises. We have 3 top franchises, and 2 of them have 5 movies out of their franchise, respectively, and 1 of them has 4 movies. So, whatever. Write it down. Think what you're going to think. See if you're correct about that. 2 franchises have 5, and 1 has 4. Those are the top franchises. Directors. We have 2 directors that have 6 movies on there.
Whoa.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 directors that have 4 movies on the list. And we have 3 directors that have 3 movies on the list. And I promise you, try to write this down and fill in the blanks on who you think these directors are going to be. And I promise you, you're going to be wrong. I'm telling you, it is a surprising results on things like that. There are some surprising things.
Louis Teague.
Yeah. There are surprising things on this list. But I will say this. This ends up, for me, this makes me happy. This is a very Dave Z list. So I will have to say this, that the people that listen and the people that submitted, a lot of them are people after my own heart. And I love it. Like, if I'm not saying
Assholes.
I agree with everything, but knowing my tastes on movies and knowing it really fits into my taste. Other people are going to see this list someday and they're going to be like scratching their head at some of the things. And some of those are going to be movies that I love. And I'm like, awesome. Thank you. So it's good to know that I'm not alone in the boat, because sometimes I feel that about certain my love for certain movies. You know, like even 2023 movies, 2022, pardon me. I felt that I was higher on some movies that other people just weren't that much into, and vice versa. Like my bottom, my 22 to my 11, a lot of movies that were there were in everybody else's top 10s, and I just thought that they were very good movies, but not in my top 10. So I've been feeling that a lot lately. But this list here makes me very happy. So for the people that contributed, thank you again. It's we know it's not easy to do. So I guess that's all I have to say. I guess we can
finally
do it. Yeah.
No, that's good. I like that. I'm glad you did that. Obviously, I'm very intrigued about those directors. So.
Yeah, it's something. Something else I got to say. I did not include any ties, so I didn't want to have at number 53. We have a tie of 2 movies.
Okay.
The Bay and The Beyond.
So you just assigned them random order.
So what I did was, because, if there was a tiebreaker, the older movie got the tiebreaker, because I figure a longer time to you know what I mean, to digest. It belongs to be a little higher. So that's what I did. Now here's the thing. I thought
you kicked one off the list. I was like, that's not how you do that.
Well, no. But think about it.
When
I tell you how many ties, you're gonna see this is. I had to have these also rans, these honorable mentions that I have to talk about now. And there's a reason for it, because I couldn't just. If I would have kept everything as a tie, then there would be it wouldn't be a top 200 anymore. It would be
I get it. Ties are dumb. No, I approve of breaking the ties. I didn't want to eliminate people's choices. That's
sadly.
I started looking at you funny for a second.
Well, the thing is, some movies had to be eliminated by process of math, because if
they're down near 200, yeah, but
right,
that's
correct.
Different.
They get shaved. They get trimmed off the end. So the numbers I have now. Listen to this. There were. Well, I guess I could say there are 14 ties. 14 ties, and 2 of those ties are 3-way ties.
Wow.
So, listen. So now, and check it out. As a result, now think about that. Because I had those 14 ties and 2 being 3-ways, that means 17 movies are now pushed into honorable mention category. 17 movies are off. Now, in the honorable mentions, we had 3 more ties. So now, okay, that's how many ties we have. So as a result, I'm going to tell you everything we had of movies that would have been included if we had ties.
Okay.
So these are unofficial. I'm going to give you the score, and I'm just going to run right by and say, oh, well, now you're going to know some of these movies got left off. But and I think between the movie that got left off, like movie 201, I think only 1 point separates it from actual 200. But because of all the ties and the ties upon ties, these are the honorable mentions. Okay, so Dream Home, 218 points. The Stepfather, 219 points. Oh, and I will always say, if there is a remake and an original, I will always say if it's a remake. If I say a movie like The Stepfather, assume it's the original always. Otherwise, I'll say remake. So, okay.
Perfecto.
Yeah. So Dream Home, The Stepfather, with 219 points, 221 points. The Invisible Man, 222 points to Martin. I'll do it. This sounds better. Pieces had 226 points. The Innocents, 228 points.
The one that just came out last year, or the original from the 60s?
The original.
Okay.
Yep. Behind the Mask had 231 points. Night of the Demons, 232. Tied with the Amityville Horror, 232. Yep. The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, 233 points.
Really?
Yeah. I know. This movie did not make the list. Isn't that something? Okay. Antichrist, 234. They Live, 234. Brain Damage, 236. Saw 3, a Dave Z favorite, 238. Ginger Snaps, 238. The Grudge, the remake, 2004, 242 points. Wrong Turn, 243. Sorry about this, Christian. Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives, 244. Did not make the cut. Just missed by two.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah.
It wasn't even on my. I love the movie, but it didn't make my top 100. That particular Friday.
See what I've been saying about that movie?
Yeah.
It's just, I'm telling you, it's a Dave Z list. Okay, stay tuned. Okay.
Fuck the Daisy list.
Night of the Living Dead, 1990, 245. So
okay,
those are all the honorable mentions. I think most of them are pretty solid flicks. So, but they did not make this list.
It's funny. I remember Night of the Living Dead being shit on as a cash-in remake when it was released, and now it like in retrospect, people have really come around and really dig that movie now.
Believe it or not, I actually saw that before I saw the original.
Yeah,
wow.
I mean, I could understand it. The reason I think I saw the original is because it was like you could almost guarantee it'd be on Halloween night on one station all the time. You come back from trick-or-treating and Night of the Living Dead was on the TV.
Yeah, I grew up with the OG Night of the Living Dead, like all of us, and I didn't see the remake until 2 years ago for the first time, and that movie's fucking awesome. Tony Todd, hell yeah.
Yeah, and Savini got, I think, that was his directorial debut. Maybe he did the Tales of the Dark Side episode or whatever that was, but I think that was definitely his movie debut. But I saw that in a drive-in. I think I've told the story before because it was one of those theatrical experiences. We won't get into it because we got a shit ton of movies to discuss. But it's interesting that even was mentioned. So it's cool that that's getting some love now.
Yeah, no, it is cool. I know people do like it a lot. I've been hearing that for a while, and I almost thought I would get more votes. And it's funny because I thought that the minimum it would take to be on the list is, I'm doing the math at one point, I wasn't looking at anything that was under 100 points. I figured 100 and over was the bar. Now it's not even close. Like I said, we're at 245 now. So
right.
Nobody can say that I didn't go through everything with a fine-tooth comb because I was looking at movies in the hundreds. So nothing's going to get missed. I can tell you that. But yeah, so this is what it takes to make it. It takes 246 points or more. It's official now. So, and that brings us to number 200. Here we go. Okay, kick this off. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Number 200, The Orphanage, 246 points.
Okay.
Nice.
The Orphanage. Yeah, we covered it here.
We did cover it here. I know, well, Brandon was on the show. I think Watson joined that episode, actually. So anyway, that was a first-time watch, and I think I uttered the words, "This is a movie I wish I would have directed." I wanted to be the director and show my dad this movie as my, "Hey Dad, here's my directorial debut." Like something about that. I would have been proud of that. I don't know why I picked that movie to say that way. That's not like the only film that I've uttered those words to, but I remember that being part of my review for that one.
That's a really touching horror film.
Yeah,
spooky, but it's really touching.
Not on my top 100, however, it's a very good movie. The funny thing about that movie is a lot of people associate it with Guillermo del Toro, but he did not direct it. He produced it. Yeah. So
correct. But you would almost think that he did direct it.
Exactly.
Yeah, totally. It's kind of like and we've seen that before with directors and and producers. But yeah, it totally feels like a Del Toro. Yeah, El Orfanato, very good film. So there you go. Foreign film to start it off. So there you go. Okay. Another foreign film, actually, 199, Incident in a Ghostland, 250 votes.
I'm glad it made the list.
Me too. It was on my list.
Eric, you and I think we love this movie. My daughter loves it. This movie stuck with her when I showed it to her. She kept talking about it. Which 2 weeks went by. She's like,
I had it as number 54.
Oh man, I gotta have my list. I gotta get my list back out. I tucked it back away digitally. Now I'll just reopen it.
Stop tucking it in, Christian.
Yeah. I'm selling to the lambs over here.
Yeah, right or left, no talk. Make your choice, right or left.
Yeah, I can't even find it on my list. I'll get back to you so I don't hold up the show.
Admittedly, I haven't seen this movie, so I got nothing on this one.
It's on Shudder if you have Shudder.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that's going to help me with this top 200 is I'm sure there will be films on here that I haven't seen because I've seen a lot, but I ain't seen it all. But I'm going to have some coming away from this. I'm going to have some that I'm definitely going to have to watch. That's one of them.
Here it is, number 52 on my list.
Pretty close.
Going backwards, of course. And my first 9.5 out of 10 after all my 10s out of 10s.
Wow.
So it's actually, so I'm going backwards because I've got it listed, remember, from 100 to give you the point structure. So it's actually number 46, I believe.
So that means you had 45 10 out of 10s, correct? That would make sense.
No, it's 52. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. It's 52. It's 52. And I got 51. I guess I've got 51 or whatever.
I think Christian's just staring at the wall. He doesn't actually.
I don't know what he's doing.
49 10s out of 10s is what I'm trying to say.
49 10 out of 10s.
142.
Yeah.
He's had 3 different numbers. Too many numbers, man. You're gonna kill me over here. I'm not good at math as is.
Yeah, I hear you.
But everybody, just with that being said, I did use a calculator. I use a calculator. I'm not just, I don't have a piece of paper. I'm not doing, so you can trust me on that. Okay. So Incident in a Ghostland. Okay. Wow. Yeah. And I hope this does open up a lot of eyes for people listening to, to this, if they haven't seen the movie. It's almost like I want to tell my wife, hey, any of these movies that you haven't seen that made this list, you have to watch now. I mean, like I said, I've seen them all but one, but I have no problem watching any of them over. You know what I mean? Why not? So
is the one you haven't seen in today's coverage, or is it going to be in another episode?
I don't know. Remember, I just said I haven't looked. I don't even know where anything places.
All right.
Yeah, I look at my screen right now. I can see all the way up to 192, and then after that, I'm just going to creep it one thing at a time and reveal it with myself. Just with you guys.
Since you said that, I thought you knew.
He's edging the list.
Yeah, I don't remember, man. I just don't. Okay, 198. A movie that I'm a big fan of, and so is Watson, and he's not here. The Others.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Love that movie.
Well, that movie in theaters with my mom when I was a kid. She brought me to go see that movie, and still to this day, that for me, it holds up spectacularly. Like the cinematography, bar none, is outstanding in that film.
Mm-hmm. No, I actually have the episode of WotC that you guys did on that.
I was gonna say
have it on my podcatcher paused before you went into your spoiler section, because I want to go back and rewatch that before I listen to you guys talk about it. I'm sure you had some great stuff to say.
We dug in deep. I love it. It's not a movie that I loved the first time I saw it. It was a movie that I enjoyed, but subsequent views, I think I've seen it like 4 or 5 times now. Like, I'll tell you right now, where did it place for me? That now we have that question. Okay, where's my list? And let me go to my top 200, and I'll tell you, because Christian did it for that. I have mine right here, and see, I can just do a search when I'm on my page here. Find in note, The Others, and then it'll come up. But it's one of my illustrious.
Oh, nice.
Nicole Kidman is also Bay in that movie.
Oh, Man, as always, man.
I'm a
Okay.
huge fan of Nicole Kidman, and that movie was booted off my list, but probably just barely. That movie, it's a great film. It's one of those ones that I think I loved when I first saw it, and I've enjoyed it every time I've seen it since. It hasn't gone up for me or anything, Dave, like you were saying.
Well,
I think it's still damn good.
It's my 69, actually. I was wrong.
Nice.
It's not a 10 out of 10. I thought I had it at a 10 out of 10. I did not. Interesting. Okay, well, so be it. Because I know 54 is my number. So maybe I'm losing my mind.
Maybe.
I'm actually just thrilled that this made the list.
That theory.
I'm lost. Either way, the others is my number 69. I thought it would be higher, but it's not. Okay. Yeah, it's true. I do have 54. So that is correct. I must have given it a 9.5 for whatever reason. So either way, I'm quite big on that movie. Okay, so back to this. Number 197, another foreign movie. Dog Soldiers. Neil Marshall, 250.
Yeah, I guess British counts as foreign.
Yeah. I mean,
pretty vanilla.
It's not North American, right?
Vanilla, no.
Dog Soldiers.
Wow, I hear that this movie's loved. I liked it.
I liked it too.
Yeah.
I like it. Here's the thing. It's one of the werewolf movies that's not shit. There are a lot of shit werewolf movies, but Dog Soldiers is a pretty good one.
I'm of the opinion that, like, I need to rewatch this movie, but I'm kind of like, this always seemed to be one of the ones to me that got really hyped up. And I'm not trying to shit on anyone who loves it, but it just got really hyped up. And when I finally did watch it, I was kind of like, I don't know.
Same here.
Bingo bango. That's exactly it. When the 4K was released, people were going like coming in their pants again, and I'm like, I don't need this in Blu-ray.
I'd rather watch Bad Moon, to be honest.
Yeah, I saw that in the theater, man. Hey, what's the dog's name? Good. What's the dog's name, man?
Oh shit, I don't remember, but he's the hero of that movie.
Yeah.
Thor?
He is the hero of that movie.
I think it is Thor.
Nice. Good old Thor. Nice. So somehow I remembered that. Yeah, I've always liked it. I'm with you guys. I'm not over the moon. I had a problem with a plot hole, honestly. Something happened at a time. I'm like, wait a minute. If you could have done this the whole time, why are you conveniently doing it now? I thought the rules are that you can't control when it happens and something else. And it was something like that where it's talking. I was like, oh, it was a shit the bed type moment for me, and it happens.
Well, but you're right. By the way, the dog's name is Thor. Just looked it up.
Yeah.
Good memory.
Sometimes I'll surprise you.
Thor was played by Primo.
He can remember the dog's name. He doesn't remember fucking shit about anything else.
I know. Muffin. I can't make any sense of this brain. I don't get it. Right.
Animal names. That's all he remembers.
And I've seen Bad Moon like maybe only twice in my life, but I remember Thor was the dog. I guess because it's an unusual name for a dog. I don't know. What can I tell you? So anyway, yeah, Dog Soldiers. Okay. Here's one. This one kind of flew under the radar for a while. You don't hear a lot about it, but a lot of people love it. Obviously, it made the list. Number 196, Near Dark. 250.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I love that movie.
That's on my list. 82 on my list.
82?
Look at him. Man, you like, how did you, like, you just, whoop. That's crazy.
I guess I need to rewatch that one too. That's a Catherine Bigelow joint, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I saw it one time, and it years ago. So I would definitely have to revisit that one to give an honest opinion. Is it a vampire movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of people have trouble with the resolution of it. Again, I loved it when I was younger, and I'm cool with it. The way they present it, it's good. The Tangerine Dream soundtrack is awesome. It was number 66 on my list.
Nice. Right on. I didn't realize it was on your list. That's great. Yeah. I haven't seen it in a bit. I can say that. I really should watch it again. Honestly, it's due. That one and The Night Flyer are the two vampire movies that I often thought were kind of underappreciated. You always hear about the Lost.
Wow, I haven't seen Night Flyer in decades, literally.
Check The Night Flyer. It's been a minute, like you said, but I'm telling you, it's solid. It's a solid flick. It gets very overlooked, especially being a Stephen King joint, which is odd. It was, it just, I don't know why it fell under the radar, kind of like Near Dark did, but it did. But yeah, I would recommend that too.
Near Dark is another one of those films that's having I guess, a sort of resurgence. I'm seeing more and more of it everywhere on social media. Like when I jump on and it's got like, whether it's Gutter Garbs or Terror Threads or whoever, when they put out new, shirts or new merchandise, Near Dark is one that I see often. So I guess the cult following is just growing and growing.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know if
I'm
it's
okay with it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's streaming anywhere or it has a special blue or a 4K treatment or anything like that, a collector's edition.
Not
Off
yet.
the top of my head, I can't think. Not yet. Okay, so you know.
A really bad cover Blu-ray that I
Oh.
believe is expensive. I mean, that could have changed, but it's a really odd kind of like late 90s style cover art for it. Like, just stick with the original VHS or the one with Bill Paxton. You just see the bullet hole with the light beams shooting through them.
Yeah.
Stick with one of those two covers. You'll be fine.
Oh, shit. See, again, here we go. Why isn't that have a collector's edition? Why isn't Scream Factory or Arrow or Vinegar Syndrome? What is up with the rights to this film? Why are we getting what's the latest one that came out that's going to be a day one buy that's probably a turd? You know what I mean? Why? Okay, I was going to say The Dentist 2, but it came with a dentist, so I understand. But still, why are we getting Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 6 on Blu-ray? All right, and we can't get Near Dark. I'll never understand this.
I get your point, Dave.
It's frustrating. I'm sure it's the answer that's a rights issue somewhere, so I understand it, but I don't know. It doesn't make it easier to swallow.
When Spookies has a special release and this one doesn't, you know that there's a problem.
Something's wrong in the world. Yes.
And it's a 10.
Yeah.
Spooky.
Travis, did Spookies make your list?
Fuck no.
Good. Okay.
I've
And
never
I don't
even
even
seen
really,
Spookies.
I don't know why that's the one that I pick on, but it's become the one that I picked on, and it's going to stay that way for a while.
I mean, it's a dog shit movie, dude. I mean, it really is.
Yeah.
I could see people getting some enjoyment from it for that reason, but
Oh yeah. Oh,
I was
totally.
just not one of them. I mean,
I would-
I've done it with other ones, so I guess I can't. It's just that one didn't resonate with me, whereas other dog shit movies have.
I've got films like Night of the Demon from 1980, this Bigfoot movie, which is really dope. What I call those types of films, or like a Spookies, I call those a schlocky second. So it's like, it's after you watch a great movie, you have a palate cleanser of oodles of fun. I got to give credit to my co-host Ricky. He came up with that term. But
Well,
yeah.
Tell your co-host that anything that's said on this show becomes property of Exploded Heads Horror Movie Podcast.
Oh God,
we're gonna rip that off for future episodes.
Nice. We're proud. We'll be happy.
Yeah.
Schlocky second. That is great, man.
Yeah, it's a great term.
Wow.
Firmly, I think Dave came up with it, according to my memory.
Gosh darn it.
Oh, wouldn't you know it? Another Dave Z original. Awesome. Okay, moving on. Our first classic horror movie, number 195, Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Nice.
253 points there. Yeah, I'm glad it made it. Some people are probably like, son of a bitch, it should be higher. I will say this. Much like myself, I think a lot of the listeners, obviously people that have submitted, podcast hosts and listeners alike, there doesn't seem to be, people are either into the Universal classics or they're just, people that are into them are really into them.
Yes.
They're like, right? They'll make their top 50 and things like that.
Mhm.
And everybody else is either not into it or just like me. Yeah, they're okay. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how I am.
I'm not into it, but I recognize their place in history.
Yes.
They're important for sure. I've made an effort over the last 5 years to try and catch up with some of those that I had not seen before, and A Creature from the Black Lagoon is one of those. I was honestly surprised how good that movie looked when I watched it. It's a good looking movie. There's one shot in particular where the creature is swimming upside down underneath the woman while she's swimming in the water. I'm like, how the hell did they even do that back then? So yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah, I love The Shape of Water.
And they made 3 of those, and that was always, he was always like the scariest looking one to me out of all those old ones. But I admit I'm a problem, Dave. I don't have a problem with them, but I actually went very vanilla on my list. I kept everything
Racist.
So everything pretty much pre-1960. I just said, you know what? I respect it. I'll watch it. I'll even like or love some of them. None of them made my list.
There's only
I
like
tried. Yeah, I
two
tried.
or three from. Oh, sorry, Dave.
No, it's okay, Travis. Go on.
There's only like two or three, I would say, like kind of pre-1960s that I would love and rate really high. One of them being The Old Dark House. I love that horror comedy. The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari and Nosferatu would also be up there, which I cannot fucking wait for the Eggers remake of that film. I cannot wait. But The Creature from the Black Lagoon, I've probably seen when I was really young on TNT late at night. Maybe Joe Bob showed it on Monster Vision or something. I don't know. But I never went back to it. But hey, like you said, I respect it and I'll watch it. So I'm glad it made the list. We need those classics in there. They're fundamental.
I pulled the Brandon on this because I may even give like Nosferatu. I said that scared the shit out of me. Silent fucking movie, but the images, just the way it was, and it's nowhere on my list. I've talked about it when we were prepping for the show, talking about how it's difficult. There's all these silent films. How many are going to show up on this list? And I said, well, for me, the only two that would have the possibility of doing it were Nosferatu and the Phantom of the Opera. Not again, Cabinet of Dr. Caligari would have been like right up, like maybe a close. None of them ended up coming on my list. Being represented on my list.
Yeah. You're coming on your list. Yeah, vanilla, yeah. Right. So I will say this. I did make an effort. I watched some older ones I hadn't seen before. I watched Caligari. I watched a couple others over the last so many years. I bought the Blu-ray sets for the Universal Classics. So I have watched them. I'm slowly catching up. And I do dig them. But ultimately for me, they always come up, and this isn't a knock. This is a rating that I consider to be great. They always come up. The highest they get is like an 8 out of 10. But I just can't get any higher than that, and I just don't feel there's something about the style, the dialogue. There's a lot of unnecessary dialogue. There are just certain things that, and I realized this again about something completely different. I was watching a 1980 movie last night, Schizoid, and I know they do this in Giallo too. I get that.
With the scissors?
Yes, with the scissors.
Yeah.
I'm doing for the 22 Shots Edie show, and I got stuck on that movie, and I was like, I got to finish it, but I was bored with it. I get bored. I check out with cop investigations especially when they're in like a cop shop, when they're on their land, not their land, but you know what I'm saying, at a police station with detectives on their turf is what I should say.
Get off my lawn. It's police property.
Those conversations bore me. I check out, and it's just like, it's just not something that's for me. I don't dig it. That's why Friday the 13th is so revolutionary, because that's what they changed. That everyone else before, even Halloween, had freaking cop stuff. Granted, it was great because it was Loomis doing the thing as the doctor with Brackett and with them, but there's that whole investigative. Here's the thing, and I'll say this once and I'll get off it. The difference between Friday the 13th and what came before it is that when Friday the 13th was going on, nobody knew about it. None of the characters, no ongoing investigation. Someone came up murdered. Somebody's lost. It takes place at the 24-hour, you know what I'm saying, nightmare, like they advertised. And I think that made a big difference that people don't seem to think about when they talk about slashers, the before and after. And again, all the dialogue, the cop stuff, it just isn't for me. And a lot of the unnecessary dialogue in the Universal Classics, just old-timey movies in general, I find myself trailing off with dialogue that I deem to be unnecessary. And that's just what happens.
You want dialogue that's unnecessary, or just so much of it? The new Teen Wolf movie, the movie, which is not made for me, because I looked at the Paramount, it keeps, I guess because I watched the movie, the Paramount Plus app, it keeps showing me the advertisements for the new Teen Wolf movie that just came out. People fucking love this movie. I guess you had to be a fan of the show. So I'd never watched the show before. This movie was not good. 2 out of 5. But again, if you're a fan of the show, maybe it's exactly what you're looking for. But it seems like stock music for the whole thing, and everybody just keeps talking, and yet they don't feel like they've got anything to say. It's like me on one of our shows. It just keeps going and going.
Give me a
And somehow we got here from the Creature of the Black Lagoon.
Sorry. That's how this show works, Eric. I thank you. You keep us on track, because I'll do this all fucking show.
I know. I'm used to it too. The same thing happens on Dark Discussions.
Yeah.
That was great. I caught that, Travis, though. That was great.
I'm trying.
I watched that last night with my son. That's a whole other discussion. 1985 is the year of the movie where the term fag was used ad nauseum. Didn't matter if you had a PG rating, R rating, or whatever. I've watched 1985 movies, and the word's been in all three of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was part of the parlance, man.
Yeah,
different times.
It is different. He looked at me like, I'm like, and I had to go explain. I'm like, yep. He's like, we're not supposed to say that word. I'm like, yep.
Go back and watch Freddy versus Jason. They were still saying it in the early 2000s.
You're right.
Which was surprising. I remember watching it in the theater and being a little taken back by. I go, oh wow, I'm surprised at that. But
Teen Wolf and the other one escapes because we were talking about Wood Spitting a couple of weeks ago. It was Teen Wolf and then something else because we went Major League in the middle. My Science Project. Teen
Wolf also had full frontal male nudity in it too. I don't know if y'all know that. Yes, for real. There's the scene at the end in the bleachers. One of the extras whips his cock out, and it's there. It is totally there. You can find this online. Yes.
What?
Yes. Why do I have to go rewatch this now? Like, why do I need to go see that scene now? But I need to.
Go put that scene on and listen to Eric talk, and you'll be in heaven.
Don't do it. I'm
gonna loop it. Yeah.
I knew we brought Travis here for a reason. See, listeners, there you go. That is a great bit of information. Full frontal freaking male nudity in Teen Wolf.
Is it Eric Stoltz? Is he in there going, you stole Marty from me, you prick?
No, it's fucking Michael J. Fox. He went back to the future, or back to the past, rather.
They combined both of them. That would be a movie, huh? Teen Wolf combined with freaking Back to the Future? Wow.
What if Michael J. Fox went Back to the Future to see Eric Stoltz got the role? Like, what if that's the new one? And they de-aged him, and it's like a play on that. It's like, wait a second. You're not Marty, I'm Marty.
He could be stalking him, We could turn this into a slasher movie. Oh, yeah.
Eric Stoltz gets the DeLorean. He goes back.
Dave, I don't know what's happening right now.
Chaos.
It's great, though. It is great. I do want to see this movie made. See, again, the Exploding Heads horror podcast movie still should be the freaking skid show. I'm telling you, that's gold right there. Man.
I'm going to get that role. I don't care what it takes. And then you put Eric Stoltz in the Teen Wolf audience. It writes itself. For once, it writes itself. We always say nothing writes itself.
I got bit by a werewolf, Marty. Oh.
That was a hell of a Doc impression right there.
Right, Scott.
Scott.
Oh, man. All right, let me move this on. Okay, let's go back to 194. We got movies to do. 194 with 254 votes. Children of the Corn.
Whoa. Whoa.
I know. We covered it.
6 out of 10 for me.
Me also. It wasn't 6.5. Whatever it was, we had a similar take that we were like, yeah, good movie. People love it, though. I mean, people do love it. There's the proof. We said it that show. We say it now. What do you guys think? Eric, Travis, are you guys fans of the Children of the Corn?
I like it. Fine.
Right.
I watch it every now and then just to see Linda Hamilton that young. I think it's funny.
And creepy.
Yeah.
Malachi.
Yeah. There are good lines, right?
There's really good lines, and I don't know what I'd rate it, honestly, because I don't think I've watched that movie in quite a while, but it is one that sort of stuck with me, and I think maybe it's the aspect of the kids have gone bad, that's kind of a frightening concept, that kids go murderous, take over an entire town. I'm curious, though, when you mentioned this off the bat, this is the first Stephen King adaptation that's made the list. I wonder how many Stephen King adaptations are going to be in this top 200. I can already guarantee you The Shining is going to be in here some fucking where, probably in the top 10 if I had to guess. But
and
Children of the Corn, thinner. Children of the Corn's good. I don't know if I'd give it like a, I don't know. I don't know. But hey, fun nostalgia.
That opening. The opening is great. The opening is creepy. No question. You can't. I will give it credit there. It just sort of never eclipses that moment. Like, that is the movie, the opening, and then it's like kind of a ship reader from there on.
It would have been awesome.
Go ahead.
Just to see it fleshed out, like that whole beginning, if that would be like the first 30, 40 minutes, and then the people show up in town, I think that would have been, a really good remake. Let's have that.
Yeah.
They've tried to there's another one coming out apparently this year.
Supposedly it's out. Supposedly it's out, and it was revealed that this was the one that was shelved years ago. Unless we're talking about two different ones. I just saw it all over social media yesterday, or 2 days ago. Children of the Corn, boom, boom, boom. I can't believe this. I didn't expect this coming out. And then they said, wait, everybody was saying, no, this was shelved. It was made like years ago.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Anyway.
Wow. Well, I'll say this. Thank you, Travis. Stephen King, I am going to keep record of how many Kings are on, and we'll know at the last show. So that was one thing you caught me napping on. You're right. That is something else very interesting. So that's the first one, Children of the Corn. And I'll say this. Children of the Corn is a movie that is known. It is a pop culture reference. People know Children of the Corn. So sure. I think maybe that's something that's kind of drilled into people's heads when they're young, especially people that were maybe born after the movie was released, and they kind of have it like on I don't want to say a pedestal, but they have it in a place where it's like, oh, this is a horror classic. Everybody knows Children of the Corn. It's children. It's corn. It's Stephen King.
Well, that's the thing about Stephen King, man. He permeates pop culture. So hail to the king, baby. I mean, that's why the iconography and all of it is just so memorable. That's
that
what it
better
is.
be on the fucking list, is what I'm saying.
Oh, fuck yeah, it better goddamn be on the fucking list.
Hail to the, are you talking?
And not on today's show.
No.
We shall see. We shall see. Okay, back to the list. 193 with 255 votes. There is a tie. This one comes up second, of course. But this one is Tigers Are Not Afraid. Another foreign film.
Wow.
That's
okay.
a newer movie too.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, what was it? 2000.
I'm surprised.
Not too long ago.
Like 18, 19? Yeah.
Something 19, like that.
Yeah.
Good movie.
Really good.
That had heart too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're talking over each other, but yeah, agreed. Good.
Definitely. It also felt Del Toro-ish, I thought.
Well, it's funny that this movie comes in right after Children of the Corn. Both of these films are centered around kids being horrible. I'm thinking of the right movie, right? This is the.
Well, you know why that is, Travis? It's because kids are horrible.
Hot take from Eric.
Adults are pretty horrible.
I'll be honest though. I don't remember much from this movie. I do remember thinking, "Damn, this is pretty dark." And these kids are bastards.
Now I want to follow up and see what that director is up to. I believe that's a female Mexican director.
Yes, I believe you're correct on that. I can't remember her
name off the top of my head.
Me neither. But yeah, no, there were good kids and there were bad kids. Remember, they were basically orphaned because of wartime things happening and the corrupt government and some other stuff going on. Their parents were taken away, and then they had to go against those gangster guys because he stole his phone or something like that, and he had a video on his phone of when he killed somebody who was involved in the.
Lisa Lopez is the director's name.
Lisa Lopez, okay, not Left Eye.
ISSA.
Oh, okay, I had Left Eye on the brain. Sorry.
There was a supernatural element to that movie, wasn't there?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. It was a one-time watch, I think. I don't think I revisited it, but I do remember being like, "Yeah, pretty." I'm surprised it's on the list, to be honest.
It's the heartbreak. I swear. I think the heartbreak. There's a heartbreaking scene in that where one of the children get killed or die, and I think it just that mixed in with the horror. Horror fans have heart, and I guess that it resonated well with a lot of our list makers.
Yeah,
for sure. I know that Venom. Jerry Cortez, he's really, really high on this one. And I don't know where it is on his list. He did submit a list, but I know that he's quite fond of this movie. It was his number one when the year it came out, and he's talked about it a lot, even on the last show that they did their countdown. But anyway, let's keep it on with children. There was a tie, and this one won just because it came out, I want to say, a year or two earlier. And this one is Annabelle Creation.
Oh,
and I love this movie. I really
Those movies are a really weird series because like every other one hits for me.
That's fair. Yeah. It's
like the Annabelle series or the Conjuring universe?
The Annabelle specifically.
Okay.
Was the first one? The second one, which is this was the prequel that came out the second, and then the third one was Annabelle Comes Home. And I've always been very high on this one. This to me was on the level of a Conjuring movie. To me,
yeah, this is the best one, in my opinion.
Oh, see, and I like Annabelle Comes Home the most. I thought that was the best one. That one was the one that felt more like a Conjuring movie. Although I know that it's Dave, you've always liked the second one. I like the second one too, but the third one is definitely the most fun for me.
I got to side with you on that. I think the Annabelles get progressively better, but I do think Creation is miles better than the first one. The only thing I liked about the first one was the cinematography and that creepy demon werewolf-looking creature coming up the stairs. That scene worked for me, but that's the first movie. Creation, I'd have to watch that one again too. Another one-time watch is kind of like one and done with most of the Conjuring series, except for the Conjuring films themselves, but that's something else.
Annabelle Creation was actually one of the movies we saw. Every year we have a get-together in Mystic, Connecticut for the Dark Discussions crew and anybody else who wants to join us. And that movie was one we all went together in the theater to see. And that was fun. There was a jump scare in that movie. I was sitting next to co-host Abe, and he just about pissed his pants at one of the jump scares in that movie. He jumped out of his seat, and it was hilarious.
Awesome. That is great. Wow. I think it's great. It's very dark. It's darker than the other ones, I think. It's the focus is on the whatever 4 or 5 girls that we have, and I don't know, there's scary stuff going on. I will agree that the third one is more fun. It's more of I don't know, it's a different type of movie, but I like the mythology of it. I like the scares in it. I like some of the things they did. It really felt like to me this is one that James Wan could have directed. I guess that's what I mean when I say it felt more closer to a Conjuring movie than the other ones. Just something about the cinematography and just things like that, just the presentation. But I'm glad it made the list. Like I said, it's a Dave Z type list, and I'm very happy with this. So Annabelle Creation, that won the tiebreaker. Okay, number 191, 267 votes. A little jump there. Cloverfield.
Yes.
The original.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had that at number 85 on my list.
Nice.
First found footage, eh?
Yeah, It is the first appearance of found footage. You're right, yeah.
You talk about a trilogy that I know that the third film gets shit on a lot, and I get why. But let's say this is the first movie like it that you've ever seen where you don't see some of the tropes from other science fiction movies like it. I think that it makes it effective. I also love how they marketed it when they dropped that ad like right in the middle of the Super Bowl. So it's like right after this fucking foosball game, you can go watch this on Netflix. I saw Cloverfield in theaters, and I was blown away, man. I was blown the fuck away.
Yeah.
I love the lore of this entire thing. I really do. And 10 Cloverfield Lane. I mean, but okay, sorry, I'm not trying to jump to the other films.
That's good though. I own this on Blu-ray. I love it. It's a 9 out of 10 for me. It's off my list because we can only put 100, and it was one of the casualties. Like I said, there's a lot of 9s as well, so I can see it easily being on the list for sure.
They just came out with a 4K version of Cloverfield like literally last week, and I'm just looking. I'm like, why?
Yeah, like 4K Paranormal Activity.
Like it's like a digital video camera. You're not gonna get better. It's not supposed to be good quality. It's like what? Yeah. Okay, whatever.
How can you improve?
Found footage films should not be on 4K. Right. They really should not be.
No, because you can't really improve that much from Blu-ray to 4K anyway. It already looks pretty clear as far as I'm concerned when you're watching.
But it's I don't understand why they did it, but whatever.
It's like the total opposite technology of what they're trying to convey typically in the film. I get some of these like laptop horror ones. I could still kind of understand it maybe, but I mean when you're looking at a movie that's
on it either, so I'm just like, what was the point of this? But whatever. Still love the movie.
Mm-hmm.
No special features is the worst. Like what? Like then you're paying a premium. That's why I say 4K is got to be smart about this. And if you're only going to give us a 4K
purchases for sure.
It's crazy.
No doubt.
Market.
But Cloverfield's great. I love the story. I love the way it's done, and I don't know how much it was made for. And I think we reviewed this way in our first season. So I mean,
yeah, we did. Long time
right. And I think we're both 9 out of 10s. I agree with you, Christian. It didn't make my list, but it's highly regarded. It's one of my favorite found footage, and you know how I am about found footage. So it's one of the greats, and people dig it. So I love hearing this. Okay, Number 190.
Oh, Dave, another one for you. I'm sorry to cut you off. A list of how many found footage made the list too.
Yeah, I just started it because you said that. I put the list there. I'm on it. Yeah, we'll count them too. Awesome. Okay. 190, 268 votes. House of the Devil.
Oh,
nice.
Fuck yes.
Mr.
Fuck
Ty
yes.
West. Yeah. I'm a big fan 89. Of this flick. I love this. A lot of people do not. It gets, I shouldn't say that. A lot of people love it, obviously. It made a list. But the detractors of this movie seem to be very loud. I'll say that.
I need to revisit this movie because I did not like it the first time I watched it, but that was right when it was released. I've not watched it since. I've come to appreciate Ty West a lot more since then. Like, I loved his movies that came out last year. So I want to revisit House of the Devil, give it another chance.
Yeah, that's that retro throwback horror movie right there. 2009, I think it came out. I didn't see it when it came out. I probably saw it around 2015 or something. Hadn't known who Ty West was. And I went saw The Innkeepers, and I think Sacrament was another film he made. Mm-hmm. House of the Devil stands above those, in my opinion. I think y'all covered Innkeepers on Watsy, right?
We did. Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And yeah, he's knocking it out the park lately with these new films. Pearl. Oh my Lord.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. It was and this was, I still love this. It's great. I liked The Innkeepers. We did do it on, I think you did it on Watsy, and then we did it on our show, like within the same month or something.
Oh, that's right.
Happened to fall that way as well.
Didn't we do this though? See? Didn't we do this in our first year, House of the Devil? I'm pretty sure we reviewed this.
Oh, yeah, we've covered House of the Devil as well.
Yeah.
I've loved it.
So.
A lot of the naysayers, there's a lot of walking around, but he nails atmosphere, in my opinion. It's just, you feel like you're in her shoes. There's just this sense of dread or something just hovering over you. And I could forgive some of the conveniences that I think play out in some of the later scenes because the shock value sort of delivers the goods. So I'm all about this.
I think my viewing experience of this movie might have been ruined by the people I was watching it with because they did not appreciate atmosphere and they were just like hurling comments at the screen like, when the fuck is something going to happen? And so I really need to revisit this one.
For anyone who hasn't seen it, this is a movie that if you would have put this on and told me to guess the decade, I'd have guessed late 70s, early 80s, honestly.
Well, and that's something Ty West is exceptionally good at. Like
Indeed.
In X, you feel like you're watching cut scenes from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's unbelievable how much he nailed the vibe. So, yeah, he's good at that.
For sure. And this was shot on film. So,
yeah,
I mean, that helps. I mean, how many times have I said that? How come we can't get a slasher shot on film that looks like an 80s slasher, genuinely has that look? And then sure enough, this was done. And they shot this on film. And it was expensive. And I'm glad the guy raised the money at the time because, I don't know, I think it was his second movie. I think it was The Roost, and then it was this.
Yeah, and the Roost, I remember thinking it was all right. But again, it wasn't blown away by it. This is where he was like, I think that was it. That was the starting point, and boom, he nailed it with this one. And again, I've enjoyed almost everything that he's done. I've even liked The Sacrament, Dave. I know you're not a fan of, but I even like The Sacrament.
I respect it. If Jonestown never existed, I would respect. The movie itself is fine. There's nothing wrong with the presentation or the acting or the plot or what. Well, the plot's 100% lifted. Well, not 100%. They did their things. Anyway, I don't want to get on that. But it isn't that I don't think that. I just don't like the way he pretended like Jonestown never existed. So I guess it is a little bit personal with Ty West there, and they just take Jonestown and make a watered down version of something that was like literally 100 times worse, with body count and everything else. And just said, okay, let's just take this little microcosm of this and let's just every step of the way. I was like, okay, please don't bring out Kool-Aid next. Oh, here comes the Kool-Aid. I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway.
Well, and there may have been reasons for that though, Dave. Like I'm sure the families of the people who died in Jonestown don't want a movie made about that.
Yeah, how many times has that happened though? You know how many Jonestown?
I know. I'm just saying there might be reasons.
How many families of
trying
people
not to step on people's hearts?
How many people's of families of people who got wrapped up in witchy satanic rituals want movies like House of the Devil made? I mean, honestly.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm one of them.
True. You're one of them. There you go.
Clearly.
The new movie coming out this year is called Indiana Jonestown. It was a bizarre choice for title. Was this on your list, Travis?
I unfortunately don't have a top 100, but I would say,
shit, I forgot.
If he wanted to,
sorry.
he thought he did. That's the funny part.
Let me just rub that in a little bit.
Yeah, the salt in the wound, like Art and Terrifier 2. I think this movie would definitely make the list because it's a 10, so it would be in that 161 I mentioned earlier. Yes, it would definitely be at least in the top 100, if not the 161. So it'd be in there.
Cool.
Nice. Okay. 189. Wow, here we go. 268 votes, so it won. It was a tie, and so it won because it was older, and it's quite older. This is The Haunting.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Yeah, the original, of course. Yes.
Funny that this made the list and The Innocents didn't. In my humble opinion, The Innocents is a better, creepier film, but I can understand why this is here. And it was important. And we did cover this on our show as well. And I can't remember if I was the only one that was a little underwhelmed, but I think it was like 6.5 range. Thinking from such a classic movie, why I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I was going to. Or The Innocents is like just kills it for me. But again,
I quite enjoyed it,
right?
Yeah, it's been a while. I've only seen it once, but I remember really enjoying it. And there was a couple scares, particularly a knock on when they're inside of a room and something's going on with the door, and just some other things that I remember for the time looked very cool as far as, like special effects wise and stuff, and a couple other creepy things. But this does seem to be more of a famous movie, but then a movie like The Innocents. I think, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you ask your parents or something or whatever, people from that generation, I think this is a little more well known. But hey, I respect it.
How many times has this story been adapted to? I mean,
a lot.
A lot. You got that Owen Wilson movie from '99. You've got The Haunting of Hill House, by the way, which I saw that. I haven't seen the original. When's the original from? What year is that?
63. Again, I'm guessing it's the 60s.
Is it a black and white movie?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
I've definitely never seen it. But if it's got anything spooky like Haunting of Hill House does, because I saw that series and my God, I fucking loved it.
That series was exceptional.
Yeah. Mike Flanagan is the fucking man. And he's doing that Dark Tower. Sorry. That's a whole other thing. But I haven't seen that. I haven't seen The Haunting from 60 whatever.
63. It was 63.
It is 63. I looked it up too. You're right. Bango bingo. See? There you go.
Shit that I can remember. I wish I could, that actually was useful in life.
Dude, and I'm the king of years. Every time my wife says something about a movie or a song and what year it came out, I always know. And every time she doubts me, I'm like, you know who you're talking to, right? And somehow I always fucking
I'm the
know
king of years, bitch.
Hail to the king of years.
That's me. Okay. Number 188, 269, Joyride.
Oh,
Joyride.
wow.
Nice.
A little surprised.
Wow. No, I like that movie. I was not expecting it to be on this list.
Right. I like it. It's been a while.
Leads more into thriller. Saw this in the theater, and I saw this with my wife. Whoa, was this 2000?
2002.
So we were dating. 2000. Well, we were either dating or married. One of the two. And then I saw it with her. We loved it. I saw this. We went at a double bill. I even fucking remember. It's again the shit that you remember. We saw that really Serendipity with John Cusack, and it's like that. And then we went to see Joyride. It's like her pick and my pick. Double feature movie. And I remember this just being a lot of fun. Just a joy, like it's all in the title. And then I remember the DVD coming out, and how crazy there's an additional cut of this movie that plays out totally different from if I'm going by memory here. So like the third act is almost completely different.
Yes, you're 100% right. I had that DVD.
Okay.
Yes.
I think I still have that DVD. Yeah.
I want to say Steve Zahn is a gem. That's all.
Yeah, man. He is. He's underrated.
Very
if
much.
You're going to use the term underrated. This is a time frame where I think you could use it and I don't have to get raked over the coals for it.
Back in the day, I watched this because I had a huge crush on Lily Sessions.
She's on? Oh, okay. Did you watch The Glass House then, too?
I did.
I was just going to say that.
For that same reason.
I've got a big crush on Steve Zahn. I love that guy. There's a movie called Employee of the Month. It's not horror related, but listeners, fans of Steve Zahn, go seek that out. And it's not the one with Dane Cook, okay? It's with Matt Dillon and Steve Zahn, and it's a fucking 10.
I'll give you another one that I really enjoyed with him, The Perfect Getaway.
Yes, that was an awesome mystery movie.
Good movie.
Yeah.
Man, I haven't seen any of those, but I have seen once back in the day. I'm on the joy ride. You know, that flick. I seen it once. I'd like to see it again. You know?
Definitely rewatch it, man.
Yeah. His voice. His voice is creepy enough, man. That's the dude from The Hills of Ice. What's his name?
It sounds the Lambs.
Both.
Yeah, but he's also in the Hills of Ice remake.
Correct.
He's the uncle of that one too. But you're right. He's Buffalo Bill, of course. But fuck is that voice?
Oh yeah.
Candy Cane is great.
Knocking on the hotel room door, being like, "Would you fuck me? I'll fuck me."
You should have mixed that together.
Fuck my rusty nail.
Yeah. Fuck my rusty nail.
Oh, man. Okay, so 187. Okay. This is the first appearance of a slasher. Anybody guess? How about a guess? A slasher.
I'm not guessing. I'm not making an ass out of myself.
First appearance. So
Halloween 2.
This high on the list and a slasher movie. I'm gonna throw out The Burning just to throw it out there.
Yeah, I forgot we're very high. We're still very high on this list.
Yeah, 187. 187. Yeah. Okay, so you guys are both wrong. No guess from you, Eric.
I'll go. Okay, it's only fair that I guess. I'll go. Halloween 3.
It's not a slasher.
That's an Irish spook show.
Either way, good enough. Halloween 3. Those are your guesses. Halloween 3, Halloween 2, and what did you say, Travis?
The Burning.
The Burning. Okay, all wrong. The answer is 270 points. Slumber Party Massacre.
I am shockerinoed. Again, I've come up on this movie, but this is always one that's just, it's good. It's 6.5 range now. Good, 6.57. I might even lean with 7. I've got the Blu-ray. This just came out on 4K as well, Eric. Never going to get the 4K of it. I've got the Blu-ray. You don't need the 4K.
I've seen the movie. I remember very little about it. So it's a disposable slasher to me.
I'm a fan. It's on my top 50 slashers. I mean, towards the bottom end of the list, of course, but I've always enjoyed this movie. I think it's a little bit underappreciated. Well, no, I can't say that. It's not.
It's not underappreciated. People love it. I think it would make my list now. Remember I said we should revamp that list because there's a couple of them that would creep in. I've rewatched it a few times. It's fun. I feel like it's the feminist, because it's a female director and it says it's a feminist slasher film. I think, personally, is a big bowl of shit. I mean, watch that movie and watch any other slasher movie and see if it's making any comment on it. It looks like a carbon copy of any other slasher movie. And just because a female directed it, I just don't see the argument there.
I don't know if this is going to come up in the list, so I'm just going to throw it out there for posterity. Slumber Party Massacre is cool. Slumber Party Massacre 2 is the schlocky second.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
It is a schlocky second.
Guitar.
Oh,
Eric,
fuck
show the guitar.
Are all these your guitars? Slasher. So, okay, part 2, not my cup of tea, but it is a schlocky second. I will give you that. It is definitely a different vibe than the original. So, It's okay. So slashers, that's our first slasher. I'm going to make another list. This is good. I wasn't thinking about this prior, and now we have these discussions, and we got more to discuss. Okay.
It's just interesting that is the one represented when I'm shocked that it entered the list zone, to be honest, with some heavy contenders that are out there. And I'm not talking about Friday the 13th or even the one that I named, like Halloween or whatever, but like when there's that gives me promise that there will be some predominant slashers up near the top.
Yeah.
I don't recall being surprised at the rest of the list saying, Slumber Party Massacre. But then again, I'm a 7.5 guy for Slumber Party Massacre. So to me, it belongs. Granted, it wouldn't make my list, but I appreciate that, a lot of people apparently do love it. I'm a
7.5 every time I wake up in the morning.
Hey! Now you're in my territory, brother.
They call me Hogzilla.
Here
I'm
we
just
go.
Oh, there it is, Joyride, huh?
It does have the alternate ending with all supposedly I think commentary on it as well too. Yeah.
No, gotta check it.
I didn't sell all my DVDs from back in the day.
Attaboy. Okay, moving on. Number 186 with 271 votes. Now, I have been a little vocal about this because I didn't see it when I was growing up, so I think that has a lot to do with it. So in a way, I'm glad it made a list for the people that like it, but I'm also glad that it's this far down because the way people blow it. But anyway, the Monster Squad.
Oh,
nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. It's not on my list, but I love it. I mean, it's
I did
a
not
great
see
film.
that growing up either, Dave, and I'm with you. I understand it's very nostalgic for people, but it's fine.
It is fine.
I hate it, but it's whatever.
Yeah, right. I don't hate it at all, but the people that love it. I mean, you hear.
I can understand how, like, if you saw this when you were 12, I can understand how you would still quote it to this day. Absolutely.
Well, it puts all the fucking classic monster villains into a more modern movie. You got that. Again, the creature from the Black Lagoon looked quite good in this, I thought, as well. They made the mummy actually scary looking. It's got some great lines. The kids are freaking cute.
Wolfman's got nards.
Wolfman's got nards, and then the name is Horace. And then there's so many great lines in it. And Fred Decker did the old dead people that have been dead for hundreds of years don't get up and walk by themselves. It's in this. It's in Night of the Creeps. I mean, there's a lot of little Easter eggy things there. Good performances. A lot of fun. I give it a 9 out of 10. It's off my list, but I could see why it's there.
Yeah.
And you saw it when it came out.
Yeah, I saw it when it came out as well.
Just making sure. Okay, right on. That's cool.
Like the Goonies of horror.
Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah. I'm with Eric and Dave on this one. I saw it later in life, so I didn't grow up with it, and I see why people would love this movie. I mean, it's like the MCU of horror, Universal Classic monsters, or the Avengers rather. They're all coming together and they're gonna do battle, and it's a fun concept. I would love to see them. You couldn't do it with copyright, the rights and all that bullshit, but I would love to see like a more, or maybe like an 80s version where you get Freddy, Jason, Pinhead, Leatherface, like get all them boys in there chasing people all over the place. Yeah, it would. It would be terrible.
Clash of the Titans.
Yeah. Monster Squad, though, yeah, it's cool. I'm not surprised it's on this list because people do love it.
Yeah, they do. And yeah, that's cool. So Monster Squad, there you go, people. Enjoy. Okay. 185. This is a bit of a surprise. Some people do love it, one of them being Brandon. I enjoy it. 272 votes brings us Spring.
Oh, okay.
Benson and Moorhead.
I liked it too. Right? I liked it as well.
I liked it.
That was fine.
Yeah.
I'm getting there are some surprises here, but again, we're in the top 200 list, taking a lot of people's fucking opinions that we could care less. I mean, that we respect. And
how do you really feel, Christian?
So, hey, I remember enjoying it. I watched this one with my wife when it came out. Like not in the theater, but on whatever streaming service it was on at the time, and or we rented it. I can't fucking remember, but yeah, we both really enjoyed it. It felt very original, based on a sort of, if I'm remembering correctly, vampire-esque type.
It's more Lovecraftian. It's more of a
cosmic horror.
Yeah. She had tentacles.
It's okay. It's something I knew. Yeah,
I admit I've never seen a single Benson and Moorhead film. One day I'm going to watch them. I'm going to watch them all. I know even the newest one, Something in the Dirt. I just haven't sat down and watched those filmmakers, any of their works. I can't speak to Spring. And see, I'm a cosmic horror. Which movies, folk horror movies, cosmic horror movies, that's my shit. Nice. So the fact that I haven't seen Spring, I'm embarrassed. But I haven't.
You know what? Watch it on Valentine's Day. It's quite a love story, honestly.
I also like romantic horror. I'm finding out more and more because I love Bones and All, and I love After Midnight that came out the other year.
There you go.
Yeah. So okay. Well, Spring to the top of the list. It's sprung. There you go.
There are
nice.
when you dive into those movies, there are two that are directly related that I would recommend watching as a double feature: Resolution and The Endless.
For sure.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't watch their last two movies because I hear they're mostly really not necessarily horror. And it's unfortunate because I love the way. I mean, not as filmmakers, as a horror fan. For me, it's unfortunate that that they started this way, and it was all horror centric stuff in the beginning, and the last two have been kind of less of that. But they've always been kind of skirting the lines, sci-fi.
Some directors go that route.
Horror, yeah.
Like Ari Aster, he seems to be going that route with the new Beau is Afraid movie, and I mean, I'm like, I get it. But it's still classified as a dark comedy horror. It's got horror. Yeah. It's supposed to have horror elements. So I guess that just happens sometimes. Eggers is The Lighthouse, or not The Lighthouse. Sorry, The Northman.
Right.
Yeah, it's got horror elements. It's got enough horror elements that I would put it right in there with fringe horror and classify it as a horror movie. But is it truly, truly horror? I could see someone's argument that it's not. It's definitely an epic, though. Fuck yeah.
I haven't even seen it yet. I want to see it because I love Eggers, but I didn't.
It's worth watching.
Didn't seem horror to me. I will watch it. I just
if you watch it, I don't think you're going to come away saying now that's horror, but
no.
Appreciate it.
And Anya Taylor-Joy's in it.
Dave to say when he sees it.
Yeah. That's true. No, Anya's in there too, and is Dafoe in that one as well?
Oh, I was going to say in that movie, Willem Dafoe is Bay.
Well, of course, he's the freaking man, dude, and he's going to be in Nosferatu. So I mean. Yeah. See, he's coming back, and he's bringing Dafoe with him again, which you can't go wrong. Dafoe's probably my favorite actor when all's said and done. So, modern. So, yeah, it's,
Real quick, you mentioned Antichrist as a runner-up.
Dafoe
is in that film, and that's a one-time watch for me, but it's all I needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a 10.
Fair. It's a 10 out of 10 for me. How about that? It's one of the illustrious. I love it. Man, not that I'm going to watch it every day, but I took more from it the last time. Again, we keep referencing Watsy Party Show, but it is what it is. We covered that one there, and I really gushed all over it there, and so did Watson. And,
Did your nuts get smashed all over it?
Yeah, we collided. A couple of milky coconuts.
Movie,
no, my co-host on Unscan Dan loves Antichrist. I actually bought him the special edition Blu-ray on that.
Nice. Well, I love Von Trier's movies as well, and I just love his style and Dafoe. Anyway,
Von Trier, I have absolutely no problem with. I'm on board with if that other dude surfaces on this, which I'm expecting it's going to happen. Irreversible and which is not bad. Jasper Noah, whatever. The one that
Jasper Noah,
yeah. Casper Van Dien. What's the one that I hated, Dave? Climax. Fucking hated that movie.
You hate climaxing. You admit it.
Yeah.
Unless he's listening to Eric.
That's why he listens to my voice.
Yeah.
He hates climaxing to Eric.
He does it out of spite, though.
Yeah. He hate climaxes.
I have to come before Phil starts talking. Like that's the thing. Like, that's the window I've got. Because that it's like instant soft.
Okay, let me move on here.
That's a dark discussion.
From one cosmic horror to another, but this is completely different type of cosmic. 184 with 274 votes. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Ladies and gentlemen, speak of the devil.
Speaking of clowns.
Yeah, the killer clown from freaking Washington State.
Watson's here, everybody.
Nobody hates me more than I hate me now. So.
I got a list that probably rivals that.
There are lists. There's probably B. There's probably no. We made love text wise.
Oh my God. Eric may be replaced.
yeah, maybe. Oh my gosh, we got Eric Webster looking beautiful in his theater. We got TMB. Everybody, this is just a misnomer on multiple levels. So let's just go. Killer Clowns. Yeah, I think so. Right?
I'm gonna fess up here. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I'm like the only person that hates this movie. I don't understand why people like this movie. I think it's fucking stupid.
That's what's so great about it.
Hot take, folks. All right.
But here it is. It's not on my list. I really enjoy this movie too. It's off the list. It's not on my top 100, but I really dig this movie. I mean, that scene where he's like, that whole sequence where it's like, ooh, big bad JoJo coming into town. And he's like, what are you going to do? Knock my block off? Boom. And his head gets popped. It brings a smile to my face each and every time.
You're saying it's better than Friday 8?
It's much better than Friday 8. Even though they have the same kill.
Friday 8 doesn't have cotton candy cocoons. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Go TMB. You're telling the truth.
Or John Verum or whatever his name is. He with being puppeteered. It's just, there's so much in the way of goofy shit. But Eric, I totally could get it. I had a buddy that I dragged to watch all these movies with, whether it be to the theater or whether it just be for rentals. And he was always like, this is fucking stupid. And I'm like, I'll just rewind. We're going to watch that scene over again. We're going to watch this over again.
You're like,
just torture the fuck out of him.
Lick the dick. Just let's come on. Yeah, this is fucking stupid. Okay, open up.
Yeah.
Well, and here's the thing. If you like the movie,
Eric.
if you like the movie, more power to you. But don't make me watch it.
Where are we, a plane?
Yeah. That shows up
What the fuck is going on?
Where's TMB? TMB's not on. I get why there's my drink, I think, on the left. Where's TMB?
I'm a ghost.
No, he has no camera either. This was ridiculous.
Okay, I thought it was just for me to see. I didn't know everybody would see it if I did that.
I love this. Dave's like, Dave has like special view. He's like, all right, here's how I see you fuckers.
It's fun that way. I like to see
it. Trust me, it's how I see
If I switch it back, is it just switch back for me, or did I switch it back for everybody?
There you go. See, I switched it
like
back.
Eric is like, yeah, I love seeing Eric like be like.
It's always great to have a visual gag when you're listening to the audio portion of the show. They're like,
they love
what the
it.
fuck are they?
They know. They
do know.
It's on YouTube and it's on whatever Spotify or Anchor or whatever the fuck it is now.
Hop on that Exploding Heads Patreon, cuz.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Word.
Like, I completely
love that.
Yeah, my Dave Z and Christian, just so I can just plead my case really quickly. My phone died in the middle of the night. I was so here we are. So
watching showing up late with excuses, you son of a bitch.
Oh,
you're fine.
Excuses
You're
like crazy.
here.
He started charging it up this morning, and all of a sudden, all the texts came in. Ding, 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 ding.
Eric, I have not seen a single text. I promise you. It is seriously one of these things where it's like, Watson, hey, it's before the sun came up. You okay? No, I'm not. Anyways, let's go.
Anyway, listen, listeners, viewers, whoever the fuck, we care. Apologize. They know.
Yeah, they're just like, is he gonna say the beep word or the beep word or the beep word? I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. So
all
of them. All of them.
Beep, Watson.
Yeah. So I don't even know what percentage of the list we've done. We're at like 184 or something like that.
184 Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Okay.
That's it. You're
not
okay.
That late.
A lot of BSing going on here. Too much, but it's okay. It's gonna be a long
show. If you were a period, I'd be
freaking
out.
We got Eric Webster. This is an elite cast right now. So
we're on. Yeah, man, we're on.
Well,
so let me say,
we have professionals here, and then you.
Oh yeah, I mean, they know this. They know this. Eric is one of the people, and Dave Z and Christian, you're like some of the people who even made me possible. It's your fault.
Well, yeah.
Oh God, what have we done?
I'm happy.
It's like, oh no.
I'm happy about it.
We're like Frankenstein, and you're our monster.
Pretty much cookies.
Awesome. Good. Proud to be a part of it, man. Really. So
Dave Z takes full responsibility. Like I own this. It's like
I'm happy. I'm happy about all of it, man.
Okay.
I'm happy about
some
the
whiskey
list.
in your coffee, cuz. Let's go.
God, I wish there's no whiskey, there's no caffeine. It's just
Luckily, you didn't wake up with a woman in the bed next to you, because that's entirely possible.
No, I don't want them to know where
he's gay. Dave. He's gay.
Oh, that's true.
He's gay.
But he's gay.
Monkey Bone's gonna love that. That's my best.
Did you
friend.
know?
Yeah.
Did you guys know there's a long version of that video? I just saw it for the first time the other day.
Yeah, where they start laughing their heads off afterwards.
Yeah, and the guy goes, "Oh, you got to explain something to your wife now or something."
Yeah.
He just said, "Oh, he's being married." Yeah, I just saw that long one for the first time the other day. There's like an extended version of "But He's Gay." Oh, it's great.
First off,
it's like a crying wrestling fan.
You don't know what we're talking about, Eric?
No.
It's an
You don't know,
old joke
"But
of the
He's
show.
Gay."
It's like it's a newscast. Just Google it on YouTube. But he's gay. It's like it's a newscaster talking about going to like a remote session that it's going to be playing out, and they're waiting live. And she's like, and he's blind. So she's like,
No. Hold on. Let me tell the story.
Sorry, Dave. You tell the story.
Obviously, he doesn't know how to tell a story.
Yeah.
Let me tell the story. Let me do it the right way. I feel like that isn't that thing in Goodfellas?
Sorry, listeners.
You don't know how to tell
we
the
can
story.
skip it.
Yeah. Thanks, Eric. I think we could skip it too.
Okay, let's skip it. Just look it
I'll
up.
look it
But
up
he's
later.
gay.
I was just letting you know I was
Hey,
lost.
Dave.
Yeah.
You're a funny guy.
funny how?
Funny how? Right.
Fucking
Don't get
funny
me
how?
started. Don't get me
All right.
started. Let me say Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I seen it one time in my life, and it was a commentary for Banana Laser. And we used to have a listener, and he loved this movie. Loved the movie. And his name was Cosmic Creepers. That's the name he went by. And he guested on our show. It was me and Wazell and him. It was his first and only podcast appearance. And he came on and we did a commentary where we watched the movie and we talked about it. And that was the only time I've seen Killer Clowns from Outer, because I never wanted to see it. But I understand the appeal because it is pretty out there. It's colorful. It's cool. I've wanted to watch it again since. I just haven't brought myself to do it. But it isn't. I understand why people love it. I'll say that. So I can't, knock that movie.
It's off the walls, cuckoo, batshit bananas. It's awesome.
Yeah, right. See? Well said.
Sorry, Eric.
Hey, I don't
Why
care.
does Travis sound like he got Mr. Watson's cock in his mouth suddenly?
Wait a
All of a
minute.
sudden.
Wait.
The fuck?
Yeah.
All right, wait. Are you two both on the West Coast?
It's because I'm gay.
He's
dude.
on my end.
He woke up with Travis next to him.
Yeah.
I was right.
If only. If I could wake up with Travis next to me and be that lucky. Holy shit.
That's why he was late, man. I exhausted his ass.
Awesome.
Oh, good
Okay,
Lord.
let's move on to 180.
Podcasting face down for the show. Sorry, what was 183?
183. Let's go here. 276 votes for Don't Look Now. A C favorite,
Oh,
if I
yeah.
may add.
Ooh,
Yeah.
don't look now. Did I hate this?
And you just shrank on the screen, by the way.
No, don't look now. The Donald Pleasance film, right?
I'm not looking at you.
Oh, Donald Pleasance.
Not
No.
Donald Sutherland.
There you go. Yeah.
That's what. Yeah.
Donald
I don't know why it's
Sutherland.
Donald. Yeah.
Yeah, we covered this one. We
Yeah,
covered
I
this
liked.
one,
I think I liked it. I don't think I loved it.
Eric,
you
isn't
were
that a
fine,
Phil?
but I
Eric,
don't
isn't
love
that
it.
a Phil movie? Phil loves that movie.
I don't recall.
I love how Eric's like, I don't know about Taylor Swift. I don't know about the.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Phil has a lot of opinions that I'm not going to represent.
That's okay. So does C.
That's why you're on the show and he's not.
You're on the right show. Okay. Okay.
That's
That's why
correct.
you don't see Phil as a panel here.
Oh, jeez.
No, well, that's exactly it, Eric. Shares very similar, like even in this discussion that you 100% missed, Mr. Watson. We aligned in a couple of our arguments of just historical, like how we would rate things and stuff earlier. We align a little bit more. So Don't Look Now is a good movie. It's creepy. It's creepy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's fine. It was just not on my list. That's all.
Right, yeah. People love it.
Cronenberg's favorite horror film.
Oh,
Is
wow.
it now?
David Cronenberg's his favorite,
Seriously,
or
see?
one thereof. Yeah.
Cronenberg's the fucking man. So damn. Okay.
I can dig it.
Well,
Okay, so
all
Don't
right.
Look
he's
Now.
Canadian, so of course he knows Cronenberg.
Yeah, he's well. The French.
all-
I
they're
just
friends there.
learned about that because it was in a conversation, I think, of Crimes of the Future. It was at an interview, and they
I've
asked what
seen
his
that.
favorite movie was, and he referenced Don't Look Now. So it's not something I've known for a long time.
I just remember an old episode where Dave called you the French extremist. It was like kind of your thing
Yes.
back in the day.
because we have Quebec, or is it because I love High Tension? and
Because you love all French.
Frontiers.
All French movies.
Yeah.
Hey,
Baby blood.
I was gonna say something in French, but like it's
Laissez
not coming to mind.
les bons temps roulés, ton admission en putain.
Oh, mais oui.
See, you guys, I love this because you just shred my opinion and feeling of Americans of not like knowing anything about like other cultures, and then you shoot that out there, and I'm like, okay,
Well,
there
I'm
is
Cajun.
well, there it is.
Ménage à trois.
And
Dave's French. He's just like, just fucking bitches. Get
like
fucking
more Chino.
Oui, Marie. I don't know.
Don't look now because I haven't. I've never seen this movie.
Ah, okay.
It's a
That's okay.
cool flick, man. I think Shudder has it. C-D-E.
That's worth watching.
It's got a good ending, good reveal. I'll tell you that.
Well, it's about this feeling of loss and what they're going through. It's kind of like an Antichrist, but not amped up to that degree of ball smashing.
Oh,
but then,
Dave, we know about
with
that.
like this,
We were just
with
talking
this
about it.
crazy ending that is equally creepy, or differently creepy. Sorry, let me phrase that.
Don't look now. Supposedly they had real sex in the movie.
Yep.
Right.
Him and Julie Christie? Or wait, right? Was she the
How many
co-star?
movies? I remember The Getaway was like that. Was it The Getaway with the one with Kim Basinger
Oh,
and
stop
Alec
it.
Baldwin?
Oh,
They-
lucky guy.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Well,
Did
they're
he shoot her?
married.
Mm-hmm.
Did he shoot her?
Wow.
Oh.
Ah.
No, this is
No, he
before
shot
he
in her.
became gun happy. There, Watts.
Well, you know what's up. It's fine. It's fine.
Gun
the
hand.
news doesn't. You watch CNN, you're not going to hear the good. The goods. You gotta look around a little bit. You gotta look around.
If I'd make that joke on the nightclub, my co-host would want me to cut that out.
He would.
Oh.
They would want to, but I'd leave it in. Fuck them.
Yeah, boy. There's room for everybody.
That's why they have me on.
Don't shoot now.
Yeah,
no
don't
hate.
shoot now.
I don't even know why
Right.
I felt like he's not even in this movie. Suddenly, it's connected.
No, it's Donald Sutherland and Julie Christie, right? Like fucking like rabbits. That's awesome.
Oh,
Could you imagine, Dave Z? Okay, could you imagine you're on set and you and the actress are like, okay, we're gonna pretend the scene is happening, and and Dave, you're like, pretend? Nah, nah.
I'm a method actor, honey.
Yeah, you're like I'm like Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. Or wait, that's
Well,
not the method.
What?
So I'm an actor.
Watson,
but
are you
this
still
is not
drunk
an
from
actor.
last night?
yeah, he is.
No, I
Yeah,
have
totally.
slept. I have slept for 2 hours. We are not on drugs.
Eric's face, it's like total bewilderment. It's the best. It's the best
Eric's
visual
a
I've got
morning
right now.
person,
He's
though.
just like,
He's one of these mysterious
What's that?
people who can like have sex with Julie Christie and not even remember it.
God damn. All I'm thinking of while we keep talking about all these
Man.
sex scenes is the cringiest, saddest blowjob I've ever seen in that movie Brown Bunny or whatever. It was just such a lazy
Vincent
shit.
Gallo
No, yeah. He got a blowjob on camera from who's that?
from Chloe
Chloe. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
God, it just looked so terrible. So terrible.
But
And it
would
was
you
Brown
not want to
Bunny.
be her? Wait.
Oh yeah, totally.
Hold on. I think I have not done this properly.
Yeah, what about Anal Sluts Part 8?
Take Manhattan.
The best South Park line is what was it? It was
I know what it is.
yeah, it was
Fisting-
like
Fisting
what-
Fireman 9. I didn't even see parts 1 through 8. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like Backdoor Sluts 9 makes Backdoor Sluts 8 look like Naughty Nurses 2.
Right.
That's a Brandon joke through and through.
That's true, though. He did say
no, it
that.
isn't. He'd make it a pun. And Jewish.
He's a punny guy.
He's a
He's a punny guy.
And a
Okay,
banker.
let me move here. Let me move it. Okay.
Okay.
Back to 182, another Watt Z Party movie. They just keep
Blink.
coming up, Watson. It's crazy. But with 277 votes, The Loved Ones.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
We
Well,
did
that
this
was
on
great.
episode 9, I think, of the show.
Oh,
This
wow,
is
right
another
on.
one that other
Great
people are
flick.
a lot more fond of than I am.
You don't
Really?
like this
Really?
one, Eric? You're not a fan of this one?
I didn't hate it, but like other people go gaga over it, and I'm just like, meh, okay.
It
My
happens.
number 57. My number
Really?
57.
Woo wee! Wow. Didn't make my list, but I dig it. There's no question. Solid stuff.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that movie one day because I watched it because y'all covered it on WhatZ. I had never even heard of it before.
Wow.
I remember liking it though.
It's solid stuff, man. I recommend it. This one it's another foreign one, right? This comes from, what's his name?
Australia. It's Australian.
Australia.
The devil's
candy.
I mean, if we're being honest, it's the movie of his I like better than that. So, yeah, I do. Although Jamie has convinced me a little, not in a weird way.
Right on, Jamie. No, it's great stuff.
Not in a weird way.
Okay. Number 181.
I don't know. She lives in Michigan. I live in Washington. There's no. Well, same with Eric.
Number 181 with 278 votes. Creep.
Oh, nice.
Another found footage.
Which year?
Well, this one, the 2014, 15, whichever one.
That is at 73 on my list.
Dave has stated that the rule is if he doesn't mention it's a remake, then assume it's the original.
No, well, there was Creep 2004,
there's two different
which
movies
was an
with that title
movie.
by different directors.
Yeah, we were just talking about Aussie movies, and Creep was and I know Brian loves that one, so I did get thrown off a little bit, but okay.
Christopher Smith.
I should have said
Christopher
Creep.
Smith. Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Just because it's not a remake situation, I didn't specify the year. I assumed that most people would have thought that it would be the Mark Duplass vehicle, because you don't hear a lot about the other one. Who's gay?
Me.
Oh, that's okay.
And me.
We love you anyway.
I just look in a sea like, oh God.
So Creep.
I'm looking at Eric.
It's awesome.
He's looking at Eric.
Amazing.
Not for any reason, Eric, other than just because you look lost. You're like almost trying to decipher what's going on with Watson right now.
No, he knows.
He knows. Trying to figure out what's going on with Watson. I text him constantly like, dude, what the fuck are you even saying on this podcast?
That's Eric. Yeah, I mean, he's one of the guys who got me started. So you own this, Eric.
It's my fault.
And Dave Z and Christian.
Well, and I bring out the best and the worst in Watson. It's been proven. It just is that way. Yeah. So, and it's all great, but that's something about me. I don't know. Okay.
But Creep, I particularly enjoy the stuff about Tubby Time in that movie. I think
Tubby Time is great.
So
the wolf.
creepy.
What's the wolf mask? Eric, on your show, Dark Discussions,
Peach Fuzz
guys had Peach Fuzz. You all had, especially when Christy was part of the show still, you all had the best Peach Fuzz jokes. That was hilarious. I don't even like this movie. I honestly think here's my one-line review of that movie. Boo! LOL JK. LOL JK.
There was a Creep 2. And for that when we reviewed it, Mike actually mailed us all wolf dolls. Because in that movie, somebody gets a wolf doll that has a secret camera in it. So he didn't tell us he was doing that. We just all suddenly received wolf dolls in the mail.
You're podcasting with your wolf doll, like, yeah.
I actually like Creep 2. I thought Creep 2 was just as good as the original one. I really was fond of that. And I know that they were talking about a third, but
there's supposed to be 3. It's supposed to be a trilogy.
It's been a while now, so,
I know it is going to happen apparently, but here's the thing for me: Creep 2. Now I enjoy Creep 2, but my issue with it and why I don't understand why people like it as much or more is because half of the allure for me with Creep 1 is not knowing if this guy is crazy or not. It's the mystery. You feel like you're on board with the other guy who's called up, and you're seeing it through his eyes, trying to make what's going on with this weirdo and what's going to happen. Then when we find out, it's great. Then when it gets real crazy at the end, it goes to another level, and it's great. And that's what I love about it. Creep 2, I think, took away that. Right off the bat, we know he's the lunatic. So, yes, it's fun to be on the ride with him, but I just personally enjoyed the voyage of part 1 of not knowing, you know? Mm-hmm. It's more fun for me, I guess, as the viewer. But both can be said. Yeah, that's all it is. But this movie, I loved it. I think it made my top 10 that year, honestly. Yeah. I think, but ultimately it didn't make my list. But, boy, I'm glad it's here, you know?
I enjoy Creep, but I think it's the most overhyped Radiohead song.
It really is, and nobody can sing it in karaoke, by the way.
No.
Oh God. No, nor do I want to.
I was special.
And he proves Watson's point.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to do. Yeah. Son of a bitch. Cut his fucking video feed.
Yeah. Christian's like, Eric. I love
What
it.
about Stone Temple Pilots Creep? Can anyone sing that one on karaoke?
Where you going for tomorrow? Wait, that's not Creep.
No.
I am smelling like a rose. Oh wait, sorry.
That's not it either. That's
no.
Dead and Bloated.
I guess we just don't have it. Okay.
Moving on.
Okay.
Moving on.
Moving
I'm
on.
half the man I used to. That's not it either, is it?
Moving
That's
on.
also not it.
It is.
It is
It
that
is it.
one.
Yeah.
So fuck both of you.
After Dave said it, I said it was.
Now, come on now.
I'm still saying it isn't.
Oh.
I
Okay.
love your Oz, Dave.
they're
Dave's
changing.
Oz are the best.
Here's the party atmosphere that we wanted. Hopefully, this actually translates over to like an enjoyable audio experience, though, for the
Well,
listeners, because
it's
it's
up
all
to me
over the
to
fucking
keep it.
place now.
I gotta try to
Yeah.
keep it on track, and
Yeah,
it doesn't
Dave,
really
All right,
happen.
Dave. 180 what? What are we at?
180. Thank you, sir.
180.
180. With 282 votes, Pumpkinhead.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love that leathery skin Lance Henriksen action, cuz. And I love this witchy shit. Oh my God.
Is it cosmic?
Ed Harley. It's so cosmic. Plant your little baby in that tree stump over there, Ed Harley.
Another good movie. We just reviewed this one last year, right?
Yes,
And
we did.
Good. Yeah, that was good shit.
It's a classic.
Travis. Sorry, I didn't mean to. But I don't think we both came in kind of like it was good. Maybe you
It's
liked
an
it
8.
more than I.
It's an
And
8.
I think I was
8,
7,
yeah.
7.5.
About
Yeah.
an 8, yeah.
It's a classic, though.
I have a
can see
distinct memory of being 6 years old, and my parents went out for a date night, and my uncle was babysitting me, and he threw on Pumpkinhead when I was I wasn't even in first grade yet, and he would do this whistle. He'd go, Pumpkinhead, and we still talk about this like every Christmas. I'm just like, oh, hey, what's up, Uncle Mick? Yeah, you scared the hell out of me, back in the early 90s, and he's just sitting there. He's a total stoner these days. This brown Pacific Island guy going like, yeah, I scared the hell out of you. I'm like, yeah, you did.
I saw this early as a kid too, and I think this was a Monster Vision watch when I was young. The atmosphere in this movie is incredible. Stan Winston, I think this was the first movie he ever directed.
Yes.
And you could tell he put his heart and soul into this movie, and he had a great team because the creature effects and the lighting, the cicadas, constant cicadas just going off everywhere. I love this movie. I don't know if I'd give it a 10, but kind of like what Dave said, I'd say it's like an 8. It's somewhere around there.
8.
And it's a classic. And put Pumpkinhead in that modern Monster Squad remake. I want to see him in there with all the new boys.
No, the creature in the movie is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The movie itself
sure.
is just it's
Well-
remember how quickly that kid dies? It looks like he got brushed by a bike.
Right.
Fucking kid's dead.
You're right. Yep. That's what I was like, they should have just had it more. Even the first time I saw it, I thought the same thing. I thought he was just going to be injured because he was just kind of like swatted and then he fell down. Like, well, that's going to kill you. I mean, even if you're a
Or
kid.
don't show it. Like I think that was my
Right.
argument there. It's like
Yeah.
they to just show the reaction of like that woman, which
Right.
they did. Just stay on that, but they show that it's like boom. Like, well, what? Oh, he got knocked over? No, he's fucking dead.
Yeah.
I just love in that movie that Lance Henriksen just constantly looks so dry. It's like, get that boy some lotion, man.
I know, you're right. He is leathery. Like, I think that's the Lance Henriksen specialty. But in that movie, when you mix it with the desert locale, whatever, he looks like he's about to just fucking wither away.
A beef jerky epidermis is what's happening.
Beef jerky epidermis. I love that, TMB.
Mhm.
It's sad though.
Pumpkinhead is also one of those great revenge movies that shows you that revenge isn't necessarily all it's cracked up to be.
True.
Correct.
True.
It's very
Revenge is a
sad,
dangerous path. Yeah, it's a
Makes
sad
me
film.
cry almost. I feel so bad when the kid dies in his arms, and the last thing, and he says "daddy," and then he freaking dies. I'm crushed when I see.
And Cutting Crew kicks in. I just died in your arms. Like, why did they put that song over this scene? It's fucking it's killing the mood.
That would have lightened it for me. I wouldn't have been so sad. That's what they need to do,
Does Cutting Crew have any other song?
No, but that song's a banger.
Word.
Cutting
sure
Crew.
Yep. Well, there's a place called Cutting Crew. Have you seen this? It's like a restaurant, or maybe it's a barber shop. They're around in my area.
179.
I'm not
A
kidding.
restaurant or a barbershop? Guaranteed, Eric hasn't been there.
Is there a hair in my suit? Oh shit.
Oh, I just
Okay,
got
179. 179.
I missed Travis's joke.
It was a bald joke.
No,
Damn it.
no, I said, is there a hair in my soup? Because it's a restaurant.
That's a good one. Shit. I am trying to speed us up. Okay.
Sorry.
No. Don't be. We're all doing it. We're all doing it here. Okay. For my next number, I'd like to return to the classics. With 284 votes, The Wolfman.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
All the way down at 179. Once again, I'm glad it's on the list. It deserves to be on the list. It's not on my list, but it's like I said before with the old classics. This is people really are very passionate about them, and I think that they are high on people's lists, or they're not there at all. That's what I think.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
and
like
this
the
is
Wolfman
another,
too.
like all these Universal ones, I recognize their place in the pantheon. Absolutely, they're just not my favorites.
And I like The Wolfman because I think it came out a couple years later, so it just seemed like the pace was a little faster. Something a little bit more to grasp onto. And again, one of my personal favorites is Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman. I think that one was like the mashup that kind of got the vibe, the atmosphere of all those old movies. I know everybody puts a spotlight on Bride of Frankenstein as being the best of those monster movies, but something about the Wolfman Meets Frankenstein, or that one, always sort of, as a kid, that was the one that I'd always watch over and over again.
Nice.
This movie, I'm gonna do it like fucking Hulk Hogan. Even a man who is pure in heart, brother, and says his prayers and takes his vitamins, may become a wolf when the wolf bane blooms and the autumn moon is bright, brother. Werewolves are my favorite horror movie creature. Okay, so
Nice.
This movie being a classic, I was just so happy that it's in there.
What? The mashup is great, but why? What
That's why I'm at. Where did that come from?
Because, brother, it's all about the hits and bumps you can take, brother. No, I just
You are awesome, Travis.
I like these classics showing up like they are. But again, this one, brother, it's just not doing it. It won't. This don't work for me, brother. Not as a. No, it's not gonna work for me, brother.
You're not a fan of? You're not actually really a fan of the Wolfman?
No, now I'm just quoting Hulk Hogan again. No, I am a fan of this movie. It kind of like Creature from the Black Lagoon, though. I respect it. It's there. If it's on and somebody wants to watch it with me, I'll watch it. I'm not gonna go back to it over and over again. It's not in my top even 10 werewolf films, but again, give it a nod. It's the OG, so it deserves to be on the list. To me,
I know that on the next episode, Alex Edwards is going to be on there, and I think he would probably, Dave Z, have something to say about the Wolfman at this placement.
For sure. Larry Calvin.
Well, he won't have the chance to.
Well, yeah, that guy. He's like Skeleton Crew.
No, because Hulkamania will be running wild on him, brother.
Hulk's gonna be like, yeah.
I do love this movie. It's funny, but again, they all have the same rating. They're all just off the list. But if I go back and rewatch the oldies, it's typically the Wolfman package, like that Wolfman Frankenstein meets the Wolfman and Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein, which he's part of as well. It's just in his package. Yeah.
Wolfman has nards. We've established this.
It's been officiated. Yes.
Why do I bother?
I couldn't help it. The Wolfman package. Anyway.
I didn't even realize I said the Wolfman package.
Yeah, come on.
Then I deserved it.
Yes,
Perfect.
you did.
I would have done the same thing.
Of course. See, I like this one. I like the Larry Talbot character. I like him. I like the strife, everything that's happening in his life. I like him in the relationship that's blooming with the nice young lady that he encounters. That whole situation. I dig it.
It's a great story. I just have trouble not scoffing at the early special effects.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. I get you. That's what can you do. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. But I dig it, and I'm glad it's here. The Wolfman. Okay. 178 with 286 votes. Drag Me to Hell.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Ooh.
Little
Sam
surprise.
Raimi is he's going to be one of those directors that rears his head. If Drag Me to Hell is already on this list, he's a guaranteed spot. Even though Dave said no matter who you think is going to be those directors, you're wrong. But he's got to be one of them.
I was gonna say, don't make any assumptions.
I'm making because I'm making an ass out of you and me. I do that every show, Eric. I got to be me.
True.
I gotta be me.
There we go. We need more songs on this show.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I
it
say
was
I
not on my
got
list, but I do own it on Blu-ray. I like that movie a lot.
Oh, same. I think Alison Lohman is a great stand-in for Bruce Campbell because Sam Raimi likes to beat the shit out of his star, and usually it's Bruce Campbell, and that guy can take it, as we all know. Mm-hmm. And she showed she also can. And then it's so sad that she retired from acting.
Yes.
I think she was hot.
She went to hell.
Well, I mean, she went to hell, so she's dead. No, but like, I loved seeing her in that place, and she even said, "Oh, I got the shit beat out of me during this movie," and she took it on the chin like a good, like a good freaking actor of Sam Raimi. I think she was amazing. She was pretty. She was lovable.
You're talking about the old lady, right?
What's that?
the old fucking gypsy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well no, we're not talking about the yeah. Well, anyway, yeah, I love this. I have a special place in my heart for this movie. I love this movie, and this is Justin Long in the movie not saying the F slur.
Yeah.
Justin Long is Bay in this movie as well, and I love this movie. I saw this in theaters, and the scene where they have the seance and Homeboy starts floating all over the place, and the goat is laughing. That's when I knew it was a 10.
another 10.
You know that I was such a Sam Raimi fan that when this came out, I was something. It just didn't register the first watch. I was like something didn't sit well with me. I was like, I don't know if I've really liked it, and I gave it the old Dave Z, although I didn't know Dave at the time, so I just called it the Christian Luciani second watch.
Yeah,
funny enough.
Yeah.
And I watched it again. I'm like, what was I smoking? This is like Evil Dead like revisited, and it has all like the familiar ingredients, and I love it now. It's a great movie.
Well,
but I
remember
there is some goofy shit in this movie that might pull you out.
Sure.
That's what happened.
Same with Evil Dead 2, though.
The anvil? I mean, come on.
Remember, he did this after
Spider-Man.
the freaking Spider-Man trilogy,
right?
At which point he was director number 1 before the MCU started pumping out their sludge, and to think that he would even make a movie like this.
Yeah,
we
he went
were
back to the
lucky
roots,
he did.
cuz.
So yeah.
This movie is also a PG-13, so suck on that one.
Yeah.
True. You know what? This is what happened to me the first time I saw it. Because he'd gone on to Spider-Man and gotten away from all this stuff, I thought this was going to be a return to form where it was not going to be as comical. Like, I was like, okay, it's going to be straight horror. And then I saw it, and I was a little bit turned off at some of the goofiness of Megan. I really enjoyed it, but it was a little too goofy for me and whatever. And I guess I should have expected it after Evil Dead 2 and then what he did with the next one, which is completely off the rails with Army of Darkness.
And beautiful. It is on my list.
Well, fine.
And it's a 10.
Fine.
I love
Fine.
you. Right.
That's okay. I can dig it. I'm just saying, I was hoping. So that was my initial turnoff. The second time I saw it and subsequent views, I've come up higher and higher. So I do quite enjoy it. There's 2 things I take away from it. I love the ending. Love it. It's my kind of ending. And, of course, you shamed me.
I said it.
Of course.
My son called this "You Shamed Me." I showed it to him way too young because I just wanted to get that horror element into him early, and he called this "You Shamed Me" movie.
Is this
movie
that features a jaw job?
That's right.
No, Sam Raimi
nasty.
knows what he's doing as far as what grosses people out, because the whole like whatever in your mouth is just so disturbing. He just does it over and over again, and you're just watching, just going, oh God.
Yeah.
Well, and I know why she retired. It's what Watson was saying before.
Yeah.
She took it on the chin. She took it on the chin, and that's great. But the thing is, Bruce Campbell also took it on the chin, but compare their fucking chins. Come on.
Right? He's got the chin. He wrote a book about his chin.
He did.
See? There you go.
I have
Bruce
that
can
book.
take it.
It was a great read.
I think she just wanted to be a mom and just go, okay, I'm done acting. I just want to be a mom.
I respect.
That's pretty much what happened. Yeah.
In that fucking business, you can't retire. It seems it's like, oh, they're a has-been. God forbid you just say, you know what, I'm going to do something. Now you're a has-been. Where have you been in the last 10 years or whatever?
Yeah,
hey,
right.
fuck it. It's the only goddamn business because you're in the spotlight. Dude, no, I wanted to take a break. No one said that when I worked, at a sales gig and then moved to a different company and did a sales gig.
Right.
Oh yeah, nobody does that when you make garage doors and you're crafting these garage doors and they're like, you has been because you don't do it anymore. You're like, I just don't work there.
Yeah.
I just don't do that.
We should start that now. I'm like, we can't hire this person. She's a has-been.
Yeah, has been. Yeah.
Awesome.
No,
Okay. 177. We got to move here. 177. 290 votes. A classic. Blood and Black Lace.
Nice.
There you have it.
This is on my list of shame. I have not seen this.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Bava. Get on
Bava.
it. Get on it, man.
Dude.
A lot of that Italian stuff I have not checked out.
Oh, is it not your thing, or you just haven't ventured?
I mean, it's not my thing, but I know I should watch some of it.
Christian, Dave Z, you guys should have gone, oh!
Yeah. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Hey, what's the matter with you? No.
I order you some men's shoes.
Yeah,
Custom
you're
order.
your sauce. Dave Z's like making his his spaghetti.
I'm gonna slap you with a giallo cannoli.
I was all
Watson, cannoli.
Watson, I was all on board with what you wanted us to do with the show.
Yes.
Until Carly said it was a good idea. I said, fuck it, I'm not going to make her happy.
Well, Carly is the 22 shots, Mr. Watson. Yeah.
I'm kind of like Eric.
If she gets any joy out of this, I'm not doing it. Sorry, Travis, for cutting you off. Go ahead,
we've all said that about Carly. If you get any
Carly
joy
alone.
out of this.
Paul, go ahead and put up with us fucking being in the same room. She'll forever freaking get sympathy for that. You know, my God.
I might have to do the show just for that reason.
Yeah. I've seen the movie one time. I really, really like it, but it is one of those where is it not like a very important movie? And it is one of those, like Eric has said, it's one of those misses. It's barely a miss for me. It's like one of those, I've seen it, loved it, and haven't seen it in like 10 years. So
I know that The Woman That Knew Too Much was, I think, one of his first, but is this considered one of the first giallo? Or is it The Woman Who Knew Too Much? So it's like that, and John Saxon's in it, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So good, and I also like the look of the killer, because I think it started with the icon, right? You've got the
John Saxon, like Nancy Thompson's dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's in it, and he's got the hat, the whole 9 yards, man. Not him, but the killer. It's you got to check it out. It's not the Bava that made my list, because I like a batshit crazy Bava more so that everybody mocks me for.
No, I can dig that. And it is a classic. And if you want to watch Italian cinema and you want to watch a giallo, this is a good place to start. The style of it, his use of color and all that stuff that obviously people credit Argento with, was kind of started with Bava, and it's a tour de force in this movie. So I mean,
Dave, who do you think did it better?
Props. I think Argento did it better, and that's just it. I don't think Suspiria. I think Suspiria is unmatched, and that's one of the ways.
Agreed.
That's all I'm saying. But maybe that'll be on this list at some point. So we'll see. Okay. Number 176 with 294. This is a nice, pleasant surprise. Watson, I said at the beginning of this podcast that it's 200 movies, but it's a very Dave Z type of list. Like a lot of the movies on this list, like if other podcasts may have done this list and had their listeners vote, I don't know if some of these movies are going to show up, but it seems to me that a lot of listeners and friends that I have of the show are people after my own heart, and this one here kind of helps that out. Kind of helps that out. 294 votes, Lords of Salem.
Hey.
Oh, wow.
Nice. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with it too. It's not on my list, but that's another one I own. I think that movie is visually pleasing.
Absolutely. It's a blast.
Break out that creepy 7-inch, put it on that vinyl player, cuz, and you're about to get some witchy shit happening here. Yeah.
Talking about Junior? Break out that 7-inch. I'm like 7.5 first off.
I was thinking it.
Wait, this is that Rob Zombie. It's probably on a technical level his best film, I'd say.
Yep.
This and H2. I think that, and they were in a row. There was H2 followed by this, and I really loved what he did with those two movies on a technical level.
Yep.
Yeah, just great stuff. And it's too bad because for me, this was his last great film. Like I think everything that's followed just has not been the same
you
type
could
of
say
quality.
Great, but I've enjoyed everything that's followed. But I
love you.
I'm in the minority. I've enjoyed everything that's followed, but this was maybe his highest rated because again, I can understand the argument for 31 and for 3 from Hell, but I've enjoyed both of those, maybe 7.5. You know what I mean?
3 from Hell has the best line of any horror movie I've ever seen. The "Show me your salami, motherfucker." It's been a while since I got to say that one.
Yeah, it's true.
And I knew you were gonna whip it up there too.
Yep.
Lords of Salem is like his art house movie, I would say.
Certainly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very Argento, very Kubricky.
Oh,
very
absolutely.
some shots remind me of Exorcist. Definitely cool. Not for everybody, but yeah, witchy. See, Travis, I'm down with it. Same deal.
Yep.
I love that witchy shit. And I've always true confession. This did not make my top 100, and it kind of killed me that it didn't, because I really, really am a fan of the movie. But enough people weighed in that it did, and that's what made me happy, because it was just one of those that was on the cusp.
Didn't make mine either on the cusp as well. It would be in that age. Well, it's 9 out of 10. So again, there's a shit ton of those movies that were just boop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bingo bango.
So Rob Zombie getting represented. I can dig it in his big run. Okay,
There's another one, a director that we're going to see later.
You would think.
I would think, especially since his heavy hitters haven't even made it yet, and Lords of Salem is showing its head now. So interesting, because he's universally seems like he's getting shit on a lot more these years. Now again, maybe not from our core group, but when you see everything, when you've seen everything else, and other horror fans weigh in, it seems like Rob Zombie or the Halloween fanboys are like, oh, at least this just ranks right up there with the Rob Zombie's 2 shitbreeder films or whatever. I'm like, oh, these fuckers.
Right.
I love those 2 movies.
I've enjoyed every Rob Zombie film except for El Super Beasto. Is the only one I couldn't get into.
You like The Munsters? I never saw it.
Well, I haven't seen that one yet. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not a Munsters fan, so I don't know if I'm not the audience for it. But again, I tried it. I liked his use of color, but it didn't register for me. Like everything just fell flat. But I remember not thinking the show was that funny as a kid either. To be honest.
You know what?
So,
somebody summed this up for me, and I have not watched.
Wake Eric up. Nudge Eric.
Hey, you started talking about the monsters and you lost me.
No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I am not even a big fan of the original show. I did used to watch it when I was a kid. Maybe now I like it more. I get the jokes more, the humor, I should say. But the thing is this, somebody summed it up on a podcast, and this is kind of what made me even make sure I didn't want to see the new one. They said that the humor of the show was that they're monsters trying to fit in with the normal world. And like not trying to, that was like the basic of every joke, that they're the freaky people and everybody else here is normal, and that's where all the jokes and all the humor comes from. I guess that wasn't even like really touched upon at all in Rob Zombie's version.
Is that not the same with the Wednesday show though? I hear that they've just abandoned that concept.
Again, for me to say I'm a fan of the Addams Family and I watched many of them, I'd be lying. So I don't know, but I do think so. I think I don't think they abandoned the concept in Wednesday. They just brought her someplace where there were more freaky people like her. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I don't know though. That's another. Yeah. I don't know. I think that helps that she went to that school. But anyway, we better move on. Okay. This was a tie. 294 points. This one finished a little ahead because it was a little bit older. 175, and this is a Watson favorite, ladies and gentlemen. Lake Mungo.
Oh, nice.
David Michigan Garrett Jr. wrote me about this last night going, what was the plot hole? And I was like, I cracked my knuckles, and I went here.
Yeah, Watson, you're gonna have to explain that to me someday too.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
Makes
sense. We'll do that sometime. Yeah,
it does make sense, and it did make me see. I've said this. One of the few things I like about myself is this: that when I can't have an opinion on a movie, and somebody can say like Watson did on that show, because I do love Lake Mungo. Didn't make my top 100, but it made my challenge list, and it's I have a favorable rating of it. You know what I mean? But when he said something about that movie, when he said, why did this happen? That didn't make sense in the movie. I was like, son of a bitch. Now you go from a 9 to an 8.5. Yeah. It's simple as if someone points something out to me, I will be the bigger man and say, you know what? I was wrong. This movie wasn't as good as I thought. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm going down a little bit. And that's what happened. But I'm not here to talk any trash about the movie.
No,
because I think
I saw you start laughing.
It's a great flick. It's one of the better found footage movies dressed up as a mockumentary, and that's the third one now already. So I'm glad we started counting those, but I think it's an excellent flick still. I know B really loves it, and I know it has some very passionate fans. If you guys have not seen Lake Mungo, go out and see it. That's as we're doing this list, it's on Shudder.
Yep, just
go check it out.
Yep,
I really dig it. You guys, how do you feel?
I like the movie. It's not on my list.
I think I would give it like an 8 out of 10, and I enjoyed it a lot.
8.
I've never seen it. But I know that I know that Dave has also championed it for a long time. I've never watched it.
Are you a found footage, Travis?
What's that?
Funny. Yes.
We're on it. Are you a found footage guy or no?
You in the found footage?
Blair Witch was one of the first fucking movies that scared the legit fucking shit out of me.
Nice.
And ever since then, I will watch a found footage movie. I find that it's kind of like a zombie film. There's a lot of great ones, and then there's way more fucking turds. So it's like slashers. Exactly. Every subgenre of horror probably has this going on, and found footage is one of the newer. And now you have the newer subgenre, which is like the live streaming subgenre. Yeah. So
I like that one. I like laptop.
Long-winded way of saying I am a fan of found footage. Yes.
Good. Well, if you haven't seen my challenge list, I'll be happy to send it to you because I recommend every movie on that list. To me, they're the cream of the crop of found footage films. So.
Yes.
You know.
Sweet fuck.
Hey, we did a Hogan. I could do a Macho Man. Come on.
Oh,
what the hell?
Yeah, brother.
You know what I'm saying? Make little Mega Powers action up in the place here. Come on. Anyway, let me stop.
Mega Power this list.
All right. 174. 174 with 298 votes. The House That Jack Built.
Oh, nice.
Wow. Yeah. 2 for him already, eh?
That was 69 on my list.
Nice.
69.
Snoogans.
Nice.
Yes.
Snoogans.
Nice.
Snooge. I love
another
one that Jack built. It's a movie where you get all this screen time of a morally reprehensible person telling you why he's right. And I love it because you never get this. Right. You never, and especially
that's why you relate.
Lars von Trier is one of these guys, and he has said, I want to take the worst position possible and defend it, and just to see as a film, as an artistic way of showing a movie. And when you are in the shoes of Jack, and when he's explaining himself to the poet Virgil, and when he's faced with the circles of hell, and he's just telling what he is and what he's about, it's like, wow, you would think we would have had a lot of movies like this, but we really have never had a movie quite like it. And it does take somebody as egotistical and as amazing as Lars von Trier to do it. And I'm sure, Eric, is Dan Hunter, is he a fan of this movie?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I just published it right before I hopped on here, Watson, but the latest episode of Askancity that I just published today.
I got it downloaded.
I actually specifically asked him about that because recently we've been watching horror movies, and he's been averting his eyes at a lot of the violent scenes. But he's all about Lars von Trier, so I called him out on them. I was like, dude, what is the deal? Why are you on board with him and not with horror movies in general? And he explained it, so you might want to listen.
And also one of the best Dark Discussions episodes was when you guys covered Melancholia.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan was the guest. And I have to say, as amazing as you guys always are on that show, Dan took you guys he was like, okay, we're already at 10, let's go farther. And
when Dan's passionate about something, he's the best.
Yeah, he really is. He's this former anybody who doesn't know Eric's other show, Excancity, his buddy Dan is like this wacky former lawyer genius guy who I don't know. He's a character. And so, yeah, I just all I got to say is this movie, to me, The House that Jack Built, it would have been in my top 100 personally. But yeah, so.
I love the OCD that Jack has in this movie, where he keeps trying to go back and clean up the fucking scene over and over again. Oh my God. I'm watching the movie like, you fucking moron, bro.
But he gets away with it.
Yeah.
That's what's great about it.
It's like God was on his side in that movie. Really,
right?
Yeah.
Cosmic.
Right.
A couple of things have popped up with this announcement of this one year. It was on my top 10 that year. It was a 9 out of 10. It's not on my top 100 list because, again, cut out and that will come with time and more watches. Of course, it was too new to register, I guess, when all said and done. However, now I'm hearing what Dave is saying with his this is the Dave Z list, and this is going to be the director that fucking shows up later on, because we've got 2 from him already on this list.
No. I'm not counting the, what do you call it? Antichrist was also
remember? It was interesting.
Yeah, it was
it would have made the list if we included ties, but no, it's not an official. And I didn't want to give anything away by saying, well, this director had 4 movies in here and one as an honorable mention, because then it'd be too obvious once I started with the honorable mentions.
Okay.
So officially Von Trier just has 1 at this moment. Now, for me, it's my number 81. I'm a big fan of it. I like the film style. I like the performances. I like the bit of humor that we have in there. It's dark humor. I like the format, and I just love Von Trier's style of film. And it's not for everybody, especially this one. Sometimes it goes a little bit long-winded on some things, especially in the long version. But for me, it's just my style of film. But I'm glad to see a lot of people dig it too. So
I know Jason Lloyd's been a huge fan of this one as well. So I'm sure he's going to be happy that it's on the list. No, I have no problem with him or Archie films. It's the way, I guess, the way they're presented, or the way that I interpret it. And like I said, that fucking Jasper Casper, whatever the fuck his name is, just doesn't seem. I just don't seem to be on board with his presentation or style.
I'll be honest. The House that Jack Built is part of my Von Trier trifecta. It's this, Antichrist, and the aforementioned Melancholia. Like, those 3 films from him are stunning movies.
And I'm just gonna say these movies are better than anything Gaspar Noé's ever done. So I'm just throwing that out there.
No way.
I would agree. Yeah. I would agree, but there seems to be a whole contingent of people that think differently.
Yeah, Climax is
what you're into. They're 2 different flavors, you know.
It really is.
Apples and oranges.
They're just 2 weirdos. Well, just 2 weirdos.
Yeah, really,
they're weird. Everybody's weird though. It's okay.
Indeed, I love Dave Z.
Shit, Okay, number 173 with 301 points. Jeepers Creepers. Let's not talk about the director this time.
Okay. Fair enough.
Have to go down.
I think
have to go down that hole.
He's a creep.
I'm kidding.
Here's the thing about Jeepers Creepers. I saw this when it came out in the theater, and for the first 75% of that movie, I was like, "This is one of the best movies I have ever seen." And then they brought in like that psychic chick, and I'm like,
"Did you see the cats?
What just happened?
Did you see the cats?
What's going on?" It became such shit so quickly after that point in the movie that
what
it
an ending.
Lost me completely. So it's not.
What about the ending though? No, that fucking.
The ending was okay. Wow. I get it. It's okay, clever, kind of cool tie-in. But that, the whole thing, it also had, like, there were character issues that popped up towards the end of that movie as well. Like, I think it was the sister in particular just totally changed her tune at the end of that movie. I was just like, that doesn't make any sense.
All the setup of this, I agree.
It started strong and just lost me towards the end.
Besides the plot of this movie, though, what I want to point out for it is what this movie gave us is another horror icon. And you could rate him like a B-list horror icon, or maybe even C-list, but the Creeper still is up there. I love his Chapel of Corpses. I love his van, like the iconography of this film. This is t-shirtable. Like, you could put this shit on a t-shirt and it would fucking rock. And Justin Long has shown up twice in this fucking list. I'm just saying.
I still can't forget when we talked about this, BC would say, "How did he get that license plate?" Bill Casanelli. Everybody. How did he get that fucking
Bill
license
and I
plate?
have talked about this.
Did he go in and register that Benitnia or whatever?
Like these days, you can hop on the internet and get it done, but back then,
No, yeah, you had to go in, and then they would say, "Well, what do you want?" And you go, "Okay, listen, check this out. B E." Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. That would be even more funny to picture. What if it was modern day? What would be funnier, seeing him walk into a DMV or seeing him on a laptop typing fucking that he wants a vanity plate?
You're right, Dave Z.
It'd be hysterical. Are you kidding? Wearing glasses and shit because
he's like, my eyesight's just not what it used to be.
I just woke up after 27 years. You know?
That's why he had to eat dairy, man. He needed them eyes.
Does he need corrective lenses?
Corrective.
I've seen 1, 2, and 3 one time each, and I liked 1. I liked 2, and I thought 3 was just it was there. I didn't see this Reborn one or whatever that came out last year. I didn't see that one, but I actually remember there being elements of good horror in both 1 and 2. But overall, just kind of hum-ha, like 7 out of 10s.
Sure.
Yeah.
I love it. I love part 1. I would give it a 9 out of 10. The first 20 minutes are so freaking tense. It grabbed me. This was one of those 4 movies that I credit for bringing me back into the genre. Because the 90s I fell out, came back for a hot minute in 96, 97, and then immediately fell out again. And I remember 2000 and right before, there were 4 movies that gave me hope again. This was one of them. It was Ginger Snaps, it was Jeepers Creepers, it was The Ring, and House of a Thousand Corpses. Those 4 movies came out in like a year and a half time period to my memory now. But those are the movies that I remember bringing me back in saying, oh, okay, now we're getting interesting horror. And I remember renting them at Hollywood Video or wherever I was. And I was like, okay, we're coming back.
Video. I think this was my first legal rated R film in a theater. The young lady who would become my son's mother, and I went to go see.
She was 14.
No, she was older than I was. She was older than I was. You're talking about me now. You're talking about my proclivities now. No, I'm kidding. Jesus Christ. But like Jeepers Creepers was our first. I think my first. Like, I am 17. I am seeing a rated R movie. So
I fucking forget how young you are, Watson.
Me too.
He's
wise beyond his years.
Watching this when he was talking about it recently on something. I was like, dude, you are the same age now as I was when I started Dark Discussion.
but you've been at this for like 20 years. No. Eric's been at this for
way to make you feel younger. Oh, yeah.
It made me feel good. I was like, hey, sweet. Yeah, sweet. Cool.
What a great flick, though. I love it. I'm glad it's here. And Gina Phillips in this movie, mwah, man.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, just excellent. And what an ending, man! Everything that goes on in the end, with the taking off of the character and come back and do it. That's just my kind of ending. And then, dude, I love it. I think it's kind of, and I understand now in modern times why. Because like I said, with the director, not to get into it, I understand it's probably going to be knocked off the cliff even more so. Time's not going to be good to it because of what's happening now. So, but I'm glad to see that it still got representation and people separated the art from the artist.
Yes.
From the touching. Justin Long's been represented in 2 so far in the top.
Yeah,
Travis is gonna remember this shit.
Yeah,
he knows. If
Travis has to come back every show now, just for he's the stat guy.
Don't do that. I'll be here, son.
I know, right? I know. You keep keeping up the stats. Justin Long. Okay, so number 172, 303 points. Repulsion. Now,
let's separate the filmmaker from the film.
Again, what are the? I know. Speaking of which, wow, I know. How about that shit? How about? Hold on, listen to this. 3 controversial directors in a row: The House That Jack Built, Jeepers Creepers, and Repulsion. 3 in a row. Wow. Boom, boom, boom. I wonder who's going to be next.
Repulsion is an interesting movie. I liked it. And I understand why people study it, because there's definitely some film technique going on there that's worthy of study, for sure. It's just not generally my thing.
No, this was part of Polanski's like apartment movies, right? Didn't he have something like that?
Yeah.
This, Rosemary, and The Tenant, the trilogy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and say right now, I saw this one time a long time ago. I don't remember it, and Rosemary's Baby's a 10.
Yeah.
I've seen.
I'm with TMB. Yeah.
And
It's
you
his first
summed it up.
English language film too.
And it is an art house movie in the sense of like, this is what we studied in film school when I was there. Repulsion was one I put on, and I enjoyed it. We tore it apart, and what is the crack? I mean, it was pretty. It's actually pretty much on the nose. In a lot of shots, like there's not a lot of digging deep you need to do there. But it's not to take anything away from the movie per se. But Rosemary's Baby is my bag, and it's on
Next
my
level.
list, and it's exactly what TMB said, which is that that's the one I'll go to. Because that's just from an entertainment standpoint, just fucking better.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to sound like a completely uneducated ape, but I'm going to say this. I saw another movie. It's okay. I saw another movie that came out, which I love, which was in my top 10 that year, and I am a big fan of the director and a big fan of the actress. And the movie was called Darling, with Lauren Ashley Carter.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Love it.
Now, I saw Darling and absolutely loved it. And then I started people comparing it to Repulsion. This is a ripoff of Repulsion. This is this, that, the. So I said, okay, let me go back and see Repulsion. I went back, then I saw Repulsion. And what I took from it was this. It took too long to get to the stuff that I saw in freaking Darling. Darling was like the best parts of Repulsion, like the second half. But started at the beginning of the movie in a way. And I was like, I enjoyed that ride and what went on in that movie much more than I did enjoy taking the ride in Repulsion. And I know it's going to sound ridiculous to some people that are
stupid ape.
Well, it probably sounds stupid to them.
No,
Dave, I get it. I do. It's just it's a different thing going on in those two movies, and I can understand completely why you'd be entertained more by Darling. I think if they're like in film school, like Christian, Repulsion's the one you're going to watch.
Don't get me wrong. It was filled with a lot of fucking assholes that were digging deep, and then I would always be the one that said, "Yeah, but did you enjoy it?" At the end of the day, like we're tearing these movies, like you're doing it all, but did you like the film that you're actually watching? We did it for Videodrome too, and that's where my love for Videodrome started. So hey. There's something to be said about that.
There you go. There you have it. Okay, 171. Here's a little surprise here. 304 votes. The Final Girls.
Nice.
Oh, no shit.
Surprising, huh?
Yeah. A lot of fun. A lot of fun.
And I respect it. I dig it. I like the gimmick. It was very well done.
On my list.
So I'm down with it.
95 on my list. I actually
95?
It made my cut.
Wow.
That was not on my list, but I like the movie.
I like it. Yeah, same with Eric. Yeah, I'm with
and there's heart to it too.
It has heart. That's exactly what it's like. This is what I'm a sucker for movies like this where it takes there are things that I wish it was gorier. I wish they did deliver on the boob aspect of it. Just again, if I sound like an uneducated ape,
but yeah, I'm with you.
You know what I mean?
Just from a slasher.
What they're trying to achieve from that subgenre, and the mask leaves a little bit to be desired, but.
Agreed.
Overall, a lot of fun. I like how they played with those tropes.
There was the Adderall fueled striptease. It's one of the funniest damn things I have ever seen in my life.
Well, that's where they could have delivered
so hard.
That's when they cut. Right when she was about to lift her shirt, which I'm not going to say. I'm
sure B had some cool stuff to say about this movie. I remember that review, and B. I don't know if I'm honing on this in the wrong way, and if he's listening, then I definitely don't want to speak wrong here, but it did seem like B was tapping into his own familial grief and things that he'd been through,
which he does.
In order to talk about what meant stuff, and because I was sort of with you guys where I was like, this movie, I was like, nah, I don't know, and then it was seriously Brandon who talked this movie up to me to make me watch it again to go, okay, wow.
I'm not gonna lie, when that Betty Davis size come out,
the mom and the daughter
in the car, And when they bring it back in the movie later, I'm like, am I gonna cry?
Yeah,
My
the
wife
idea of the young daughter who, seeing her mother in a different context. Oh, dude,
Yeah.
it's
That's
heartbreaking.
what made me a fan of hers. Not that I wasn't before, because I think she was in American Horror Story.
She was first. And then
I'm thinking of her sister, the older one that we
Vera, but yeah,
Vera, this is
Aisa,
yeah. So she's amazing in this.
She's great.
And she just hits all the right notes.
And when she sees her mom for the first time, like after losing her, Jesus Christ. It's like, I didn't know this was going to happen. And I'm like drying my eyes, not letting the girl on the couch next to me see me cry. I'm like, shut up, bitch. No, just kidding. I'm not that way. I'm not that way.
This is my turkey Popeye.
He goes,
TMB's like, he is though. I'm like,
how could anybody like this show? They're misogynist.
I don't like when he yells at me like that.
170. Number 170. 308 votes. Frailty.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm so happy this is on the list.
Same, Eric.
Nice.
Yeah. I've championed this film back in the day. It's something that meant a lot to me as a father-son movie. And I remember when I did that original episode 5 of Horror Corridor back in my solo days, I didn't hone in on the idea of how being a chosen person of God would look to other people. It would look insane.
Right.
Yeah. So I 10 out of 10. I love this movie so much. So yeah.
I'm big
I
on
was shocked with this movie.
Oh,
sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I'm big on it. I don't know if he covered it here or not at any time. I can't remember, but I've always been very high on it. I think it was my favorite movie of that year, whatever year it came out. This is one of those movies. Actually, this might have been my number 100. I know it was right hanging out there. So high on it. It's like a 9 out of 10. It was hovering. It might be my number 100. I'm going to have to look that up. But excellent movie, excellent performances. I love the way it ends. That's always stuck with me. So
I love this movie because it was just something that I hadn't seen before, which is always pretty cool. And when people talk about Bill Paxton and about I miss Bill Paxton, this is the movie I think of when I think about missing Bill Paxton, because this was his movie. He starred in it, he directed it. It was his movie, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
For sure.
You've multi-talented. Saw this in the theater to support horror back in the day. Went with a couple that wasn't into horror. We all enjoyed it. Went with my wife and another couple, and I think came out and it just was not. I didn't know what to expect. I kind of went in blind, so I've always kind of held near and dear. It was great because I think Watson was champion on our show or just in general, and it came up in conversation. 9 out of 10, but not on my. It wasn't on my official list.
Nice.
It was my 100. I just looked it up.
Nice.
This is a video store rental for me back in the probably mid 2000s. I was surprised to see Matthew McConaughey in it. And I think the only thing I had seen
All right.
Travis already has that accent.
Yeah. I'm that Southern boy. I think I'd only seen him.
And you're still allowed on the show.
I could really kick it up a notch for you if you want me to.
Please play it up.
In fact, I'm just gonna talk like this for the rest of the whole goddamn episode. Now you fuck.
What's that, Alabama?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's not Louisiana.
Cock out of your sister and talk like a normal person.
Wow.
Don't judge me, cuz.
I was gonna say I'm not a fan of incest.
What?
Oh man.
Exactly. What film? Yeah.
What?
On film.
Back to your video store rental, Travis.
Horror
What
movie.
Frailty.
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 There's no incest in Frailty.
No, but I was just saying that I was surprised to see McConaughey in it. But the only film I had seen him up until that point, I think it was Dazed and Confused and Texas Chainsaw New Beginning, which Jesus Christ. So I enjoyed it. I don't really remember it as, I mean, y'all all seem to love it, so I need to go back and revisit this one.
Definitely. It's great, and I'm glad it's here. 170. Okay, 169. This was a tie.
Nice.
This is a tie. This also has 308 points. Tie goes to the older movie, and this one is From Beyond.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Always
This
been
is a blind spot for me. I've not seen this movie.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to make a prediction. I'm gonna make a prediction right now. Homeboy that directed this,
Stuart Gordon?
he's gonna be on this list more than once. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
Reanimator, this, and if you think Dolls is going to rear its head, then and I don't think it's Robot Jocks. So
Dagon's gonna be here for somehow, some way.
Dagon, that's right.
so
I doubt
Stuart
it, but
Gordon, yeah, you nailed it.
I love this cosmic shit.
Yep.
It's and also her outfit. What's her name? The actress.
Barbara Crampton.
Yeah,
Barbara
Miss Crampton.
Indeed.
Yeah. She's bae, and also the floating sperm and all that shit. It's the best.
Eric is like, I'm watching this now.
Every time this movie comes up, this was the one that was R-rated. You always had the option of R-rated or unrated for Reanimator, but for From Beyond, we were always given the R-rated at the time. So thank you. This is one of those things that over the years, fans had requested it. They had the uncut footage, and we now have it. I think the only way to watch it is in its original director's cut format.
Oh wow!
So
nice.
It's great.
This is one of those Crampton Combs.
Yep.
Gordon. Trilogy thing, or not a trilogy, but a loose trilogy, and because Castle Freak is also those three, correct? Yeah, awesome.
Got it.
And Ms. Crampton is still getting it done. She has a 2023 credit in IMDb.
Awesome.
Dude,
Well,
she's
her
got a
comeback,
renaissance.
huge
Yeah.
comeback,
Great.
man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that she
After
went
one
anywhere,
of the
but
first movies you did on Dark Discussions, Eric, which was what was the movie she did? Where she was the mom.
Sunchoke.
No, actually, Phil loves that movie on Dark. What was the one? Oh my God, the Thanksgiving-ish movie. I hate
I know what you're talking about. Can't remember the title
right now. But yeah, that was like one of Eric's big first. Wasn't that like your guys on Dark Discussions? Like some of your first shit you all did together, the OG cast. Like yeah, what was what? Okay, Barbara Crampton, Marnie, something, not the Australian Marnie, but. I'm sounding like a piece of shit.
You
right
lost
now.
me. You lost me.
It's
What was that?
The one where she's like the badass final girl, but not like a badass final girl who didn't earn it. Like she. Well, we'll get back to this later.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I can't
Sorry.
remember. But
Everybody's screaming at
I can't remember what you're talking about.
She is great though, and this is a good team having these people. And 1986, I believe. What a time for the genre, and the practical effects are great. And what was it called? The pineary gland. What was it? The thing that comes out and moves around.
Pineal bacon. What was it? I swear.
Pineal.
It's the pineal gland.
Oh, are you talking about your next, Watson?
Thank you, Eric. You're next.
Okay.
Got it.
Yep.
You're next.
There it is.
But before you're next, she was in the other movie that you and I covered on Watsy. Once again, steering it back to that. What was that one? Like the Fulci film that we said.
Freaking the awesome haunted house film.
Correct. That flick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which
I
probably won't be on this list, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
great movie. I forgot what it's called. Not They Look Like People, but it's a four
I hate They
word
Look
title.
Like People.
I know. It's a 4-word title. You won't be no. Anyway, I forgot what it was.
Yeah, I'll find it. I'll find it.
This was my number 86. I knew it had to be on my list.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I don't think it made my list, but I'm not positive. But I
this was always a personal favorite. I rewatched it a bunch of times as a kid or teen.
Yeah.
We are still here.
We are still here. I knew it was 4 letters. 4
we
words.
did a great. I think it's like
That's
episode 4 of Watsy. Yeah, that's.
That was filmed right around where I grew up. So.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kevin
he's
Letts
dead
told me
vibes
that,
right
which is your old, childhood buddy. So yeah.
Okay, we're gonna stick it. We're gonna keep it in 1986. I believe that they're both from 1986. 313 votes for this one. Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer.
Interesting.
Nice.
Yeah.
I wonder
This
how many
was a
people saw it in
movie-
1996. It was my number 54, by the way.
Wow. Henry
You're right,
Lee
though.
Lucas was a bullshitter. That guy lied about fucking everything he did. He was a piece of we already know he's a piece of garbage, but he also lied about being a
and
piece
a liar.
of garbage.
It's not as big. What's worse, being a
But this
murderer
movie's-
or a liar? In
Right,
Watson's eyes, a liar.
No. I don't,
That
I'm
makes
not
him a piece
really
of shit.
Fond of either of the things he did that were bad, but this movie, I have a really good memory of reviewing this over. Do you guys remember, or at least Dave? Do you remember when Carly and Austin Schroyer had their show on
Yes, I do.
Horphilia? I went on and we reviewed this, and I was thinking about this last night, even just thinking how fun of a review that was, and just kind of bummed that they never, kept going with that show. But yeah, this is a good movie, separating the real from the not real. This deserves to be on a list.
It's just about the performances. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This is the movie that
home invasion scene.
Oh yeah.
Jeez. Sorry, Travis, for cutting you there. I apologize, but go ahead, and then that's it. I just wanted to put a spotlight on that home invasion scene, which is fucking horrible.
Henry is the movie that gives me the carte blanche, if you will, to say that a movie like Joker is fringe horror, because it's the same fucking dark character study. It's the same sort of thing. It's a dour, depressing, like foreboding type of film. Not sitting here making an argument for Joker. I'm just describing what Henry is to me, and that's what this movie is. Also, interesting, and we covered this on Joe Blow Horror Show. John McNaughton, who directed Henry, also directed a little gem from the 90s called The Borrower. The Borrower, not plural.
Oh.
So if you've never seen that movie, it's a schlocky
The
second.
head
And it's
guy?
a hell of a lot of fun. Yeah.
The head thing. Yeah. I remember that.
And
I remember this.
Exploding heads in that movie.
Jay of the Dead would
Word.
appreciate you shouting
It's
out
the Joker?
Joker in the way
Yeah.
you did, because Dave.
That's who I thought of too. And it's true. And I get that. But this one here, again, taking it back to Henry. Henry wasn't even the worst part of this movie, and that's good.
Otis.
Because like you said, Otis is a
yeah.
motherfucker piece of shit. When I watch it, it angers me to see him and how much joy he's getting out of because anytime somebody gets suckered into something, not even suckered in, lured into something, he wasn't even the bad guy to begin with. So this guy Otis was just laying dormant for a while, and he had all this evilness in him. And then he comes in, and he ends up being worse than Henry. And I guess in a way, that's kind of like the way it was in real life, if you think about it. What you're saying about Henry Lee Lucas and what's being said, where Otis apparently was the worst of the two, and he was just a reprehensible son of a bitch when I watched this movie. I'm like, man, this guy. He's a real piece of shit. And he does a great job. He sells it well. It's good acting. It's an interesting story. I remember when it first came out and what a big deal it was. Yes, it was shot in 86, but we didn't see it
89,
until
90.
like 90. Yes.
Yeah, 89, 90 is when it really.
Is that right?
Fangoria. It was on the back of Fangoria.
It was on the back of Fangoria. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's not Freddy. He's not Jason. He's real. Henry.
Yeah.
Portrait of a serial. And it was
I never
pumped
knew
up
that.
for years. Oh,
Yeah.
dude, yeah. We
That's why I
couldn't
said
wait for this to come
how many
out.
people saw this in 86, because I guarantee
Nobody.
it was 1990. Because even 89, 90, they're arguing should it be on the best of lists back then for those years because of how long it was delayed.
Oh.
And it
It's
was
like
a blind
Evil
buy. I bought it on
Yeah,
Laserdisc without even seeing it. I just said, I've got to see this movie. I bought it on Laserdisc and showed it to I watched it and showed it to my friends, and people left. They just
Clive
left
Barker
and went outside the store.
autographed it, and then you got rid of it.
Absolutely.
I'm
Clive,
like,
you might
oh.
sign this. I have nothing to do with this movie. Just sign the fucking Laserdisc, Clive. I'll be out of your hair. Yeah.
Isn't it interesting how serial killers always go by their full name, like Henry Lee Lucas, John Wayne
Uh-huh.
Gacy, Travis Maxel Boone? It's crazy.
Justin Ray Watson. Yeah, I feel you.
Awesome. But it's a great flick, man, and its reputation preceded it when it came out, and it was worth it. It didn't make my list, but it was another one that was skirting. It was right there, man, and maybe it even did make my list. It was just one that it could have or couldn't have. It was further down, but it's a 9 out of 10. I love it.
Got this grittiness and ugliness and just straightforwardness in the presentation. That's what. And then again, that home invasion scene and the fact that they're rewatching it over and over again
Oh man,
on the videotape is just fucking. That's really upsetting. That's what made the people leave and just smoke, and we had to come back go get them when it was done.
And Michael Rooker is just also great. Straight up.
Yeah. He's bae.
So what are you gonna say? Okay, 167, 314 votes. A movie that I personally have really come to love, and the last time I watched it really solidified it for me, and that is Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
Yeah.
How sweet.
I love that movie. It's not on my list just because I don't really have any horror comedies on here. But man, as far as horror comedies go, that is one of the best. I love that movie.
Agreed.
College kids.
We got your friend.
That's so fucking clever.
I have
It's
to watch
clever.
it again.
Yeah.
Dude, I have to watch it again. I liked it.
They're my cousins.
Dude, I did too.
See?
But now watch it. It's so cleverly written. I I was laughing so hard the first time I saw it that I didn't even appreciate the writing until I watched it again last year. And I was like, holy fuck, this movie is fucking so well written.
Yes.
It's great.
When he's pouring beer on the bee stings because beer is the cure-all.
Apparently so.
And they're lovable guys. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, even the
It's
kids
the
aren't bad.
reversal of the trope of those horrible country folk who were out in the TMB. It's like it's everybody. You know how everybody judges you.
All my life.
He's like, wait a second. Has anybody ever done it? It's the
Oh, yeah,
reversal
all my
that they're lovable guys, like Dave Z said. See, watch this again, man. I swear you will get a lot from this.
It has one of my favorite
like
lines ever, and I can quote it exactly because I love it so much. It's when they're talking about all this stuff that's been happening, and Dale wants to call the cops, or Tucker wants to call the cops. Dale, we can't do that, and he's like, but that's what happened. And he goes, it doesn't matter what happened. What matters was what looks like what happened, and what looks like what happened is pretty nasty.
I feel like this was Canadian. I've got to double check it. I feel like
maybe
That's awesome.
I got to country of origin Canada.
that a boy.
Oh, filmed in Alberta.
Leave it to Canadians to make fun of Southerners again.
Hey,
What the fuck?
God damn you, Christian.
In our
the
blood.
Cajuns,
Yeah.
the Cajuns were kicked out of Canada, so I mean, there you go.
Oh,
Well, I have
See?
stuff to say about Canada when we are in our own
Uh-oh.
chat. TMB. We have
Fucking
stuff to
Canucks
say.
threw us out, and we're gonna
Moving
come back
on.
one day and take.
Yep. Dave's like, well,
Moving on.
Moving on. Okay, 166 from one extreme to the other. This one won the tiebreaker. This was a tie with Tucker and Dale, but this one was a couple decades older. This is The Birds.
Oh, nice.
hey,
I'm not a fan.
Really, I've become a
think
fan
it's
over
scary.
the years.
Eric, I'm kind of with you. I love Hitchcock, and
Yeah, Hitchcock's awesome, but this movie is not scary.
it's all right. It's got moments. I respect what it's doing, but when we reviewed it for the show, I don't know. It hasn't aged well, and there's a couple good moments in it. I give it credit for that, but overall, it's just kind of
What's
meh.
impressive about this movie is the lengths that the lead actress will go to for a fucking prank. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
That's what
And-
I
I
said
love
in the review. I go, this is a prank.
Also,
This is one of Phil Perrin's favorite movies of all times. I always make him so angry because whenever he brings it up, I just say flap flap poop poop, not scary.
oh man.
The idea is fucking scary. Like, I think about it now. It's a conversation an intelligent conversation you could have with other people. That what if the fucking birds did decide to attack?
Right.
It would be horrific. The thought alone is what scares me, and I think
It's like
the
Day of the
execution
Animals,
is good
only
enough.
just with birds, you know?
That
Yeah.
entire scene outside the diner where the entire like little village is just it's chaos ensues. That scene, fuck the whole movie if you're not a fan, but that one scene is
Agreed.
expert level.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it is Hitchcock. I mean, he was a master of the craft. I was not on board with how they introduced the character. Like you said, the level of prank.
She's a prank
involved there,
superstar,
and-
man.
Oh, I love
But-
her, man.
I don't know. It doesn't. I like it. I don't love it. Give me Psycho every day, any day.
I'm with you
over
there.
This.
Hmm?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
Psychos.
Well,
I mean-
I get you there, but
Well, no, but this is held in almost as high regard for the time he plays in. This was 63 as well, right? Second representation of 63.
Yeah, this is not even in my top 5 Hitchcock.
No, same with me.
you know what I think it is?
Huh.
I think that it's the most pure horror outside of Psycho that Hitchcock has done. So by default,
Okay, I can see that.
it almost gets a lot of publicity as a result by horror fans.
Yeah, he
I
was
think
more of
that
a
helps it.
suspense guy. He
Yep.
Yeah.
thriller suspense guy. So fair enough.
And I'm not knocking it. I'm just trying to come up with maybe some other reasons why it rates so high. I think it's great. I think she's great. I love the character she plays, Tippi Hedren. She's
Yeah.
this pretty blonde girl who's
Ugh.
flirty and has a sense of humor. I'm kind of sold on that. And she has this smile. I don't
I'm
know.
looking right now at a piece of art next to my podcast desk that our old buddy Bonnie Bazell sent to me, and it is a Hitchcock. It has all the blonde women in Hitchcock's films. back to
Of course
back.
Watson has that.
Well, no, she sent it to me back in 2017 when I was doing Horror Corridor. And the second image is the first one is of Marianne Crane, and it says repression. And then window number 2 says it has Tippi Hedren in the birds, and it says extinction. I always thought that was profound, but I feel y'all. So yeah.
You love that movie though? You love the birds?
Oh man, Hitchcock is probably my favorite director, but like Eric said, it's probably not in my top 5. So, but I do like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it too. I don't love it, but that one scene and her character are the 2 highlights from that movie for me.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it more each time.
Classic.
So
I might get a 9 out of 10.
Okay, it is a 9 out of 10. I love it. Again, I'm not sure where.
Okay. All
right. I'm down with it. And it's here for a reason. 166. We'll take it. Okay, 165. I want to say this is going to be our first franchise movie. Am I right or am I wrong? Well, not counting the what do you call it? The Wolfman and the Creature. But
what about Jeepers
Pumpkinhead?
Jeepers Creepers. Nah. Okay, so I'm wrong. Okay, I'm completely wrong. But I guess when I think of franchise and I see this is more of a franchise. That's like a major franchise.
There was a Henry Part 2.
Okay. Does anyone want to guess? It's a franchise film, a big franchise. Does anyone want to take a guess? What would be the lowest ranked franchise film which would make a top 200?
Leprechaun.
I'm gonna go.
Nope. It's a big franchise.
A
big franchise.
Shit.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
It can't
Exorcist
be
3.
Exorcist 3. Nightmare. Which one?
Which one? I'll go with
4.
Part 3.
Okay. Wow, you think that'd be this low? Okay, interesting. Okay, see.
I'll say Friday the 13th Part 3.
Okay, Travis.
I got thrown with the fucking Bride of Chucky. I'm just throwing some shit out there.
Okay, all right. Actually, well, you're all wrong. You're all wrong.
Fuck all you motherfuckers. You're wrong.
Dave's like
318 votes bring us Halloween 4.
Oh.
I freaking wrote that right
Eric,
there.
We had the same.
And I didn't say it.
Wow.
I fucking wrote it down. Halloween 4. I'm like, maybe it'll be higher.
I'm not a big fan, but people are.
I do like it.
Fair,
I do
Dave.
like it too.
I'm with you on this. Whatever you say is what I'm saying. So
I'm not knocking it.
Is the atmosphere of the opening, and that's all I ever hear about it.
Oh, the opening's great, TMB.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine.
The fucking ending is the creepiest. The ending is creepier than most of the Halloween franchise, and I'm including the original there. I don't care what you could say. I'm talking about the ending. Yeah, Michael Myers is not there.
Yeah.
Fucking, it gives me goosebumps each and every fucking time. And I love Halloween. It's on my list. I love it as a movie, as a piece of cinema, and the experience. And when Michael Myers is gone at the end, great. It's cool. I like his breathing and everything. But that bone-chilling ending, Halloween 4 wins, man.
Wow, interesting.
That's a good ending.
I just laugh. I just laugh every time. I know it's not supposed to be funny, but to me, Pleasant's doing that.
You can laugh at it for sure.
I can laugh, but then the hairs go up on my arm. I get goosebumps.
No.
And it's like dun, 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 dun,
yes.
And you hear her breathing, and then
that's good.
Pure Evil, and then they didn't Corey Cunninghammer for the next one, but then they did it for the new one, and everybody loves it. So I don't know. Who am I to say?
Not counting the David Gordon Green films, the best scene out of any Halloween movie is from Part 2 when Ben Tramer gets fucking exploded all over the place.
Yeah.
Oh, Dave's funny as fuck too, but it's very funny. But maybe we'll talk about that another time.
Yeah.
Great stuff. So Halloween 4, I get the love for it. It's the return of Michael Myers, and
Bucky gets killed.
Sorry. Yeah, Bucky, one of the best, and the first gay character in a Halloween film. Of course, it's been
Christian representation for you.
What?
Bucky, working for the electric company. Yep.
He's like, you bastard.
So, Halloween 4. There it is, 165. Sweet. I'm glad people dig it. Yeah, there you go. Good old Michael Myers. Okay, this was tied. This was tied with another movie, and a movie which to me is far superior, in my opinion, of course. The Bird with the Crystal Plumage.
Never seen it.
Mr. Argento, what? Really? Wow, you really
I
are.
haven't seen any of that Italian horror stuff.
Okay, stop what you're doing. Not stop what you're doing. But if you're blind to Italian, I want you to watch all of Argento stuff. Okay, not all. I'll send you a list. Watch the Argento greats. Watch from that run from 1970 to like 1987. Watch all of that stuff, and then watch all the other Italian stuff after. Problem is, you've already peaked with Argento. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. You're just gonna watch and say I like it. It's just not as good as Argento. But I say start with them.
You have no idea how badly I wanted Christian and Dave to go. Oh, hey!
We know, and we're not giving in.
Yeah,
I know they keep missing the mark, but they're not gonna do it. They're not doing it this time.
No, I'm gonna make them something.
I'm also sort of. I was gonna say this earlier when we were talking about Blood on Black Lace. I'm also slightly blind to all that gelato, all them gelato movies. But I have seen some of the bigger ones.
Shit.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh. So I have not.
I want to see him legless.
But
you really
some of the I've seen some of the heavier hitting Italian films. You know, we just covered the whole fucking Gates of Hell trilogy on The Nightclub, and I'm a Fulci fan at this point. I love that shit, but I haven't seen this one, so I can't really comment on it.
He's a 22 Shots fanboy. That's fucking. No, I mean they love Fulci there. I like Fulci. Wow. Those three are probably the ones I'll watch, and New York Ripper. You know what I mean?
I love New York Ripper.
Yeah.
It's fun too. Yeah.
I could do the whole show like that.
Yeah, that's all we need.
Yeah.
1970. 1970. This really kicks off Argento's career. It's the first of the Animal trilogy, and a lot of people think it's one of his best, top 5. I'd have it there too. And it's Animal trilogy. It's great. If you're into this stuff at all, any type of giallo, this is a good place to start. And
yeah, I love this movie too.
Yeah,
it's not on my list, but I love this movie.
Fair.
I think what soured me a little bit at first when I started getting into Italian films was I watched All the Colors of the Dark, and I just was not super into that movie.
Wait,
and I'm
that
like, well,
2013 movie?
No.
No. That's All the Colors of Giallo. You're thinking of the documentary.
Thank you. Yeah.
No. I saw the class. It was one that I don't know. Maybe I watched it wrong the first time, but since then I've seen a few others. Trust me, this one's gonna be. It's on the list because I do want to deep dive some Italian horror, classic Italian.
You'll appreciate this one, TMB.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
For real. Okay, so there you go. Argento. Excellent. Now we got to talk about something which is a bit of a. Well, I'll just say what it's called, and you guys can weigh in. I'm not going to have much to say because I'm a little sore about something that happened on another podcast, including this movie. And anyway, number 163 with 320 votes. Yes, this was voted in as the top 200 horror movies. The Terminator.
Oh no!
Oh wow!
Jay of the Dead is going to.
Don't tell Jay.
Yeah, don't get it right, Eric.
It's better than the second one.
Well,
okay.
It's a great movie, but I don't think of it as a horror movie.
It's a slasher, goddammit. It's a slasher, just like Predator's a slasher. And go fuck yourselves.
I am showing Jay exactly what you said, Christian.
I will say this. The Terminator, the final chase scene is reminiscent of a slasher scene, a slasher between the antagonist and the final girl. I will say that. I will admit to that. It's fine. It's reminiscent of it.
Dave Z, the formula is there with regards to structure. Now it is in execution is in the execution department where you have to deliver on that. It's like when we were talking about, and Dave Z, I was not there for this episode, but when we were on new horror movies and you guys talked No Escape, and I think you and Joel were sort of on the fence about, I don't know if this is horror, and then Kyle Bishop dropped some knowledge, and I wished I'd been there because I had some stuff to say, and Kyle played into my hands.
No Escape.
Kyle played into my hands. No Escape with Owen Wilson, which is, you could say it's a horror movie, and I don't think I'd argue, but I had to reason myself into it being a horror movie And what does that say? And I did the same thing with Terminator, whereas it scared me as a kid. It's frightened the fuck out of me as a kid. But as an adult, it's like, okay, this is a fun sci-fi movie. But then I can reason myself into it being a horror, not a slasher. I don't know. Jay has done a dissertation on the Land of the Creeps, where he details why it's a slasher, and I have to admit, he is compelling. So
he makes a solid argument, but I just can't think of it as a
same. You have to reason yourself into it, and that's what Jay's doing. Jay is giving you the logical reason why it's a slasher, and then if you're not fighting logic, you go, oh, he's right.
But if you go that route, then a whole bunch of movies are slashers.
Yeah, but then
Fatal Attraction, slasher.
But I don't feel it.
Yeah.
But he might be right. So there's that teeter-totter right there. So yeah, cool. Wow,
Tropic
Terminator,
Thunder,
I did not expect
slasher.
this. Yeah.
Tropic Thunder.
I'm serious.
Cocktail.
Christian.
Slasher.
Cocktail. He's like slinging the bottles, Tom Cruise and fucking Gina Gershon. Like, yeah. Anyway.
Come on. Anyway, this is why it's a sore spot with me, and I'll move on. In the summer series, they had the host on the show. They had to vote a movie from 1984, a horror movie, to move on to the next fucking round for the all-time list, which is coming out next year. Okay, and the Terminator beat out Friday the 13th, the final chapter.
Oh.
I mean,
well, that's
how
a
do
sin.
you?
That's a sin.
Yeah, dude. What? That is the perfect representation of a horror movie and a slasher movie. It is Friday the 13th.
It is the slasher, yeah.
Part 4 especially, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
My birthday too.
A message to anybody that put this on the list: fuck off.
I'm gonna text Jay. Christian from Exploding Heads just said fuck off, and then Jay texted who? I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
Awesome.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let's move on past the Terminator.
So,
it's there, guys. Whoever voted, I'm happy for you.
I'm kidding. I could care less. Cool. I mean, I know some of those sci-fi ones blend in there, but
it's gonna look a little silly when we post this list online of the top 200, and it's in there. That's all I'm saying. But
what's
whatever.
next? RoboCop?
Let's see what's next. Oh, 162, 327 votes. A little more horrific here. Final Destination.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now that's a horror movie. That's a slasher, kind of.
Yeah.
And
a lot of fun.
Yes.
It is. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. It's the 80s answers to like the millennium answers to the 80s slasher, as we've talked about on the show.
Correct. And for my money, the best of the franchise is the first one. You know, they went on to someplace else, but
yeah, the series is I understand what you're saying there about the answer to the slashers, because like it's the inventive kills that you're watching it for, right?
Yeah.
One at a time.
How it's going to happen next.
Yeah.
I was telling my son about the series because I think that's the next franchise I'm going to take him through. And I was just telling him about some of the intros, and he goes, "Do any of the intros not involve a vehicle?" And I was like, "That's what I've been saying."
Part 1.
You can watch that whole series.
Oh, please, a vehicle.
An airplane,
a
logging truck, a roller coaster, race cars. I'm like, so you guys don't know how to represent mass death without the use of a vehicle? Get me in the writers' room.
Vehicles are just more efficient, Watson.
Fair enough.
Ghost Ship had the best Final Destination kill that wasn't a Final Destination kill in it.
Fair enough.
Actually is correct.
I wish I could give credit, because I heard someone say this on a podcast. And forgive me, I don't remember who, but they made a really good. Maybe they made a really good point about the first movie. They said that the first film, the kills in it are all it's okay, but then articulate it, because it's like something about the first film. The kills are different than the rest of the films because why exactly?
And I couldn't understand the reason why. Sorry,
because there was zero. There was nothing supernatural about them in part 1. There was zero where things were moving around on their own for no reason. If you saw C, A plus B equaled C, where in the ones that followed, the only time you saw anything supernatural in Final Destination 1 is when the water crept back after a kill to erase the kill and something else. The other ones cheapened it. This was written so well, where every kill, the way it was executed, you could see how the happenstance of a wind blowing here would cause this to go here, which would cause this to go there. But in the other movies, it was the wind that you saw in part 1 was created by something supernatural for no good reason. That was the difference. This was
No, and
cleverly written and the best.
original Final Destination had it made me laugh so hard that when it came out on DVD, I rented it and just like found that part and rewound it like 4 times just because it makes me laugh.
The train?
I'm a six bastard. The bus. It's like when one girl just says, blah, 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 you could go to hell. Smack! Boom! It's the best!
See ya.
I think it was a callback. It worked better than the one they did. I think Bride of Chucky introduced that sort of kill. I think it was the exact same type of kill where someone steps out and gets nailed by something really quickly. And it's like, whoa, what the fuck?
Their friend steps out and gets semi.
Yeah. So same idea, but I think it's done better in Final Destination. The kills were just over the top. It seemed to bring the gore back to the movies where like that year, 2000, and suddenly felt like we were getting gore again. And we chalk it up to the two things, I said CSI was on TV and video games. Video game violence had been upped or starting to increase. And I think so the acceptance was allowed back in, which led to Saw and Hostel and now pretty much everything to what we're getting now, and been getting for a long time now. But hey, you said you're going to binge this, Mr. Watson. You could do this in 7 to 7.5 hours, the whole series.
Nice. Cool.
It's a very easy watch. We did it here one day. It was fantastic. The whole family loves it. It's a fun, stupid. 4 is the stupidest one. If you can't watch it in 3D, unfortunately, there's very little reason to watch it. It's just kind of, it's the worst.
Yeah.
1 in
TMB
5
says
stand out. Yeah.
TMB says take your THC and watch the whole series, cuz.
I second that. Okay, Final Destination. Now 161. Here we go. You guys can all be happy. TMB, Watson, and Christian for sure. You guys can celebrate. With 330 points, Army of Darkness.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
I don't know what you feel about it, Eric, but I know these guys.
I love the movie. I've bought like 4 different versions of it. I think of it as more of a comedy than a horror movie, because it's very, very funny to me. But I love the movie. Yeah.
I love it too, and I can't disagree with you. It was my number 38 though, and I guess if I put that on there, I guess I can't really be telling people to fuck off for the Terminator.
I love
but I will.
I was gonna say you will.
At the time of this recording, this is the latest episode of the Nightclub. We just covered Army of Darkness, and the windmill is the cabin replacement in this film. Go watch that scene again, and you're gonna get those cabin vibes. Yeah, it's definitely way more comedy. There's no horror in this whatsoever, other than imagery. But I don't know, man. It's a special film. The fact that this got made on the level that it got made, it's insane. It's just
the
insane.
fact that Sam Raimi got a budget to do this is just like, what were they even thinking?
This is what films are for, is stories like this. Like, this is out there. You will not see this anywhere else.
We made one of our film teachers watch this, and she hated it. And again, I guess I guess she's just like, I can't believe, like, and at the time it was my favorite film. I actually think I coined it. This was my favorite film. Again, the writing of this, I think, is genius. They take their love of filmmaking. You know, when we talk about the movies that are a love, like The Fabelmans or whatever, it's Spielberg's movie that came out last year. This is a love note to film. I'm like, this is a love note to film, just in a different way. Like, it's that catchy writing, the cheesiness of it all. It's a nice hodgepodge. I kind of wish they went with Medieval Dead as the title.
Yes.
I just think that would have been a great. Yeah. Like, they're talking about it, they just went with Army of Darkness. I guess they wanted to have a standalone film that they could appease to the masses, and it, of course, was not a big hit in the theater, although I saw it in the theater and loved it. And I do love the theatrical version the best. I've watched all the cuts, and I can appreciate all the extra footage, but I like that trimmed down, no fat, bang, boom, bing, even the S-Mart ending, I like better than the time travel ending. Yeah.
Same.
With which is floating down doing the Hail to the King, baby.
Take a lady on a date.
Yeah.
To this movie, and didn't that
me or Travis
become the mother of your children?
This me? No. I hadn't met my wife yet at this point yet.
Oh,
you're even older than I am.
Just kidding. Gross.
Yeah, I went out. I think it was my high schoolgirlfriend. The one that I dragged to see Leprechaun.
Sorry about the
Dr.
Mother of your
Giggles.
Children thing. I really thought that was the thing. So fuck that bitch. Anyway.
I do the 4K of this now, and it's funny because they do the 4K of just the theatrical version, and the rest of them are Blu-ray. It's funny seeing some of the artifacts in it because, again, I guess because of the budget, certain things didn't age very well.
Yeah, some movies you don't want to see in 4K. I would think that's one of them.
You.
Interested.
Yeah.
But I had to have it because I have the rest of the series. Other than the remake, I just have the Blu-ray of that. I got to get that 4K because of it has the two versions.
Yeah, you do. Sweet.
But anyway.
Oh, yeah, there you go. The Rip Van Winkle.
Screwed over that one. Rip Van Winkle.
Rip Van Winkle.
Rip Van Winkle? Is that what you said? See?
I don't know. Probably. It wouldn't
Rip
be
Van Winkle.
Yeah.
I do love the
time.
I do like that depressing ending. But I like both endings of the film. But one scene I would trade out from the theatrical cut and keep the director cut version is when Ash shoots Evil Ash in the face. Instead of the good, bad, I'm the guy with the gun line. Honestly, I like the I ain't that good line much more.
That's pretty good.
Oh.
I like good, bad, I'm the guy with the gun. But because when I watched it now, it seems so alien to me. It's like watching Rocky IV director's cut. You're just so used to that movie that I watch. I know it's
a weird comparison, but I get it.
But it's ingrained in you. So this is the version you've seen multiple times. You've grown up with. It's instilled, and then suddenly you see a different version. You're like, whoa, weird.
What the fuck? I told my son that when years ago when you go on your like first date with a girl and at the end of the date you grab her and you go, give me some sugar, baby.
Yeah.
Good, I always wanted a horse blanket. Like there's so many throwaway lines like that are just fucking gold in this.
I love when he's comes back to the castle and all the people are like cheering and stuff and they're all like running up to him and he's like, all right, yeah, get the fuck out of my face.
All right, may I say one thing, just one more thing? I said this on 22 Shots, but like when he's trying to recite the spell and he's like, oh, it's an N-word. What's the N-word? I'm
Definitely
like,
an
don't
N-word.
say it, Ash. Don't say it.
Spot on.
Don't say it.
All right.
Too many
Army
Three
of Darkness.
Stooges. Yeah, we'll move on. Too many Three
Single
Stooges
it.
things for Dave though. That's why.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Yuck.
161. Okay.
Oh.
So there you go. All right. Whoa, we were just talking about this movie. Wow, we were trying to figure it out and pondering what's the name and questioning it. What could this movie be? What could that movie be? Number 160 with 331 votes. You're next.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Barbara
Nice.
Crampton. Yeah. How about that?
This Final Girl is
Kick
one
ass.
of the best Final Girls ever made because you ever see those movies like when Dave Z, we watched Sick recently and this Final Girl gets in some lucky shots, too many, I would say. And that's fine because she is badass, but she has to become that. I like a Final Girl where when you get her backstory, you're like, oh shit, you couldn't fuck with her at a bar. She'll beat your ass. Like for real. Not this, oh, women are the best ever, men are, whatever. It's like, it's this chick will fuck you up. And this is this Final Girl where no one's taking her out. And this movie justifies it. It gives you that, just that essential Final Girl who's not just earning her points through luck or through this is the structure of the movie. She's like, no, I'm more badass than the killers. What are you going to say?
Yeah.
That's so cool. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think it's fun. I like the acting. I like the story. I like the way it, what goes on in the end and where the story goes and whatnot. I'm a little surprised to see it on a top 200 list, but I have nothing against it. I think it's, a pretty solid movie.
As far as home invasions go, which is a fucking creepy concept by itself, everyone's always blowing the strangers like hard and again overhyped. I think this movie's better. I think this movie's way better. Well, hey, put up your dukes.
Nice.
What's enough, Mike? He didn't hear it.
Oh well, good. I win.
This was good. We reviewed it on the show. I feel like it was just last year, maybe the year before. Brandon was still on the show, and ultimately, I think we all loved it. or really enjoyed it, but I'm not necessarily surprised. It's not on my top 100 list, but I think it was it's like an 8.59 out of 10. Like it was a lot of fun and it delivered the goods.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was not on my list, but definitely one of my favorite Final Girls.
Yeah, she's solid. She's and it makes sense, and the way it's revealed and all that, quite cool. Okay. 159. This was a tie. There was a tie, and this also has 331 votes, and it was a little bit older. This might surprise some people, but like I said, this is a Dave Z kind of list. This one, Halloween 2 from 2009.
Oh.
Yes. Rob Zombie's.
Rob Zombies. Okay.
2. Yes.
Yeah, I did not care for that movie.
I'm shocked too, because the people that love it fucking love it. I think that's what it is. That's how.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to be very many. That's where I'm going. That's why I'm saying it's shocked. So obviously they all wrote in their list because this is universally panned.
Indeed.
Whether it would be back in the day, but it's definitely like I like it. I like it almost probably as much as you. Well, maybe not as much as you, Dave. I think I'm like at the 7 range, 7.5 range on this.
I'm 8.5. I love it.
Yeah, but it's definitely come up for me.
I agree with what Dave said about the filmmaking of it. It looks fantastic, but I think the story is crap. So
fair enough. I dig it all.
I really like the nods to the original where you think, oh, is it going to like pay homage and take place in the hospital? Then you realize that some people hate the fact that that's all a dream sequence opening. Yep. But you hate that
thing is what threw me out. I was like, what the fuck? Get out of here.
Love this movie. I love this movie, but that dream sequence is bullshit. That could have been written so much better. But I gotta say, this movie has the best kill in the franchise with Annie. No single kill in the entire franchise.
Emotion. Watch the right version. If you watch the right version, if you watch the theatrical, it's not in it. You have to watch the director's cut. Yes. The theatrical cuts out the best moment of the movie, which is those fucking flashbacks to actually add a human element so that you feel like you've been sucker punched.
Oh, dude, I didn't
know that. Maybe I'll check out the director's cut because I saw this in theaters and just walked away with a bad taste in my mouth. Because I was a fan of his original remake of Halloween. I did like that. So I went into CH2 and I walked away really disappointed, but I'd be willing to check out the director's cut.
Well, the director's cut has Michael speak at the end.
Ooh.
One word.
Yeah, that's right.
Die. Says, I didn't do it.
That's not good.
No, it's one word. Ending. It's one word, and they all die.
Too many.
This is where for me, and I'm like with Christian and Dave on this, but not about the die part. I don't mind that, and this is why. I've never been a diehard Michael Myers fan. I love the original Halloween. I like Halloween 2 and 3. This is also what allows me to love the David Gordon Green trilogy. So I didn't mind the craziness of H2. This was Rob Zombie just unbridled. He was just let loose. Like, hey, you made enough money. Now have your film. Do whatever the fuck you want. And he did. And there it is. It's pretty good. I don't love it, but I like it.
I do love it. I think it's one of the most best looking slashers. It's like an artsy slasher. You don't see a lot of those. What happens with the characters, I'll sum it up with just that. What you see happening to Loomis, to Laurie, and to Annie, and to Brackett, the people that survived the first movie, what happens between that time, you never, ever, ever see this in a slasher series. If you're lucky enough to visit the survivors, if you see them. What happens to those characters, to me, is very true to life. And I say this, I preach it on the mic all the time when I'm on the show, where I say people always, and I see it online, I see it on social media, people, I can't stand this movie because I hate all the characters, where me, I don't, and I want to say to these people, I don't know who you deal with every day on a daily basis, but if everybody you deal with doesn't have shades of gray and doesn't have things going on and everybody's always pleasant to be around and they're not complaining, they're not doing this and that, which, by the way, most of the stuff you do online is bitch yourself, so I don't know what kind of person you are either. But anyway, it's like they always complain about characters being this. I love what we see here. People that have gone from a tragedy in their life and they're going through all this shit and they're having trauma and how they deal with it in the different ways. Are they pleasant people because of it? No, and a lot of times they're not. Sometimes people come out on the other side better. A lot of times they don't. I like the realism of those characters from one movie to the other and the time we take to spend with them. And then we get those disposable characters who get killed. You still have the good slasher elements. You got some great gore, great kills. And are there a couple things that I wish they could change? Sure. Do I need the white horse? No. Do I need the opening to be a dream sequence? No. But everything else about it, man, I really love the hell out of it. And I understand if it's not everybody's bag, but it's enough that it's 159 on this list. So
trick or treat, motherfucker.
If Busta Rhymes shows up on this list, I'm out again. There's a lot of things that I'll be out for if it's something. If it comes.
Does anyone else think that?
Dave, say one of them soon.
Does anyone
Thank
else
God you're on
think
this episode, Eric.
Halloween Resurrection might be the first live stream horror movie?
Okay, 158.
Oh,
yeah, right.
No,
maybe
he's
it
asking
is.
a legit question.
Holy shit! Wow, no, you're right. I thought no. I just wow. You might be right about that. What year was Resurrection?
2008, I think.
What the fuck?
Resurrection.
No.
2002.
2000. Yeah. It might be the first live stream horror movie. Holy shit!
Sorry, I didn't
what
mean
year
to
was
correct-
My Little Eye made? And was that live stream or not?
I don't know.
I don't know, but I that's something to think. Holy shit, that's interesting. You might be onto something though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious. Okay. Anyway, this was a tie again. Another movie had 331 points. So number 158 is Last House on the Left.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Last House on the Left.
That
The Wes
movie is,
Craven classic.
Something. That's one of the first horror movies I ever watched that really got to me, like made me feel a little bit sick. Because the stuff that happened, it's realistic enough that I'm just like, oh God. Yeah, and I mean until the end, obviously, but
Right.
yeah, and it's funny. I have a DVD of that where Sean Cunningham and Wes Craven did a commentary track, and about 30 minutes into the movie, they just start apologizing.
Wow.
Yeah,
Really?
we're sorry about this. Like, we wouldn't do this today. We were different people back then.
Here's the thing, though. I appreciate it. Fine, apologize, but I would stand by this. I really would.
Yeah.
I think they were doing something special within the. We did this amazing episode over on Kill the Cast. I was my first guest star over there back in like 2017, and we opened this movie up about the reaction to the hippie flower love era and what this was doing in the 70s. Sure, it is caustic. Sure, it is offensive, but sometimes your art needs to offend in order to make a mark, in order to say something. And it's not like nobody's happy about what happens to these poor girls. And that's the point.
Mm-hmm.
And
I like the point you made though. If you're not making art that runs the risk of offending somebody, then you might not be making real art, man.
Well, sure. I mean, like, and I don't like that they apologize for it. Now I get why they did. But I don't know. This movie is something. Yeah, and yes, this whole subgenre of horror is a difficult one to discuss.
Yes.
And so I get that. But man, now what was the Italian movie that fixed some of the wrongs? It was not something about a train. I reviewed it on an episode of Horror Corridor. Dave Z. It was not Night Train to Terror, Train Murder. Oh gosh,
the Midnight Meat Train or some shit.
Not Midnight Meat Train. Actually, that would be the comedy version. Oh boy.
I forgot.
yeah, there was another Italian version of this movie where they curtailed some of the silliness of, like, because Wes Craven's like, what if I put booby traps into a movie?
Wes Craven is his own victim. There's Wes Cravenisms even in this film that show up later. When I was young, and I've changed my views on Wes Craven immensely since I was a kid. He was one of my favorite directors because from the weight of A Nightmare on Elm Street alone, and I was even willing to forgive. I kind of liked Deadly Friend. I liked Shocker. Loved The People Under the Stairs. Loved Wes Craven's New Nightmare. He could do no wrong, and then he did Scream. So I'm like, oh my gosh, it was just like this time. But then as time went on, I'm like going back, and I'm like, this movie is really fucking ridiculous. And like I know, like a Nightmare on Elm Street, I like Scream, and I love those two, and then I like Last House on the Left and
Hills Have Eyes
a little bit.
Yeah.
But I still have problems with them. Like,
sure. Yeah.
Apropos of nothing but the title, most houses I've ever lived in have been the last one on the left. That's true. I'm not even
Depending on which angle.
That's true. Well,
really? So you got to say that all the time to people.
Yeah.
Wow.
I always be like, I live in the last house on the left. Wink, wink. Hot take.
Called
I
the
like
pizza
the
guy. Oh.
hot
And
take.
no
I like
girls
the remake.
came over.
no one saw this movie of that, like, in the sense of like. For
Travis,
the most part.
I liked the remake until the very last shot, and then it lost me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to watch it again.
Bro, it was pretty brutal.
I need to see it again, to be honest. Yeah, Sarah Paxton, indeed. Gotta like that. I'll say one thing about this movie. It's influential. That's all I'm gonna say. And we reviewed it not too long ago, and I think I liked it more than Christian did, for sure. But it's an influential movie, so it does. I understand why it's here.
Yep.
You know, so that's just fine. Okay. Oh, this is the movie. This is the only movie on the top 200 that I have not seen. So it is here. Yep.
Okay.
Number 157 has 333 votes. Eraserhead.
Oh, I actually have not seen this either.
Lynchy.
In heaven, everything is fine.
That
shit's creepy, man.
So weird that I'm just like, maybe not.
Well, I used to see the box in the store in the horror section. It was just didn't appeal to me at all. It was just this guy with this freaking hair up in the air, and I'm like, okay, that's a horror movie, Eraserhead.
I've seen clips of it in like horror shows, you know, like the stuff you see on Shudder and whatnot. And like seeing the clips of it, I'm just like, that just looks like a weird ass movie that's gonna make me mad. So
it is a very weird ass movie, and as far as being art house and giving you vibes because of, I guess, the black and white, you know, the way it's shot, it feels like a classic horror movie. Which I guess obviously is at this point, but I don't know if it wouldn't be in my top 100, but I definitely understand, again, influential, you know, David fucking Lynch.
Yeah, certainly. I like the way that creature looks. I've never seen it. I see pictures of it all the time. I think it looks fucking badass. Like, as far as like creatures designs go, I look at that thing, I'm like, man, I want to see what this is all about, you know? But
I kind of want to watch it just because Bo Burnham makes a reference to it in one of his songs, and I want to know what the hell he's talking about.
The elevator lady, or what is he? What's his reference?
He says something about his dick looking like the baby in Eraserhead, and I want to know what that means.
Well, yeah, it's gross.
Agent Orange Baby, isn't it, or something like that? Like
Orange Baby.
The lady.
Or am I thinking of a different movie now?
Black and white. I don't think it's orange.
No, Agent Orange.
Like Agent Orange. I said an orange baby.
I didn't hear you say Agent either, Christian.
I said an orange Asian.
It was Donald Trump.
I misspoke a minute ago. Okay, it's not the elevator song; it's the radiator song in this film. Okay, it's tremendous.
It's the best. It's the best one.
This movie influenced the Pixies to write a song, and if anyone's a fan of Pixies, go listen to that tune there. The Radiator, Lady in the Radiator. It's really good.
Okay. I remember that. I forgot. Okay. Right on. The Pixies. Shit. So, yeah, a fucked up movie, and I haven't seen it. You guys have seen it. Christian, have you seen this or not?
Way long ago, once. I'm hot and cold on Lynch.
Okay.
My favorite of his is Blue Velvet, and, you know, maybe Lost Highway, Mulholland Drive is like some other go-tos, but I'm not even a Twin Peaks fan. Like, I just... too much effort.
He walked his ass the hell out of there. He ain't watching that shit.
Okay, so that's that Eraserhead. I'm glad for the people that love it. It made it. It cracked the 200. Okay, 156 with 334 votes. The Burbs. The Burbs, ladies and gentlemen.
What? The Tom Hanks movie?
What?
Apparently. Yep.
What?
Yep.
Awesome.
Oh my goodness.
Awesome.
Well, if Army of Darkness can be here, why the fuck can't the Burbs?
Yeah, I guess.
Goddamn
I just
right.
wasn't expecting
I
that.
can't argue against that. Neither was I, but I can't argue against that logic. At least Army of Darkness follows within a horror series, whereas The Burbs is literally a comedy. But I guess Army of Darkness can be described as a comedy as well. So
people dig it. I've only seen it one time because it was one of those movies that I watched maybe like 4 or 5 years ago in a January. I was like, oh yeah, people watch this movie. People like this movie. Somehow I own the Blu-ray. I said I should check this movie out, and I watched it and I liked it.
Yes.
I don't remember a lot, but it's a dark comedy and there's
Joe
some
Dante is
scary...
going to make this list then.
There
we go.
Some scary ideas.
Joe Dante is going to make this fucking list.
I mean,
and he should.
I like the movie. I don't think of it as a horror movie in my mind.
Same, Eric. The comparison to Army of Darkness is interesting, but like C said, that movie comes within the scheme of 2 major horror movies. So
certainly, I get it.
Yeah, I get that. Burbs, I haven't seen it since I was probably in maybe 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, something like, maybe and I don't remember it being horror.
I must say, there is some
I like
paranoia, and the comedy is played up a lot. I saw this for the first time a couple years ago.
Okay.
It's a Joe Dante joint.
Yeah.
Tom Hanks is fucking charismatic as all get out. There is some spooky imagery, but it is totally 100% a dark comedy. Now, I'd still, like, if somebody wants to put it on a list, fuck yeah, go ahead. Because Army of Darkness and Tucker and Dale and shit like that. Throw the comedies in. I don't mind. Fuck it, The Burbs.
There it is. Burbs is here, so everyone that voted, 334 points. I mean, it got some action. Wow. It beat out Amityville 2, for Christ's sake.
Joe Dante could easily make this list then, because if The Burbs is on it, Gremlins has got to be on this.
Yeah, it's got to be
Howling
somewhere.
and Piranha. Yeah.
Well,
So
let's see.
it's going to be interesting.
Let's see. 155. Let's take it back to straight horror and another famous director with 342 points. The Brood.
Oh,
there you go.
Hey.
Cronenberg rears his head.
Yes. Cronenberg shows up. Yes.
I think this is another one I need to catch up with.
Oh, yeah.
I did circle back and catch some older Cronenberg a few years ago. What was the one that the Suska sisters remade?
Rabid.
Rabid.
I watched the remake and the original of Rabid, but I never got to The Brood.
So this is the one he did right after that, and he constantly, it's like he revisits his similar themes and seems to build upon them and get progressively better. In my opinion, there too. Like
Agreed.
you got Shivers, or they came from within, Rabid, and then The Brood. Different films, but sharing that same sort of like same themes that he sort of has and carries through. Kind of like what we're talking about, Argento seems to be from that I can't remember the year they came from within came out, 75 or 76, all the way till Dead Ringers. So that run of films kind of most of them had that in there.
Yes, the run of films he had in the late 70s and the 80s was incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, the Dead Zone's in there too, which is amazing, but it doesn't follow that body horror element,
right.
whatever. But it's cool because he's going to get back to that. But yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. It's a fantastic film. It's not on my list, but it would have been another one on that. The next 101 to 200. There would have been a ton of 9 out of 10s in there, no question.
Mm-hmm.
I've only seen 6 films from the Crones. This is not one of them. And 5 out of the 6 I liked. Crimes of the Future is a crime against film. So there you go.
It's a crime against film?
Yeah, I want to eat a purple chocolate bar every time it comes on.
I haven't seen that. Okay.
I'm glad you said. Let's say I didn't like it because it was my most disappointed film, and I don't want to derail us because I know we're running long here.
Sorry.
The themes are, again, he goes back, and I loved what he was trying to go for there, but the movie was a sluggish bore.
Yep. Great concept, poor execution. Sorry, David, you returned. Your son's doing better work. Step up your game.
Well, yeah.
I'd be so mad if my son got better at me than anything. at anything, I would take him down.
Hardcore or Redux. He's about to fucking do that shit.
My son's better at I am than at everything.
So. All right, 154. Okay.
Holy shit.
345 points. That's why I said 45. The Autopsy of Jane Doe.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's on my list. I
Good
love
flick. Yeah. No.
Emil
it's
Hirsch,
fun.
man.
87.
Brian motherfucking Cox.
Nice.
Yeah.
And a witch film at that. Oh,
Yep.
Lord.
This keeps going up for me. You're talking about movies that keep going up we did this on the show. I only watched it one time before that. I missed it before we did my year end that year because it was a late release.
Me too.
And
Me too.
we were being those assholes that said, let's get our year end show. So we're the first one out. And then
Yep.
we missed this movie.
Correct.
And I saw it and I'm like, sons of bitch. That would have
Yep.
so I liked it then. Then I rewatched it for I think our show and I loved it. And I've watched it twice since then. I fucking dig. This movie is fucking creepy.
It's a
And
good
it's-
movie, and it's a little different than others. I hadn't quite seen anything exactly like it before, so I appreciated it.
And Eric, you guys over on Dark Discussions did an amazing review of this where you asked some, as much as I love this movie, your podcast asked some really critical questions about the motivations of the antagonist that I still don't know how to work around. And I think your show might have been like the best review I heard of Autopsy of Jane Doe back in the day. Yeah.
Well, I definitely want to go back and listen to that. I
Yeah.
don't think I got it, but I will ask. I mean, the motivations of the witch.
Well, it was the way she was a witch. That
Oh.
was, I
She
think,
was
co-host
disposed of?
Mike.
I don't remember what we said, so I'm gonna
Yeah, Eric's like, I stand by nothing. It was just the way by which. Anyways, I love the movie. I think
witch-
that
it's
it asked
just
some
witch
good
magic.
questions. Yeah,
Yeah.
it asked good questions.
The
It is
reveal.
witch magic.
Yeah, the reveal, the way this movie plays out, it's for a first time watch. If someone's never seen Autopsy of Jane Doe, go watch that shit because it's fucking awesome.
Word.
It's
The
good.
shit with the bell, the corpse,
Yes.
and the
Oh,
bell
the
ringing
bell.
and all that stuff,
Oh.
and the creepy song playing, open up your heart and let the sunshine in, or whatever the hell that one was.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, definitely check it out if you haven't. I'm glad it's on this list. It's one of the better movies of the last decade or so. Okay. Oh, speaking of movies from the last decade that I happen to love that not everybody loves, but I got to write something down because this is going on the found footage list. Number 153 with 345 points, The Bay.
Nice.
Bay.
Yeah.
I'm so
Dude,
happy
that was
made it on
that
the
was
list.
high on my list.
I had it.
Me
at
too.
number
I got to look
6.
where it is. What'd you say? Eric?
What number?
I had it at 36.
Wow, I'm 46. I'm 46. That's awesome.
Fuck, I'm 93, and I thought I was the biggest fan. Wow.
Like I said, it was my favorite found footage film. This is the perfect example of a faux, kind of like, not even a faux documentary. It's just absolute
Fucking awesome.
chaos presented in any video format that had parcels of information. And it's talk about getting under your skin. No pun intended. Wow. Oh,
Well, yeah,
Real life horror.
It's a top 5 found footage for me personally.
Yeah.
Nice.
And also, as far as movies go, this one has a remarkably plausible premise.
Yep.
Like when you find out what's going on in this movie, you're like, "Holy shit! Is this
Scary.
Is this actually real?" It's like
Right.
that shit could happen. So it's really effective.
Dude,
Yeah, and who would
to
think
this day,
Barry Levinson would do a film like this? It was like,
Right.
wait, why is Barry Levinson doing a horror movie? It's like, this is great.
And
I
this
remember, was he the mayor in Sin City? Or am I thinking of
can't
someone
remember.
else?
it's been a minute.
he's
not
an actor? I thought he was just a director. Then he directs
I could be
Spear.
thinking of something else.
I don't know.
And a
But
bunch-
I'll say
yeah.
this movie here, to this day, my daughter, Francesca, this
she
movie
loves
is the
this.
scariest movie to her. She loves it because she's like me. If something can work on me and make me feel unnerved, because when she saw it, I think maybe she thought it was real the first time. I'm not sure.
Uh-huh.
But bottom line is what she took from it is this could be real and this could happen, and that's scary to me. And to this day, it's unnerving. She'll watch it any time, but when you sit and start thinking about it, it's real life horror in that aspect, in that respect. It's like, oh shit, this could happen someday. I mean,
Yeah, it's amazingly effective.
right.
Yeah.
So I don't want to even give anything away about it. Obviously people love it, so I'm glad. Travis, have you seen it?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Well,
I'm surprised
Remedy
the guy.
Confused. I was, first of all, the name of the show I was thinking of is Spin City, and the actor's name is Barry Bostwick, not
Barry Bostwick. Yeah, the mayor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the guy that made fucking Rain Man and what else? Good Morning Vietnam made a found footage horror film. Yeah, that's interesting.
Sleepers. Sphere was like one of the later ones.
Oh, Sleepers
Well,
is good.
The Michael Crichton novel. Yeah.
Hey man, look at fucking a lot of great directors have made just one horror film. There's something to be said about that.
Yeah, Barry.
A lot of times they step outside and they do it.
Talented, yeah.
You know, and this is another one. So yeah, I'm glad. 153, I'll take it. I'm pretty high up on that. Okay, this was tied with another movie at 345. And another director finally showing up. 152, In the Mouth of Madness.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Nice.
I had
Great
this at
flick,
number
man.
43.
Really?
Beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah, well, we know he's going to be on this as one of the top represented directors.
Right.
I don't think there's any
I
question
had
there.
him written down as one of my names.
Rightfully so. Yeah, what a great flick. I love it more and more each time I see it. It's just one of those. I really. Did we review it recently here? Was that what it was, C? Did we review it in this past year?
It wasn't the past year. It was when we did his Apocalypse trilogy.
Okay.
Wait,
it was
no,
there?
Was it? Yeah, it was, because the Apocalypse trilogy is The Thing, Prince of Darkness, and this, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then we did that with Brandon way back, I don't know, 2 years ago or so.
Oh, I know what it was.
It was a
I
Rain Man
can't hear.
specialty. Yeah.
A Rain Man.
Yeah, Rain Man. Yeah. Barry Levinson asked us to do it.
Definitely.
He says, if you're not going to do Rain Man, do you mind doing In the Mouth of Madness? Rain Man!
Oh, Ram Man. Oh, it was. Yeah, he did pick it up. That's all right.
Definitely.
That's
Definitely Ram.
Definitely Ram Man.
right. A Rain.
We're on the same joke.
I want to see a Rain Man version of the Ram Man. Mention that. Just to have him come on and act that way. Ram Man, if you want to come back on the show, it's only on that premise.
Yeah,
Only on.
I don't think
It's the Rain
Mr.
Man.
Ram will do that.
No, but In the Mouth of Madness, Sam Neill is one of those actors that's never going to win an Oscar. But I tend to enjoy movies that
Especially
he's
not from Procession.
Oh. Shots fired.
No, but I enjoy him whenever I see him. It's just something about him.
Me too.
Possession.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park, like it doesn't really matter except for Possession that if he's in the movie, I'm going to enjoy it. I just like him. And I saw this in the theater and I was giddy as shit with that ending. That ending.
Was
I was
so
like,
fun.
this is my ending. I love this fucking ending. And it was like one of the last great Carpenter films.
Sure. And as a kid, I didn't understand it as much. I couldn't get into it in the 90s when it came out. And that's what it was. We did it for the Apocalypse trilogy, and then I did it again for 22 Shots when we did last year. We did our, whatever year this was, 94, whatever the hell.
Yeah.
4? Okay,
Yeah.
94, yeah, it was. So that's when I watch it again, and I just keep coming up every time I watch it. But it took me reaching a certain age to appreciate it as much. And right now it's like, I think at its pinnacle for me, where it's like a 9 out of 10 and I'm way high on it. But it took time. In the 90s, it was a little slow and a little bit, I don't know, I'd say over my head. It just wasn't the type of horror that I was into at the time. But now, appreciate
Sorry, I
it.
didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's it. I appreciate it. That's all.
I was just going to say one of the things I love about this movie is how the fictional author is kind of a combination between H.P. Lovecraft and Stephen King.
Right.
And the prop department, I don't know how they nailed the fucking font on the book covers in this movie. They're 80s Stephen King paperback book covers, 100%.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yes.
The music is phenomenal. I lifted the sound. I had the soundtrack on CD back in the day, and I use it in a few of the movies that I would make. Growing up, like no one before YouTube existed, and I just made them and for fun. And the soundtrack is just fucking creepy.
Yeah.
Really well done.
TMB, is it cosmic?
To keep it short, and because I love alliteration, I'm gonna be concise because it's Cosmic and Carpenter. Yeah, it's awesome. This movie's awesome. Sam Neill, it's great.
Right on. And it is awesome and cosmic. Okay, wow. Okay, here you go. Could this be considered cosmic? Okay, number 151 with 349 as a score. I always want to say votes, but it's not votes.
Points.
Sorry. Points. Thank you. 349 points. Slither.
Oh, okay.
Sweet.
Yeah. A little
Wow.
surprised. It's a
Yeah.
good movie. It's a fun movie. A little surprised to see it over in the Mouth of Madness, but so be it. People
It wasn't
do
on my
love it.
list, but I like the movie. It's fun.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to see this movie, and I don't know why. Like everybody that's in it, like the director, I have no clue what held me off from watching it. So I think I watched it like 2-3 years ago for the first time ever, and I liked it. It was good. I don't even know if it'd be my top 200 films, but I liked it.
Yeah, I remember seeing. I mean, that early James Gunn, so it's pretty good. Pretty good. I don't know if it'd be cosmic. It's definitely sci-fi. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Definitely.
The return.
Elizabeth Banks back in the day, man.
Yes.
What are you talking about? Elizabeth Banks now.
Now.
Fair enough, but these days she's like making action movies where she's like, men are going to hate this movie, so don't see it. And it's like, okay, then we won't. Why didn't you see it? It's like, okay, Elizabeth, calm down. Okay, calm down. I would have seen it if you just invited me.
He told me not to, so I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm banking on Cocaine Bear being cosmic. I hope so. I hope it is.
I can't wait for that movie. Anyway.
Cocaine is cosmic in its own way.
Dave wants the bear to be made out of cocaine. He wanted the actual bear to be like this walking cocaine bear.
Well, if you're going to be that ridiculous,
yes,
you may as well go full. You may as well
Should have
make
been a
it
polar bear.
completely.
Should have been a polar bear. Anyway.
I sent her a message on Instagram telling her that I want a scene in this film where we go into the bear's cerebral mindscape, and it's an animatronic bear floating through space covered in blood and cocaine. That's what we need. Give it to us, Banks.
Did she respond to that,
Travis?
that tweet?
No, she's too cowardly. No. She wouldn't make the movie I'd make.
Awesome. Okay, so we're 50 movies are done on the top 200. 50 movies done. So we're
Only
doing
24
okay. All right.
more to go.
Yep. 25. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Number 150. All right. Again, I love this movie. Thank you for everybody else that included it in their list. 349 points. Yes, it was tied with Slither, but it's a little bit older. A Tale of Two Sisters.
Oh. Speaking of Elizabeth Banks, did she remake that one?
Yes, she did. No hate.
Wow.
I love Elizabeth Banks. No hate.
How about that? Love this movie.
I had this on my list, but I can't find it.
What? Actually, let me see. I know what I rated, so I know I have it. But I've always been high on it. It's probably a top 3 Asian movie for me.
It was low on my list. It was 96.
96?
Nice.
Yeah.
96. Cool.
Great flick, man. For me, it was 39. So
Ooh,
I was way up on it. My number 39. Yeah, I love this movie. Every time I watch it, I just keep taking more from it. It's so well made. The story is great. The performances are great. There's more beneath the surface that I kind of pick up on each time I watch it. I just think it's pretty masterful. It's 39, so you know what I rate it out of my 54. So I'm so glad that it's on here. Yeah, love it.
I've never even heard of it.
What?
Yeah.
Watch The Uninvited.
The Uninvited.
It's not a bad movie.
2009 was
liked
the
it too.
remake of this movie.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. So.
I've never even heard of that one either.
Oh, well, awesome. Right on. Sounds like you have some good
Really?
viewing to do. Yeah, there's some good movies in your future, man.
Stop fucking your sister and get
Yeah.
Sorry, John.
Oh man.
Again,
No.
no. I correct everyone on the who comes on the fucking nightclub and does this shit. That's Alabama and Mississippi. I'm from Louisiana, motherfuckers. We fuck our
Oh,
cousins,
there's
not
a-
our sisters.
This is the dirty South.
Yeah, Louisiana.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
one-
forgot. Yeah.
First
Yeah.
cousins is game. Everything before that, no.
That's fair.
So wait, Travis, have you seen I Saw the Devil?
Yeah, Evil Dead.
Okay.
Vodka.
Okay.
All right,
Wait, no.
same
No.
director.
I
What?
just thought I was
Hold
thinking of May the Devil Take You. No, I have not seen I Saw the Devil.
Holy shit!
Oh,
Do you
Andy,
not
you're
like
gonna
South?
love it.
No, it's
Do you not
not
like
that.
Korean
It's-
movies
it's
or no?
not. That is not it at all. In fact,
Okay.
the wailing, the one you can't get into. Go get into that, cuz put that
I
on.
got into it more.
Oh,
I
you
got
did?
into
Oh,
it
you
more.
did.
It
Okay.
took me time, but yeah.
No, I think
You
like
got into it like a first cousin.
now you speaking my
It took me
language.
some time. Yes. At first she
to
wasn't.
be like, is she too closely related to me? Like, what's?
No, some of my favorite horror movies of the last few years have been movies from Korea and movies from like Malaysia. But it just I'm just not familiar
Okay.
with this title.
Okay, well, the director, Ji Woon Kim, has done I Saw the Devil and A Tale of Two Sisters. And those are like 2 top 5, Asian
Yeah,
movies.
definitely worth catching up with, Travis.
For me,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Yep.
Check it. All right. So, Tale of Two Sisters, and next we have, get ready, guys. 351 votes. Movie 149, The Evil Dead, 2013.
Yes.
Okay. You scared me there for a bit, but I'm glad. I'm glad this has seen some love. We were talking about when we took a break, we were all, talking about how Evil Dead is well represented. And I've mentioned this, I've talked about it on recent episodes, so I'm not going to talk. I know TMB will probably have a lot more to say because he fucking loves this series.
This movie fucking rains blood, literally. I mean, come the fuck on. This movie is metal as fuck.
I need to revisit this movie. We tore this movie to pieces on.
I remember
on
that,
Discussions.
Eric. I remember that.
This movie tore all of its characters to pieces. Seriously, this is one of the most gory films that came out in theaters in the last fucking 15 years, man.
Yep.
I think this is one of the movies that suffered because of my expectations, which, in fact, this may have been the movie that got me to stop watching trailers.
Nice.
Okay.
Because the trailer set a certain expectation for me, which was not met when I saw the movie, and I was pissed about it. So that's why I tore it apart when we reviewed it. I want to watch it again and give it another chance.
And
what I love. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying, deep podcasting history here is. I remember exactly what I was doing, where I was working. When I heard, he knows. When I listened to the Dark Discussions episode of this, I was not yet podcasting, and it was the year. I was about to start Horror Corridor in about 6 months, and I remember going, this is something I'm gonna touch upon. The Dark Discussions was one of those that helped launch me into going, okay. And this episode specifically, when they tore that movie to pieces. But Eric, I think you will get something from seeing this movie again now that, because I remember. I think whoever else you had on the show, they were just, we all missed Ash. Okay. Mm-hmm. But this many years later, I
remember MJ Preston was a guest on that show.
Who was?
Yeah. MJ Preston.
Yes. MJ, he's great. But
that's what I thought I heard too.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? Two things. A, give it another chance. And if you do watch it, track down, or you'll have to buy the new version or the Blu-ray that has it, the unrated version, because that fixes a glaring error that everybody's been complaining about with the amount of souls that were needed for whatever. And the R-rated completely, I think, Watson, you were on the episode recently that we were just talking about it. Yeah.
I just got it.
Oh, Erie,
got it cheap. Remember we talked about it a couple shows ago. It was on there for like $13 or something. So
yeah, that's awesome, man.
Travis, I cut you off, man. I'm so sorry. I was just I got into the podcast history because that was Eric's episode was one of the shows that made me go, all right, we're starting a fucking podcast.
I'm gonna bring Travis back in. Travis, are you anti-trailer or are you normal?
Wait, bitch.
I'm not normal.
Wait, bitch.
I'm definitely not normal, but I don't watch every trailer because I do kind of want to go in blind as I can, but sometimes I will watch a trailer. It really just hits. It's the mood. I just have to be Evil Dead Rise. I'm sorry, I had to watch that trailer. I just could not stay away from it.
Amazing,
and it's a great trailer. It's a great trailer.
Okay. Cool.
So I'm looking forward to it a lot. But you have Evil Dead 2013. This movie you don't need Ash. The Evil Dead lore is strong enough. The story and the basic elements are strong enough to carry another movie without having a legacy character. No, I'm not hating on Bruce Campbell. I'm not hating on Ash Williams. I love Ash, but you don't need him. You need the fucking Evil Dead. That's all you need.
What's the scariest one of the batch? To be honest, it is the scariest one of the batch, and that's saying something, because even the first one, which was meant to be scary, and I love all of them, but this has grown on me so much. I was disappointed in 2013, like Eric was. I think I actually rated it maybe a 6.5, 7 out of 10 tops, and I was disappointed. It's now probably a 9 out of 10.
Oh, beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah, it's come up so much.
Too.
And like you said, the goriest. Travis already said it. The goriest. Really theatrical release, and I was even saying I must have the uncut version I must. And I realized, nope, I don't. It's that gory.
Maybe until Terrifier 2. That's been the goriest fucking theatrical release we've had.
Second Amendment slasher. I was about to say the same thing.
Yep. That's another Rickyism, by the way. Ricky came up with that quote.
Ricky's great.
Yeah.
Cool.
Dude, it's great. If you're gonna remake a movie, remake it. Like we said on that show many times, and they did that. And when this movie came out, I was so happy. It tributes the original. It pays respect to it. It has a vibe. But for me, it did what I really wanted it to do. Two things. Number one, they got the comedy the fuck out. The fuck right out with the comedy. Let's go straight horror and let's go gory. And wait. Did.
You didn't think that the dog being named Grandpa was funny? Because I thought it was kind of funny.
My sister and I think that's the funniest shit ever.
Yeah. No, but I know what you mean, Dave. I know what you mean. I'm sorry.
No, it's great. I mean, is it a little tiny bit goofy with the defibrillator? You could say that, but you know what? No more goofy than we've seen in other horror movies. So I just don't. Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah,
you just kind of go along for the ride on some of it. And, could that have been improved on? Sure, but that's one little detraction. That's why it's not a 10 out of 10. It's not perfect by any means, but you got kids going there. You got evil present. You got what you want to see, and you got them getting bumped off one by one. Then you got a great gimmick with a reason to go there with Jane Levy. And, oh, man, she's great in this and everything that she's going through and how people don't believe her at first. Because is it because you're trying to kick fucking heroin? Or is there really something here? Are you hallucinating or are you not? It keeps you guessing. It's cool. And it makes sense why people don't believe her. So, and all in all, it ends in this great, big, bloody finale. And I love it for it. So yeah, I'm pretty happy it's here, and I'm happier that it's above Army of Darkness. So yeah, bravo. Okay, speaking of the devil, this is crazy. 148 with 352 points. Terrifier.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
How about that?
Funny that you guys just brought that up.
Yeah. Once again.
Still, wow. Okay.
I
mean, I loved it, but wow.
I wonder what 2 would be on, because we didn't. First of all, this vote, we started doing this 6 months ago before 20. Half of them. There are no 2020 movies. Period. As a matter of fact, even though we did this in 2022, there was not a single movie on this list from 2020 or further. Not from 20 and not from 21. Or not from. There were a few votes for some early 22s and some other things and some others, but it ends at 2019. Yeah. So.
Okay. I mean, I love Terrifier, both 1 and 2. Neither of them are on my top 100 list.
No.
Great. And again, it's not to take anything away from them. We've talked about it ad nauseum on the show. Fun, super gory.
Yeah. Art is the newest horror icon. I'm glad he's part of the pantheon. Terrifier 2 has cemented him in there. And Terrifier is the theatrical Lord of the Rings. Terrifier 2 is the extended cut. That's the way I look at that shit, in a roundabout way. But no, Terrifier with Damien Leone. Is it Leone or Leone? I keep hearing both.
Leone.
Okay, so Damien Leone.
I heard him say himself Leone, so I don't know.
Oh, shoot. I thought, you know what, Eric? I thought I heard him say Leone. Shit.
Uh-oh. Maybe he doesn't even know.
Yeah, no,
he doesn't even know his own name.
Yeah.
He's trying to hide that shit.
What he did was bring back the slasher, right? In a big bad way. I mean, he boosted it way the fuck up when Terrifier came out. Like, I don't know, man. This movie, this is a new classic. Like, I think it is.
Yeah.
Well, I love Art the Clown. I sent you guys my voicemail about Art the Clown. Yeah. He's the best.
You have a picture with him on your Twitter.
I do. Yes. I will say that there's something about the way that Damien Leone does gore that, I mean, ultimately, this is probably a compliment. I find it a little bit repulsive.
Yeah.
It makes my stomach turn a little bit, the way he does his gore. So while I appreciate his movies and I think they're great gore and great horror movies, I generally only watch them once because that's enough for me. I'm just like, ugh, I don't want to watch that again.
I can see it. I mean, that's fine. I mean, we all have opinions, and Dave doesn't like the gore. He thinks it looks too cartoony almost.
Well, no, I didn't say I didn't like it.
Realistic, but it's certainly disgusting.
No, I'm fine with the gore. I said it's somewhere in between low budget gore and freaking top gore like Evil Dead. That's all I'm saying. It's not on the level of Evil Dead gore. It's in the middle of low budget and that.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
It's
this
fine.
is what happens when I try to say what Dave's thinking.
I like the term though, because Art the Clown.
You know?
Yeah, I kind of like the term cartoony gore in a way. It's so over the top and again schlocky that. But I agree with Eric. It's also repulsive. It really is, because there's just it's almost like it's the uncanny valley of gore. It's almost gore realistic enough.
Right. Like, yeah.
Nice. Well, I'm glad it made the list. Let's keep shooting them off because we're running long.
Right on. Yes, we are. Yeah, and obviously Art has made a good impact, because if this Terrifier is at 148 already, that's saying everything I need to hear about Art the Clown. That's really cool. Okay, 147. Too bad Brandon's not here, because he would love this being here at all.
Girl walks home alone in the dark.
355 points. A girl walks home alone at night.
Wow.
Did I see it?
Oh, wow.
Yes. Still.
Jesus Christ.
Isn't that shocking?
Good call,
People
Christian.
love this movie. People love this movie, not
I'm
just
one
me.
of them.
I've not seen
You're
it.
one of them?
Yeah, I love this movie.
Let's hear it, man.
Okay.
Again, this is t-shirtable. You could put imagery from this movie on a t-shirt and wear that shit. The skateboarding black and white striped vampire chick. Yeah, man. I saw this with Joe Bob on The Last Drive-In. That's the first time I saw it. He was showing it there on Shudder. I was blown the fuck away by it. I just thought, what an interesting concept for a movie. Brandon, you said Brandon loves this or Christian loves this?
Brandon.
Brandon.
Loves this.
Oh,
Yep.
shit. Okay. Well, I was going to ask. Okay. Well,
I haven't seen this. I put it on my to watch list because of Brandon's recommendation, and I still haven't watched this film.
okay. Well, I would say get on it, man. I mean,
yeah.
And this is a foreign film too. I'm not sure what country though.
Iran.
It's Iranian?
Iran.
So far
Yeah.
But she walks.
away.
Yep.
But she walks home.
Shut up, Christian.
Hey. Wow.
I'm Eddie.
Well,
This
we
is
go.
the kind of movie where if women want revenge, this is a movie for you. That's what
Yeah.
this is the one.
yeah.
I just dig it.
I gotta watch it again. I said it back then, and I still haven't. Way back in 2015 or 16, whatever it was, it just I couldn't stay focused. It was very dialogue heavy, and nothing on the screen was keeping me engaged. I was kind of bored by it. But obviously, there's something special about the movie. You're talking about it. B likes it. It's high up on this list here. It deserves another watch. So it just might have caught me on a bad
I think
day.
it was well reviewed too. I just never got around to it.
Yeah. Interesting. Did you see this? What?
Oh yeah. I
Okay.
quite like it. I don't think I liked it to the level B did, but it is one that I did find a lot of value in. So yeah.
Nice. Well, I
Right
put
on.
it on the list
Yeah, it's on
again.
the list.
Again, yeah. You
Right.
Canadian.
Okay. Number 146 with 356 points. Some people are going to question whether or not it's a horror movie because I had a fight about it on Summer Series, and I had to really defend it, and I did not win. But that movie is Battle Royale. Battle Royale. And I fucking love it. I don't know how high up on it, but it was one of the illustrious. So I'm going to have to see exactly how high I am. But I've always loved this movie since the first time I saw it. It's an excellent story. It's clever. It's cool kills. There's commentary being made here. There's so many characters, and you get enough about the characters in the short time we spend with them to actually care about them. And it just has that flavor to it. I love these J horror movies, man. They do it for me, and this is one of the best in my opinion. Yeah, this is my number 36. So
Nice.
This movie was not on my list. I like it, definitely, and I think it was the first movie of this concept that I'd seen on screen. So it's notable in my mind because of that. I can certainly see why that argument happened. I'm not gonna pick either side. I don't care personally. I like the movie. It's fun.
Yeah.
right on. Dig it. Yeah, I'm not here for that. But I had to defend it again. I had to get that jab in, especially when the Terminator fucking made it.
Right. Fucking
Didn't make my
Terminator.
list
It's all
either,
Jay's
but-
fault.
I don't think I've ever seen the sequel. I think I've just seen the first one.
I have not. I heard there's more comedy in the sequel, so I was like,
Sequel? I didn't even know there was a sequel.
Nor did I.
Wow, no shit.
I know.
Is it
I
called
haven't seen
Battle
it.
Royale
Yeah.
2 or?
It is.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
There's, I think, like
Battle Royaler.
Battle Royale.
Yeah.
Electric
they
Boogaloo.
went the Die Hard approach. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that Suzanne Collins, who wrote the Hunger Game books, had claimed that, like, I believe had said, like, I didn't even know about Battle Royale. It's like, I think you did. I think you
Right.
did.
When my wife was telling me about those books, I'm like, this sounds like a total ripoff of Battle Royale. Like, I mean, that was the first thing. I don't think anybody else could have argued it and whatever. But
yeah.
I mean, if she's sheltered, who knows? Maybe
Well,
she
it's like the It Comes at Night guy said he never even saw, like, Night of the Living Dead. So, I guess it happens, So.
Yeah. Battle Royale 2, Skinnamarink-a-Doo. I've never seen this movie.
Wait till you hear.
I've heard
didn't
it.
see-
That's not out. That's not out.
No, I've heard it.
No, the episode we did of new horror movies.
Right.
No,
that's not out yet. Yeah, Jay has to edit that.
Wait, Travis, you haven't seen this one either?
No.
Okay. I'm telling you, it's another, wow, these Asian films. Again, these are all my top 5. Oh, tell me you've seen Ju-on the Grudge.
Yes, I've seen that and Ringu and, but
Okay.
just some of them go under the radar. Boss
Fair,
Tuna from
fair.
Joe Blow, he's really big on Battle Royale. I think he was covering that movie with Duncan or something like that.
Well, Duncan thinks it's horror, but the people that we were on the show with besides Duncan did not. That's why it didn't go through. It was a voting situation. It'd be like if there was 5 of us here, like there are
and
right
they
now.
put Terminator through. This is why.
Depends on the host.
Hold on. Stick by it. Fuck the summer series.
No, but I think it was back in the day the Horror Etc. podcast started covering some Asian horror movies, and I had never particularly watched any before I heard them start talking about it. And then as they recommended films, I started watching them. I was like, man, this is some good stuff. So I went out of my way to watch a whole bunch of Asian horror movies, and most of them are very good.
Right on.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
South Korea, man, has been blowing it out of the park. Like that's where a lot of the highlights have come from me in the last, like, probably 12 years. They were talking about I Saw the Devil, and there's a shit ton more, of course. Like the Wailing we were talking about, or came up. Like the Wailings, I'm sure both of those are going to be on this list. So we'll talk about that maybe today, but I'm sure we'll be talking about them.
We shall see. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you got something? Go ahead, Travis.
Just to throw in a little bit of more Asian horror cred, The Medium. That movie's fucking a 10.
Oh.
Love that movie.
Oh,
Dave.
fuck. My number 1 for freaking 2021.
It was my
Yeah,
number
it was a good
2.
movie.
It was my number 2, right behind The Queen of Black Magic.
Oh, right on. No, that's a
That
great
was also a
movie.
good one.
I'm just glad you didn't say fucking something else that came out that year. Good. Right on. I'm not even going to say it. I'm not here to hate. Okay. So, number 145.
That's
with
why I'm here.
358 points. This is why you're here, see. Get ready. Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning.
Hey,
Yeah.
I like Part 5 a lot.
Fuck yeah.
So I'm glad it is being well represented, because it
Hell
gets shit on like, oh, it's not the real Jason. There's more Jason in this. It's more in line with the original
Damn
than
straight.
some of the other ones, in the sense of
100%.
a loss of a child
I
and a
love
rampage.
This
I
movie
love
And a
every-
mystery.
This movie
I
was
love-
not on my list. However, I disliked it for a different reason than most people, which is because at the end of Part 4, I thought they set everything up perfectly for Tommy to become the new killer. I think that's what they should have done. And they point you in that direction in this movie, and then take you somewhere else. And that's what made me mad about it, now that it wasn't actually Jason.
Well, it's almost like they wanted to bridge the gap to make it like his descent into madness is continued, and Part 6 should have actually made him, as the ending indicates here, where he actually dons the mask instead of just looking blankly with this ominous stare out into the viewer that now he's become Jason, and you'll even hear it in the Fred Harry Manfredini score that it does the Tommy, kill. Yep. It's like a subtle change in the score. So it's kind of cool with that, but you do get this loosey-goosey whodunit that you can never guess. Mm-hmm. He doesn't even look like fucking Roy when he's actually a mess. It looks like Matt that we saw pinned up in the tree, or like I said, exactly. Elliot Gould. Like it doesn't look like anything like the fucking guy.
So weird. Yeah.
But anyway,
when I took my son to this franchise and they first show Roy at the very beginning, my son goes, he was like 13 at the time. He goes, "What is with this guy?" I was like, "Nothing." Nothing.
Like my buddy Brett.
Exactly. You've told that story. Yeah, I love that.
I've told him
like my father.
Yeah,
my father at the theater.
What's
my
with
dad.
this guy? I remember because I knew those stories, and then when my son was like, "What is with this guy?" I was like, "Okay, I guess so."
No, my dad was like, "There's something up with this guy." That's
yeah,
there's something up with it because he's doing this.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I was going to say. I love every time Roy Burns fucking stares into the goddamn camera.
Yeah. Right into the camera. Yeah.
I'm going to kill anything I see.
Yeah.
I think this movie has the best string of one-off characters out of any movie in the franchise.
Oh. Right?
A rat-tat-tat-tat-tooey. A
rat-tat-tat-tat-tooey.
Everybody sings.
Great. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
The blonde who dances like almost as badly as Crispin Glover.
There's a little life in his eyes.
What I love though is that all of this happened because of a chocolate bar.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, if that's the way you feel, forget it, Vic. Just forget it. But I think you really ought to line.
Yeah. Yeah, Joey, tell that to Corey Feldman or Haim.
Oh shit!
Sorry.
Yeah, Joey. Don't even
That's
talk
gonna
about
go
Joey.
over some people's heads, but I want you to know that was the most offensive thing that's been on Exploding Heads in a while, and I love you for it.
Ooh, shit.
He was the accused that did something inappropriate to Corey Haim.
Oh,
was that Rossio guy or whatever the fuck his name is?
Oh, I hope he got chapped. I hope he got his ass chapped by that axe.
I think he died.
I think so.
A year or two ago.
That'll show him.
Yeah, he had a candy bar right up his ass.
A purple
Mr.
one.
Big.
So this is. I've said this before. I think this is an influential slasher, and the reason I'm saying that is because this was a type of slasher movie that brought those weird characters in it and a little bit of humor. Not over the top, fucking, haha, look at me, everybody. Look what I'm doing. Not Freddy over the top. But
I love that voice, though.
He can do voices, folks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey. Is Fat Albert getting killed here? What the hell?
Fat Albert's trying to.
Now you're playing with power. Come on, that's not bad. So anyway, it's not over the top Freddyism, but there's humor in that after this movie came out, you started seeing more humor in the slashers. Just like, Sleepaway Camp 2, Cheerleader Camp, shit like that. Just like a little bit of humor thrown in there. And it started with things like this. And people don't think about that. And I'm so happy that Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning, is here on this list. And the one that everybody blows, Jason Lives, is not on the list. I told you this is the Dave Z list. Thank you, listeners. Thank you.
I'm going to be honest. I like this movie more than Part 6 myself.
Nice.
So,
good.
No boobs in Part 6. It's a sin.
Yeah, and very pretty girls, too. Yeah.
And he didn't kill a single kid. It's a missed opportunity.
Right. All those kids and they lived. Bunch of shit. You're right.
Bunch of bullshit.
We already, we're not getting into it.
Sorry.
Okay, all right.
No.
Okay.
We'll do it in another show. Just not today.
Speaking of this being a Dave Z list, further proof right here. Fucking thank you, Dave listeners. Z list. Thank you, guys. Well, you're going to like this, too. See. 360 points. Number 144, The Neon Demon.
Woo!
Yes.
Hey, baby. Hey, baby.
I think it's fucking brilliant. How about that?
Yeah. I've had this movie on the back burner for
as many
years.
times as you want.
And I will, brother. I listen to the soundtrack. I listen to the soundtrack every couple of weeks.
Find out where I put it. Oh my God, 96. 96.
96? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Now, see, I know how you feel. I know how I feel. Eric doesn't seem to like it. Does anybody else like it?
It's been on the back burner for years since it came out. I've never watched it, but goddamn, believe me, I want to. I just have never sat down and watched this movie. I like the director's other films, but this is one I just didn't see.
Oddly enough, I own this on Blu-ray because I won it on another podcast.
Wow.
The now defunct Last Horrorcast had a giveaway, and I won it on there. So I actually own it on Blu-ray, but I don't particularly care for the movie.
If I remember correctly, Mr. Watson, you're back. I thought you were gone for a second. You didn't dig this out of the gate, or maybe you still don't.
He come around because of me, I think.
Dave talked me into the movie. I hated it when I first saw it and didn't even think of it as a horror movie. I maintain there might be 60 seconds of tension in the whole film, but Dave has this take on the film. I'm still not there, but he almost has me. And if I can get to that territory, this movie will become something legendary. This wouldn't make a top 500 for me, but I do quite like it. I think that this director was trolling people with this movie.
Oh, really?
He even said, and even Elle Fanning's there with the interviews, and he's like, yeah, we started trying to make a horror movie and then we kind of stopped. And I'm like, I know, I see that. and I see, but then some people, and then Dave has this take on the film, like, I can't argue against it. And I'm like, well, I like it. That's all I'm going to say. I like it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Travis, you got to see it. It's fucking witches, man. That's what it is.
Oh, I didn't know.
That's my take, at least.
And I even, on the episode we did of Watsy, I don't even at the time firmly didn't agree with Dave's take, and I could still back up his take. So do you remember that?
And I don't agree with it either, per se, but I can't. I'm not saying, oh, that's ridiculous. It could be.
It makes sense. Yeah, it's like, well, the imagery's there, and there's some stuff. Like, it's like, okay, gosh, he might be right about.
They plant curses. They do things.
And Elle Fanning's beautiful. Keanu Reeves, man, like, it's cool flick. I remember when I first joined Horphilia, one of the first things back in the day, Jason Lloyd sent me the soundtrack and was just like, hey, have this. It was
awesome.
Cool. Yeah.
What a soundtrack it is. See, great music, great fucking colors. It's like Suspiria. It's like a modern take on Suspiria. The look and feel of it, right, is more like Suspiria than the new one. But, of course, the new one did that intentionally. They wanted to go, on the other side of the fence, which is a smart move. But this movie has that type of, look to it and it relies on the soundtrack and relies on the lighting and all that stuff. And I think it's quite brilliant. But again, it's 100% not for everybody. And Travis, if you do watch it, maybe indulge a little while you're at it too.
Well, I'm just going to say, I Googled this real quick, and apparently online, there are people talking about witches in this movie. So there you go.
They must have listened to me.
They must have. Yeah, you and Duncan were two of the first people I ever heard say that.
Well, I'm sold.
And Duncan and I are huge Suspiria fans. So it makes sense. Okay, so the Neon Demon. Great job, listeners. Thank you. Okay, this was tied with another movie. 360 votes. This one is older, obviously. Number 143, Cemetery Man.
Oh,
Della Morte dell'Amore. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my shit.
Another Italian one.
I love that.
One of those movies that I don't understand the love for.
Oh, you don't like it?
I agree.
A million people will tell me to watch this movie, and I watched it, and I was like, okay.
I like it. It's an 8 out of 10. But I don't cup its balls and blow it like everybody else does.
like me. And let me tell you something. Dave Z, you weren't on new horror movies yet, but I brought that one to the table for our mirror review. We're doing Graveyard Shift, Doc Shock's pick later today, and I brought Cemetery Man to the table, and it's like, I think I'm like at a 9 or something like that. So I mean, I guess I'm not necessarily cupping and deep throating the shaft exactly, but I do quite love it, and I think it's an interesting piece. It's just weird, you know. It's one of those. I don't know if I agree with 22 Shots' take on the movie. I think they did assert and maybe rightfully so that it's all in his head. I'm like, well, I don't know. Maybe. But then you'll see my score go down if that's the case. You know, you all know me. But yeah, Eric, it's funny. Man. Yeah, you're just kind of like, I don't feel this one. Fair enough.
That's fair.
It's like an 8 out of 10. It's well worth checking out.
Agreed.
But I'm not cupping either, Dave.
Right.
But I do like
Travis.
I'll try cupping its balls one day. This is like a string of things for me because again, have not seen
Travis,
De La Morte de l'Amor.
He's gonna love this one. I'm
He just might. I like it a little less each time I see it. But again, I'm not knocking it. It's still an 8 out of 10. I really like the film.
It's great.
Fine. I'm down with it. I just don't. It's not next level to me. That's all. But I have no problem with it being on this list because I know people love it. So, right on. There you go. Okay, 142. Oh, this is going to be an interesting pick here. 362 points. The Lighthouse.
Oh,
wow.
What?
Boo earns, boo everything.
What the fuck?
Boo earns.
Whew.
Hey,
okay.
This is about cinematography. Fantastic. This is about a movie.
You goddamn farts!
Acting and cinematography, fantastic.
Yeah.
But holy shit.
Atmosphere, brother.
Try to entertain me a little bit, please.
Right.
Feather dust my nuts a little.
Were you
Something.
sleeping?
Man.
Come on. Is
I
this a horror
felt
movie?
like it. It's not a horror film.
Fuck
No.
yeah.
Yes, it is.
Cosmic horror.
I left it off my list that year because I was
Thank
like,
you.
I don't think it's horror. But that's just me. Listen. I'm whatever. So
Listen,
It's
I think
what
I should.
feel on Dark Discussions is pretentious douchebaggery.
your review of that was great, by the way. That episode was great. And even you had your host, she's not on the show anymore, Christy, who was breaking down all the symbolism and all the Greek thises and that's. And I even was like keeping track. Like I caught that.
There's
It's
such a great intro that you weren't here about, Mr. Watson, about the history of that show, and you've named like this person twice now, and it leads in so great. So when you listen back to it, you'll see why Dave and I are laughing.
Listen back.
Yeah, you're in the dark here, but it's perfect.
But yeah, I'm just
I'm
with
neither confirming nor denying.
Yeah, Eric's podcast review was really good and confirmed why I think it's brilliant, but I didn't like it. I don't know. It's just so well. I don't know.
Travis, you love it?
It's a 10. Yeah.
Hell yeah,
nice.
Dude. That's cool.
Wow.
That's awesome, man. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Here it is.
Let me hear it.
You go. You tell. You're the one that loves it. I don't know why I'm talking.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
shut up, Christian.
It was everything Dave was saying. It's the atmosphere, brother. It's the way it was shot. And I know Eric called it pretentious, but I don't know. I mean, some movies they have to. If you're gonna come at a movie like this or make a movie like this and come at it saying it's pretentious, I mean, it's meant to be full of ideas. It's meant to be this thing.
Well, you could say that about the one.
So I don't know.
The Neon Demons.
What,
you could argue that too. Sorry, you cut out. I thought you were done. I apologize.
Yeah, he was cutting out.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. My internet might be lagging. Am I back?
Yeah.
You're a little fuzzy, but yeah.
You got groggy voice.
Okay. Well, I love it. I love Defoe and I love Pattinson. So their chemistry together is phenomenal. I love the cosmicism of the lighthouse itself and just the imagery in this film alone. I don't know. And I like the story. Plus mermaid fucking.
Fair enough.
So I understand this movie has good filmmaking. I understand that. I just was not entertained. So, like I told Dave about the Neon Demon, you can watch this movie as many times as you like. I will not join you.
Right on.
I feel like I should love Eggers. I mean, everybody's blowing him and whatever, and I'm just happy he's going back, and I'm going to check out Nosferatu, but I'm not won over yet. There's something it's not jiving with me.
I like the Northman.
Didn't get you?
I didn't watch it.
Oh, dude, holy shit, what a movie! Not horror, it's just a Viking revenge film. Wow, what a film!
I'll check it out.
Holy shit!
Vikings kind of boring. What do I care about Vikings?
That's exactly, Dave. Your words. Exactly.
Yep.
What do I care about bees?
That's it.
Sure. I mean, I guess.
I'll get to it.
You don't like big, crazy werewolf berserker people who pillage and like ravage landscapes, and there's blood and sinew and viscera everywhere.
Only if they're in dream sequences in a 1981 werewolf film.
That was a very specific condition.
That was that was very specific, Eric.
Wait, so you want Nazi Vikings?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I'll be happy with that. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Oh. Oh boy. Yeah.
In a movie.
I think.
In a movie.
Oh, in a movie.
Sure.
I think it's great. I think it took me like 2 or 3 times to really come to it to where I am now. At the same time, it's not a movie I can just grab on anytime and plug in like The Witch, because I could for that. You know what I mean? But this movie, it's a mood piece. No, listen. I understand people's that don't like it, but I do not, and I repeat, do not like anytime anyone randomly inserts the word pretentious into a movie just because it's an artsy movie when they don't like it. It's like basically if you didn't like Friday the 13th Part 2, you would just say it's a piece of shit. But just because it's artsy, you always got to throw that fucking P word of pretentious in there, and it pisses me the fuck off.
Isn't that what the word was built for?
Well, you can get as mad as me as you want. I stand by my opinion.
Oh, I didn't. Did you say that? Did you call it pretentious?
He did.
I'm sorry.
I was
thought
giving
you said
shit
Eric,
for it.
Eric. I thought you said that Phil said that. I'm sorry.
I said we use that term on the podcast. I'm one of the people that use that term in reference to this movie.
I just think that sometimes people use it as just a word to throw out to make it sound
Like
worse
mother.
than it is.
Sorry.
Mother?
God damn it.
There is a difference. There's a difference because there are times where I think pretentious things are a lot of fun and great, and then there are the things that suck that are also pretentious. I'm not saying that's what this movie is. I'm just saying with regards to that descriptor, there are times where I'm like, this movie's pretentious and I loved it. This movie's pretentious and it sucked. I guess it's just another descriptor in addition to this movie was visual or whatever. So that's when I use it, which I rarely do, but when I use it, it's usually in that way. So yeah.
When I used it. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was talking about The Lighthouse again, but go ahead.
What's that movie that you and I and B watched, and it was like about a brother and a sister, and was really artsy, and I think there was like some incest involved in it or something, and they were like in a maze, and somehow they were in some. Pardon me?
I said you got my attention.
Oh. Do you remember what it was called? Sister. They were in a building. Everything was like, fuck.
For the Spanish movie.
Maybe.
Yes, it is. A freaking. I almost said Dave Made a Maze, but that does not make any sense.
It was real.
We are the flesh. We are the flesh.
We are the flesh.
Oh,
that was the movie, the one movie that I call pretentious because I felt it truly was, and I gave it a 5 out of 10 because it was just a bunch of shit going on the screen that served nothing. Because it's fair enough. I respect the aspects of it. I respect the technical aspects of it, where I can say, okay, that part I liked. But there's no cohesion whatsoever. Just like that movie, Wounded Fawn. To me, the fucking climax of that movie, half of that was pretentious, where it just doesn't make any sense, and it's up its own ass.
Those are lesser
movie with
films.
A narrative.
I'll even give The Lighthouse. The Lighthouse has weight behind it. You've got Eggers coming out. He's got talent. The aspect ratio that he chose to use for that film is fantastic. I love what they did from the shots. The acting is phenomenal. I'm not taking anything away from that. But
I know that.
I'm going to jerk off to fall asleep or put that movie on. And one way or the other, I'm falling asleep within 5 minutes.
Oh, man.
Fair enough.
As long as you can hear my voice.
Yeah.
Why don't you listen to Eric talk about The Lighthouse and jerk off to that, and then it's double. Garbage. See? It's so pretentious.
That was a visual I did not need.
I gotta watch off this pretentious garbage.
Okay. Let's get out of here. 141 with 367 points. The Hills Have Eyes, 2006.
Huh.
Interesting. Nice. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's a fun fucking movie, man.
It
is fun. It was not on my list.
Yeah.
No, me neither. But I understand the love for it. I mean, as far as remakes go, had a Jason looking character in there fucking shit up, and had some other, had some good kills and a good story. It's like
is Aja gonna rear his head on this list too now? Because there's one.
Oh, you're
one
right.
for him.
See, that might be one of the directors.
Oh, that remake of or the adaptation of Intensity by Dean Koontz that he ripped off. Yeah, that movie will probably show up at some point.
Oh,
nice.
Beautiful.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sons of
Hills Have Eyes, 2006. I saw it back when it came out, and I thought it was cool. I prefer the original. I don't really have that much to say about this movie. I kind of forgot it.
Yeah, I dig it.
There was shock for shock value, but same with the original, in my opinion. So, I mean, ultimately, just this one they're wedging in a baby, and anytime I've said I find that this is a trope that I don't like is the old baby in peril scenario. De Palma used it to death way earlier, and here we are, 2006, and it was like a gun being pushed in the baby's face. It seemed like overkill just for, just to try to piss people off, and it was just kind of like, meh. But otherwise, I thought it was brutal. It was fun. I actually liked the sequel too.
I don't like either sequel to Hills Have Eyes, but I like the originals equally. I like the Hills Have Eyes original and remake equally. They're different films, but I like them both. So I don't know. There you have it. Okay, number 140. Oh boy, Eric. Okay, it has 368 points. This is a movie that when Eric sent in his list, he said Dave is wrong about this movie. So let's fight some more.
Oh,
The Hitcher.
It's coming.
The Hitcher.
Yes, The Hitcher. Dave is completely wrong about this movie.
Yeah.
I couldn't get on board. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to focus on it.
Hey, don't apologize. If you don't like it, you don't like it. I'm not,
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry for being fucking Woody. Either I look at things a different way, or there's something wrong with me, or it's both. Because I don't get, something must be wrong. Because how come everybody else didn't see it the way I saw it? I was like, why would you do this? Why would you do that? Why do I care about you? You're a fucking dummy. But no one else had that reaction but me. So people love it. I mean, you have to be invested in the character to like the movie. If you don't like the character,
Ebert had the same reaction as you. He hated this fucking movie. I think it's on his one of his worst ever movie list. But I've always loved the movie. It's off my list, but it's always been like a 9 out of 10 for me. I've loved it since the first time I saw it. Eric Red, man.
Well, and here's the thing, Dave. I've heard you talk about the movie, and I can't argue against anything that you point out about it because you're not wrong. I just don't care. It's one of those things where I was talking about, like, if a movie has flaws, if I don't like the movie, it'll bug me and I'll pick it apart. If I like the movie, then it doesn't bug me and I don't pick it apart. And that's the case with this. It's an 80s cable movie. So it is what it is. But
it was a cable movie?
Huh? Yeah, this is an HBO movie.
See, I was thinking of, you know why? Remember there used to be a show on HBO called The Hitchhiker. So I thought that's what I was thinking of. That maybe that's why. What?
No, unless I got it wrong, but I'm pretty sure this was made for HBO.
What the fuck? I'm shocked. Wow. Wow, that's interesting.
It must have got a theatrical release, or Ebert wouldn't have reviewed it. I'm almost positive. But
see, anyway, maybe you're confusing with The Hitchhiker.
Eric Red wrote this, and that's why, because we were talking about Bad Moon earlier, which I think he directed, if I'm not mistaken. I could be blending shit together, but I'm almost positive. But the director, I don't know what he went on to do, but I've always really dug this movie.
Didn't he do Hang on, I'm looking it up. I don't want to say it if I'm wrong.
See, maybe it's one of these things
I'm right.
where
he did Bad Moon.
Eric Red.
Eric Red did Bad Moon.
I knew that. Yeah. I thought you were looking up The Hitchhiker.
Oh,
or the fucking, if this was the TV movie.
Robert,
I'm trying to figure out where I got the HBO thing from, and I haven't yet.
It is. It's an HBO Pictures. They made it. Yeah.
Wow. So they had The Hitchhiker and The Hitcher around the same time. That's fucking pretty wild. I got to see when The Hitchhiker came out on HBO. Does anybody remember that show?
The sex scene, yeah, it was always on, and I never watched it once. The love scene, and I'm being serious. The love scene and the love interest in the sex scene seem out of place. It seems like he's in peril. He's kind of feeling for his endangered for his life, And I don't get it. We all get horned up. But if you think yourself in that situation, you'd be like, I just want to run and get the fuck out of Dodge. I don't want to be dealing with that fucking right now. Call me crazy.
No, but I
just want to get the hell out of here.
I think this movie is moments for me. There are moments in this movie that are just some of my favorite moments. One being when he first picks up the hitchhiker. The second being the ultimate fate of Jennifer Jason Leigh's character. That shit is awesome. And also, if anybody out there is a Buffy the Vampire Slayer fan, Principal Schneider from the series is in this movie if you want to see him. Yeah, and oddly enough, even though it was like 20 years early, he looks the same.
Wow. Interesting.
I just want to say that the only C. Thomas Howell movie that I'm concerned about right now is directed by Steve Miner, and it's called Soul Man.
Yeah,
thanks to you two. Thanks to you guys.
Nice.
I'm looking at images on my phone of that movie, and I'm laughing my ass
that's
off.
The Schlocky second. There you go. Teen Wolf is the first one, and the Schlocky second is that one.
Buddy.
Soul Man.
But I had the Hitcher at number 52 on my list.
Nice, Sweet. Man.
Did
you hate the remake?
Yes.
I'll say this.
I never saw the remake.
Rutger Hauer is pretty charismatic and stuff that I've heard and lines that have been delivered that I looked up a couple YouTube clips because Duncan used them for summer series for some of the stuff he was doing. I was like, oh, that's cool. What is that? So I can respect that. I think this was a movie that kind of like the Monster Squad. If I would have seen it in 1986 or at a younger age and not been an adult watching it now and deducing all these things about it and picking it apart saying, why? No, I can't take this. Maybe it would have been different. So I think maybe a lot of people like the Monster Squad thing. So that could very well be it because I'm guessing most people saw it on HBO when they were at a younger age.
Mm-hmm.
Or, I don't know. It's just a theory. But I don't know. Do you guys like it? Travis fucking Watson?
I only saw it because I saw the remake in theaters when I was younger, and I thought it was cool. I was like, all right, decent movie, and I found out it was a remake, so I watched the original, but I don't really remember it. I owe it another watch, I suppose.
I think
if you don't remember, then it probably didn't make an impression.
I mean, I was a kid. I don't know. But some movies do when I'm a kid. So I don't know. I would watch it again, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm not opposed to rewatching it, especially because it has Rutger Hauer and someone said Jennifer Jason Leigh. So
right.
It's hard to find. At least it was for a long time, unless this has changed recently. The only way you could get it is to purchase a DVD.
Ooh, and I see here Jeffrey DeMunn's in it, so I like him a lot.
Yeah, it's not. Last I checked, it wasn't streaming anywhere. They don't even have a Blu-ray for it.
Wow.
You have to get a DVD if you want to watch it.
Arg.
cool road movie for sure.
There you go. Okay, that's The Hitcher. I will watch it.
Man. Holy shit.
I'll watch it again, and I'll watch it with my daughter and my wife and see what they say. So anyway, okay, number 139, 374 points. Nightbreed.
Oh, nice, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know, when I first saw this, I gave this a 10 out of 10.
I saw it in the theaters. I'll never forget coming home from this movie because I'll never forget this. My mom took me to see a doubleheader of first we watched Glory with Denzel Washington.
Yeah.
And then we watched Nightbreed. And then driving home from the movies, it was dark and foggy. So driving home after seeing Nightbreed on a dark and foggy night was memorable to me.
The thoughts.
It's a foggy night. I still really dig this movie, but it's an 8 out of 10. And I still think I have to go with the theatrical version. As much as Clive Barker has barked that his director's cut is the way to watch it, I don't like the extended scenes, and I think it cheeses it up a bit. And I like the theatrical cut way more.
Yeah, I like the imagery and the lore a lot more than I actually like the film itself, which makes me very sad because I fucking wanted to love it. It's Clive Barker making a film, and the main character's last name is Boone. So you know,
that's right. That is Boone. Word.
Yeah, I don't remember his first name, but I remember being like, oh shit.
What's Travis?
No, there's no fucking way. Where's what's the name of the fucking place that they're all from?
Midian.
Yeah. See, I like it as an idea, but damn, it just something about it feels, and I hate to say this, but something about it feels made for TV cheap, kind of. That's the vibe I got off of it when I watched it. It kind of felt like, I don't know, like just like the set design, whatever room they were in when they were in Midian, they were all in this one room, and it's all these, monsters coming together to, I guess, I don't remember if they were talking or what it was they were doing, but I was watching it like, man, I wish this was just better. No.
I still really dig it though, but and we reviewed it on the show, but it's my least favorite of his movies now, but I still really dig it.
Yes. For me, it's a comfort movie. I've watched it for years. It's just one of those movies. It just is. I know it may not be the greatest thing, but I love the creature design, actually in the story. And I've only seen the director's cut one time. And I remember some scenes being thrown in there that I was glad they put in there. But much like the Rob Zombie movies with the Halloweens, there could be a perfect cut made using the theatrical and the freaking directors combined. But yeah. I have issues with each of them because now that I know some things are left off directors. But either way, I could watch the regular theatrical anytime. It's just a comfort movie for me. I grew up with it. I was the right age when it came out, and pretty cool stuff. So I'm glad it's here. Okay, here we go. This is kind of similar to it in a way. Creatures, number 138 with 378 votes. Pan's Labyrinth.
Oh yeah. Oh my Lord.
Grape, that girl and that grape, I can't get over it.
Why?
You can't. Dave, when Dave's hooked on something, he can't get over, and it's that grape.
Dave,
he's not fucking wrong though.
Just last week watched a YouTube reaction to Pan's Labyrinth, and one of the people reacted that was the same. She was like, "What are you doing? Have some self-control."
One grape. Everything changes.
It's a great movie, though. I love it.
Oh,
beautiful to look at. Great
it made me cry when I saw it in the theater. I was not expecting the end to have that impact.
No, again, it has her. And again, 9 out of 10 off this list, but I have no problem with it being on the list. It could be higher on the list. Like, it's a great film.
Yeah, I echo everything you said there. Yep.
I drug a bunch of friends to the theater. I drugged them and then drugged them to the theater to go watch this movie. Back in the day, a lot of my friends weren't into watching, subtitled films. I'm like, fuck you, Guillermo del Toro, let's go watch it. A suppository. I love the imagery, and this is one of my favorite films of all time. So it's a 10 out of 10. I love Pan's Labyrinth.
Awesome.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Very good. All right, I think Watson fell asleep on us. I don't know.
No, I'm chilling.
You're cool.
No, we're all in consensus on Pan's Labyrinth.
All right, brother. Okay. Oh, wow. How about this? 137 with 380 votes. Surprised it's this high, but I'm glad it's on the list because I like it, and it's The Sixth Sense.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Okay.
It seems to be these days that it doesn't get a lot of love, I've noticed.
I think I know why. I think this is one of those movies that over time, at least I'm just speaking for me, and maybe it's a lot of other people. This is one of those movies where that initial twist ending, it's like after a while, it loses that luster, and then you see the movie itself, and it's kind of mid. To me, it's just kind of mid. And I'm an M. Night fan, actually. Not of everything, but I like a lot of his films.
Same.
This movie, I'm just not nearly as big on it, and I kind of never was. Great twist, but I don't know. I could see it waning in the zeitgeist.
Well, and that first view impact of the ending, or the reveal, if you will, really is, I think, affecting a lot of people's memory of the movie. And it's great. Don't get me wrong. I love The Sixth Sense. The reason, like, The Sixth Sense to me overshadows a movie that came out around the same time, and to me, that's a bummer. Because Stir of Echoes came out around the same time, and that movie is vastly underrated. So I like The Sixth Sense, but I think I like Stir of Echoes more, and it bums me out that Sixth Sense overshadows it.
I think that was exactly it. We talked about when we reviewed Stir of Echoes that it kind of was forgotten because of the timing it came out. And that movie was great. I remember watching it with my buddy, and we were getting to the end, and we were like, both, this is great. He's like, there's supposedly some twist. I'm like, dude, there's like 10 minutes left in the movie. I think, what is it that he's helping people, or the dead people get some closure and whatever. And then he's like, well, that can't be just it. And so when that actual twist happened, it was like the perfect discussion to have in the theater at that time that we both were like sucker punching, like just it hit us even more so. We're like, holy fuck. But in true M. Night form, some of the clues or things that he leaves you or puts out there upon second watch is like, oh, that's a little forced when you think. Because at the time I'm like, well, this is weird. Why is this not happening? Why are they not talking? It is a little weird. He throws it right there out at you. Unbreakable, which I love as well, but drives me crazy that he went just like, I can't remember when I was sick last. Hey, honey, do you remember whenever I was sick? Like, how do you not know you've never been sick in your whole life? You know what I mean? And like, I'm like, and this is an M. Nightism that he puts into all of his movies where there's this forced bit of dialogue, Lady in the Water. I want to love that movie because I love that soundtrack.
I haven't seen that one.
Forced script writing and you're just like, oh, this could have been delivered so much simpler with maybe another rewrite, or something, and that's the problem with M. Night. I love it.
What impresses me about The Sixth Sense is when you do go back and rewatch it, he did not cheat. It's all there. It is. I like that about the movie. I do understand what you're saying about the forced nature of some of it. But I think it's cool that he didn't cheat. He puts it all there for you. Although you're very unlikely to put it together on a first watch.
There's a cool
loved it.
There's a cool connection between The Sixth Sense and Stir of Echoes, by the way. James Newton Howard did the score for both films.
Oh, no kidding. I did not know that.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. Nice.
And James Newton Howardsy boy, he's been going with M. Night for a while. I don't know if he's still doing the scores, but he did a bunch of scores. So that dude's on point.
Cool.
Right on.
I even like Old, and that had a lot of forced dialogue.
I liked it too.
That movie had a bunch of issues, but I generally liked it anyway. Yeah. Anyway.
I went from hating it at one point. Like I was like in the theater going, I fucking hate. And then I'm like, it won me over. It's dude. Like it won me over when all said and done. But it's just that forced nature. And even Knock at the Cabin or whatever the fuck it's called, I'm really looking forward to. I'm trying to go in with but even watching that preview for it, I'm like, am I going to be a victim of this forced dialogue nature that he likes to wedge into his movies? So. We'll see.
We shall see.
Yeah, I dig it. I dig it, and I rewatched it for the first time in a while last year, and I was like, you know what? I like this. I don't know why I don't watch this enough. I watched it. I was like, yeah, this is a really good. Outside of the twist, it doesn't matter. I was watching to see, if there was going to be any cheats, and like we said, there wasn't. But I still like the story in general and the acting and just what was going on the screen. I was on with it. So. I'm glad it's high up here. That's fine with me. I mean, it's not on my list, but,
I like that Haley Joel Osment grew up to look just like himself, but fat and with a beard.
Yeah. Poor guy. Yeah.
And did he know that was going to happen?
Yeah, well.
Sorry.
Watson, did you have anything to say about The Sixth Sense?
Oh, I quite like it. I remember seeing it as a kid with my mom and my sister, and we walked around Olympia, Washington that day together. We went into the Capitol building and nobody was there. And it was a dark day. And it was like the whole day was haunted. I will always remember that. It was a really cool thing.
Did you like the movie or not?
Yeah. Sorry, Steve. Yeah, I got lost there. I do like the movie. Yeah. Good.
It started having a stroke.
I'm sorry.
It's good.
Oh, that's great.
It's suddenly this bus came up and it was
Christian
empty.
is allowed to talk for 10 minutes, but you better shut the fuck up and get to the point.
I love how Eric calls me out of my shit all the. It's fucking great. We need that.
I love Eric for that too.
That is great.
You Canadian piece.
Quit being pretentious.
All right.
I love you, Steve.
Yeah.
Nice. 136. Oh, all right. I'm so happy to see this here. Okay. 385 points. Mark it down. We have another slasher on the list. Silent Night, Deadly Night. Yes.
There you go.
I love this movie.
This is an Eric movie. This is an Eric movie right here.
Yeah, this is number 53 on my list.
Wow, awesome! You're one of the reasons it's up here, man. That's fucking great.
Yeah.
I love it.
Here's why. It's because Silent Night, Deadly Night is one of the only slashers that, to me, logically explains why the killer is killing. Like, I watched Silent Night, Deadly Night, and I'm rooting for Billy. I'm like, go Billy, get him, because that dude goes through so much shit, and
There's a lot of you're right.
So like that's why I love this movie in particular. Of course, Linnea Quigley.
Yes.
What are you gonna say? Yeah. So I'm a big fan of Silent Night, Deadly Night.
It's a great story. It's a sad story, but at the same time, it somehow managed to be a fun movie, if that makes any sense. But that's just the way I feel about it. It's tragic.
It is
you feel
tragic,
for the
yes.
character, and everything that leads to it. But once the things start happening, you're just, I hear you, kind of rooting for him. You're on board and this and that. And, I've been watching this movie since I was a kid. It's another comfort movie. It's one I will watch every freaking Christmas season. I showed it to my daughter this past year. This is the second time she's seen it, and now it's something that she actually appreciates, and it's going to be like a new thing for us both to watch.
Nice.
She's really into it, so it's a lot of fun, man. I dig it.
It's grown on me. Liked it when I was younger, and now I really dig it. I watch it every year too. It's great.
Nice, Mother Superior.
Bad bitch.
I do like it. And I know that part 2 is mostly a fucking retread, so that kind of subtracts from it a little bit. But I do think that this is another good example of pairing a good movie with a schlocky second. You watch the first one, then the second one, boom, boom. There you go.
The only reason to watch the second one is Garbage Day.
I love that scene, though. I love that scene.
I also love her reaction when he jumper cables and he turns to her and she's like, oh no, and she like runs off, and it like her reaction there's like, uh-oh, and there's not enough to recommend the second one, because you also have to think that although they're retreading all the footage from all the good stuff from the first one, they also make you believe that he's going to remember anything as a baby, and who got him as a baby in the car later on too, like this fucking baby. Like Ricky's fucked. Like Ricky's not gonna remember shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, and there's a bit of sadness there too, because he was adopted by some good people, and then he was then he went bad.
Yeah, there you have it. Went bad. Watson, this is on your Christmas rotation or no?
When I was 6 years old, I was. No, I'm just kidding.
You had to follow up.
It's good. I like it.
All right.
What? I hope you. I was just joking.
Oh.
Please talk more. Please.
Maybe
Or
next
not.
movie. Okay, maybe next movie. All right, let's see. 135. There will be some discussion here. 387 points. He shows up again. High Tension.
There we
Travis.
Fuck that movie.
Yep. No, I maintain. Hold on. I will talk.
I love it.
I maintain that the ending makes sense within the scheme of the plot. I just don't like it. I know some people say it doesn't make sense. No, I get what they're doing, or at least what they're trying to do. Fine.
Yeah.
I'm with that. You all know the Watsonisms that I have. This is my least favorite Watsonism when it comes to these movies.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, as far as the TMB, which Dean Koontz intensity.
Yes.
Even Aja was like, never heard of it. And then later was like, yeah, I mean, kinda. I mean, it was like the #1 best-selling novel, kinda new. Whoops.
Dean Koontz literally said himself that he's above suing the guy. He literally seems like I'm above it.
He's kind of like Tom Petty. Tom Petty would hear people copy him and go, yeah, rock and roll's rock and roll. Just let him make the song. And Dean Koontz is kind of like that. Like, I'm not going to sue him. And it's like, you could.
No, sometimes when you're
Aja.
creative though, sometimes you copy other people unintentionally.
Fair enough.
Like
Scene for scene?
I was in a garage band once, and one of the guys in the band with me accidentally rewrote "Stairway to Heaven." He was like,
and I wrote the
guitar part I
riff
came
of
up with.
the
And I was like,
Offsprings, the kids aren't all right. I wrote that riff in high school, and then someone was like, this is a riff. And I was like, oh, fuck, that's a good riff.
So it is possible to copy somebody without realizing that you're copying them.
I think they did battle it out sort of in court, there were some legal dealings back in the day, and it was up in the air where even Aja was like, anyway, and Kuntz is like, I'm not going to sue you, so just whatever. But I love that movie till that ending, man. And I do think it makes sense. I really do. Some people say it doesn't. You could be right too. I do make sense of it. I just don't like it. That's kind of my, you know me though. You all know how I hate these sorts of
I think the movie's fine, but it was not on my list.
Yeah. It wouldn't make
not on my list, but I dig it. I dig it though.
It was number 59 on my list.
I
do love
of course.
He's like, Watson, don't talk anymore.
No. You can talk all you like. I feel bad because Eric called me out on the last one, and I feel horrible about it.
So you're the biggest fan of it, and I'm probably behind you.
But we've talked about it on our show before too.
I dig it. Yeah.
So I don't want to deep dive on it. I can't. If you don't like the ending, I can't disagree with you. I could totally see you being like, wait a fucking second here. Well, how is that even plausible? And I mean, there are still hiccups, whether it be her story to retell that is our scapegoat for or say like it's all in her mind and we're hearing her story from a fucked up diseased mind. Still, it doesn't explain some of the events that happened that we've actually witnessed. So it is kind of a cop out, but the ride to get there is fantastic.
Agreed. It's a fun slasher. It's good kills. It's freaking, the reveal is the reveal, but I dig it. I dig the way it looks and everything. I'm on it. But Travis, I didn't know about that book, so now you're gonna have me second guessing everything.
I read that book when it came out.
Intensity.
Well, the thing about it is I read that book and then that movie came out later. I'm watching the movie with a friend, and I keep telling my friend that I'm watching the movie with, I keep predicting what's gonna happen. This movie just came out and we rented it, and I said, oh, well, this is about to happen. Oh, but this is about to happen. And he's like, did you see this? I'm like, fuck no, this is like this book. And I pulled out Intensity.
Wow.
It's scene for scene a fucking remake of the book. Except for the ending. That's different.
Yeah, the ending, yeah.
Interesting. Wait, so it's a different reveal, you're telling me?
Oh, there's no reveal in the novel. He's just a killer.
Okay, so it's just straight up. Wow. Wow, what the hell? Very interesting. I got to read that book. Okay, cool.
Interesting. Yeah.
You'll like it.
You learn some shit
here.
It's a
slasher book, man. Yeah.
I can dig it. All right. Okay, 134. Oh, we just talked about it earlier. 389 points. Prince of Darkness. There you go.
JC.
Yeah, JC.
This is my least favorite Carpenter movie.
Period? Really?
The Ward?
No. Now that you mention it, like
Ghost of Mars?
Ghost of Mars?
But I just don't.
Vampires?
Liquid evil is not scary to me. I'm not on board.
Okay.
Wow.
Huh?
Wowzer. I mean, what can you do? You're not on board.
Right. I warmed up to this movie. It's not on my list or anything like that, but I've warmed up to it. I initially didn't like it as much, and I've come around now, and I quite like it now. But I think, honestly, I don't know. Well, now it's probably number 3 in that trilogy, honestly, because I've come so high on fucking on In the Mouth of Madness. Although I do owe this one another watch. I should check it out again. But
did you come in the mouth of madness?
Come in the mouth of madness, yeah. And I'll pass it on to someone.
Stop talking.
Watson, say something. Save me now. Okay.
I don't have anything, man.
Victor Wong is Bay in this movie with his crazy hair. His facial hair is so ridiculous. Or is it his eyebrows? I can't remember which it is. But I love this movie, man. Donald Pleasance as the priest, and they're trying to they're trying to figure out if that vat is the devil, that vat of green goo. Yeah. I'm remembering this correctly.
Yeah, of evil,
yeah, and Alice Cooper's made out of bugs.
Right.
Yeah. It's fucked up.
I love it. I love this movie.
This one is, I'm kind of like Dave. I've never disliked the movie. I've always thought it was creepy. I've always liked it. I think it hovers at around 8 out of 10. It's about the atmosphere. This movie has a lot of atmosphere. Mm-hmm. Eric, I don't know. Maybe give it another try because I tried to.
I did a whole John Carpenter try.
Oh, you have? Okay.
I saw it back in the day when it was released on VHS, and then I watched it again because I think we reviewed it on Dark Discussions, and it's just not for me.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I tried to give Ghosts of Mars a rewatch, The Ward a rewatch. Yeah, those are just dreadful. They're unfortunate.
No, I forgot about those. You're right. This is not my
I've never
least
seen
favorite Carpenter, but it's
Yeah.
not. It doesn't thrill me like it does other people.
But it does, yeah. Like,
That's
okay.
fair.
I mean, I can see it, right? This is what it's all about. We all have
Yeah,
our own shit, right?
for sure. Okay, 133. 390 points. Some people don't consider it a horror movie. I do, and I love it. Bone Tomahawk.
Oh yeah, bro.
10
Yeah.
out of 10. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
wow. Yeah,
Not
I
for me.
fucking love it.
Horror,
No?
it's horror western, and then this cast. This cast is insane. The 4 leads specifically.
Shit.
Wow.
My boy Patrick Wilson with his hobbled ass leg. The dad from 6 Feet Under. I forget the actor's name. I always forget his name, but he's amazing.
Is that Richard Jenkins you're talking about?
Yes, Richard
Yeah.
Jenkins. Oh God, Kurt fucking
Matthew
Russell
Fox.
and Matthew Fox from Lost.
Yeah.
Yes, love this movie. Amazing film. Also, Sid Haig and David Arquette showing up right at the beginning. Awesome opening shot. Opening of this movie. Damn, I'm happy this is on this list.
Dude, the dialogue is so.
It's like
Incredible.
Tarantino-esque.
It really is. It really is. Watch it again and pay attention to the dialogue, and you'll go, "Wow, this really is." Tarantino gets that rep. This is something that should be up in that conversation. It is quite good.
I think I brought that up when we watched it, Dave. I think we brought it up, and I did like it more the second time.
Cool.
I still, it's horror-esque, and yeah, it's good. I don't love it, but I like it.
I fucking love it.
I like it. It's a good movie. It was not on my list.
Yeah, it's number 74. 74 for me. So not 10 out of 10. It's a 9.5er. But it's I adore it. I think it's fucking. I love the first time I watched it, I didn't want to get up off of my seat. I didn't even want to pause the movie to get up and go take a piss because I was too into the dialogue and what was happening. That never happens. So I was sucked right in immediately. And then the kills we get later and the stuff that goes on with these freaking things and that one kill with the split and the characters. I think it's very. I don't know why it's a 9.5. Maybe last time I watched it, or just something happened. But,
there's this great exchange between Richard Jenkins and Kurt Russell, where Richard Jenkins comes into the office, to the sheriff's office, and he's like, "Sure." He says something like, "Oh, sure smells like you're cooking some corn chowder," and then Kurt Russell's like, "Well, that's because I'm cooking corn chowder." Bust the fuck up at that part. And he's like, "Oh, I reckon that's what that might be." And I'm just like, "Oh, it's so funny."
Oh, they're great. Jenkins is just the right amount of freaking comic relief. Just the right amount.
Oh, Cabin in the Woods, man. He's amazing.
He's fucking. I love this movie. Okay. Oh shit! I was trying to move on to the next movie, and I don't think I want to now because of. Okay. All right. C, get ready. Number 132 with 394 points. Possession.
Oh, the
People love this
1981.
movie. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that movie is
I'm in the
madness
minority
incarnate.
on this one.
It just showed up on Shudder. I'm going to check it out at some point, but I haven't yet.
Same,
They blow
same
on
Eric.
Shudder.
Still never seen it. Yeah.
Sam Neill.
Wow.
Bruh. This movie's crazy as fuck.
You dig it, Travis?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Most people
I
do.
saw.
I'm in the minority. I hate it.
Oh really?
I like it.
Oh, People
I saw
love
it
it,
once.
though.
I saw one time. I gave it an 8 out of 10. I haven't seen it since, but
Sorry.
a lot of people are very, very high on it, and Christian doesn't understand why. So that's what I.
This is true, but the people that are not high on it are like Christian. So I've heard people talk shit about it.
I can't get into the style, the overacting, the acting up to 11, the framing of certain scenes. So Sam Neill in a rocking chair. I made the joke earlier that sums it up. If you can get by that without laughing your fucking head off, I know what they're trying to go for. I'm just not on board with it. Like, kind of like what you guys were saying at the end of High Tension. Even though they're two, this is definitely more artsy. Like we were talking, Mr. Watson, we brought it up on the last show you were on.
Is it pretentious now because you don't like it?
I've used that term. I have used that term for this movie.
You called it. It has the
minority.
golden. You said it had the golden handshake of art. I remember that.
Yeah,
and that
was my way to dance around That was my way to dance around
means.
the word pretentious, because it means it was pretentious, Eric, is what I'm going with. And ultimately,
You're just
you can't say that word
allowed to use the P word around Dave.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to use it.
I just find it funny. That's all.
But a lot of people dig the movie. It's, I'm not even saying I didn't get it. I just didn't like it.
I could see not liking this movie too.
Yeah.
I mean, really, this is not one that I would put on every day or even once a year, but I enjoyed it for what it was. I enjoyed the literally having no clue what was going on. I love the fact that the scene where he goes to the lover's apartment and they have this such a weird interaction that I could not take my eyes off of the screen. I don't know. There's a lot about it that kept my eyes glued to it. I wouldn't give it a 10. In fact, I know I rated it on Joe Blow. I don't know what the hell I rated it, but I'd say at least an 8 off the top of my head. That's where I'd put it. I appreciate it enough, but I could totally see being like, fuck this movie.
Right.
Yeah, I don't even know. Did I hate rate it, Dave? I don't even remember.
I don't remember.
I don't think I did the 0 out of 10 for this, because I think, but it's just not for me. That's really what it boils down to.
It's the way I feel about that one we talked about not too long ago.
Sorry, guys.
That Santa Sangre movie we talked about not too long ago. It was the same way I felt about it. So I understand what you're getting at. But all right, we're getting there. We're getting there. 6 more picks, or 5 or whatever. Okay, number 131. This is one I think most of us can agree on here. With 394 points, The Changeling.
Yeah.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Creepy
I'm surprised.
Ghost story.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a little higher, to be honest. I thought it'd be in the 100, but it's kind of regarded.
It is.
No, I'm good with it too, because I don't blow it quite as much as everyone else, but I do.
Yeah, I was gonna say this movie was overhyped to me, so when I finally saw it, I was like, "That's it." But it's fine. It's
fucking balls. What I'm supposed to be scared about? A fucking wheelchair? Where's the terror? God damn it!
Well, it's well crafted. I get it.
Is.
I get all of it. It is spooky. There are some things that go on, especially for the time. It's a great story when things start unwinding and you hear about what's going on with the changeling and who that is and what's I dig that. Digging away at it and the mystery and what's going to happen here. But the first half is all haunting stuff, and then this stuff, and then I don't know. The more I'm talking about it, the more I'm thinking I'm liking it. So I don't know. I really do think it's a great flick. So I see why it's here.
I've seen it one time, and do you ever have this experience with a movie where you've never even heard of the fucking thing? Then you see it out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden it's popping up left and right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my experience with this movie. I'd never even heard of this film. It popped up on Shudder. I believe it was Shudder.
There you go.
And I watched it, and I'm like, man, this movie's pretty damn dope. And then all of a sudden, everywhere I look online, the changeling this, the changeling that.
Yeah.
Well, and it could
the
be
Shudder effect.
Coincidental in that it was released on Shudder at that time.
Yep, it's the Shudder effect. I always talk about it on Letterboxd. Every time I go on Letterboxd, and if I see a movie that isn't new at the theaters, but it says popular with friends and everybody's fucking watched it, right. I say it's got to be on Shudder. Boom. It's right. For the rest of the world, it's the Netflix effect. Something drops on Netflix. People didn't even know who Jeffrey Dahmer was fucking 5 years ago. These normies walking around.
I don't know if that's true.
Dude, I'm telling you. How come they didn't complain until now about songs 10 years ago that mentioned him being in them? Did you hear they're trying to cancel these songs? There were 10 years ago, nobody cared. Now all of a sudden, you can't talk about Jeffrey Dahmer in music. Well, where the fuck were you 10 years ago? Didn't you never hear of him?
Actually, you can because, First Amendment, but whatever.
I agree, but people are bitching. So it just seems weird. It's almost like people never heard of fucking Dahmer before until he's on Netflix. I'm not saying that. I'm half joking, but I'm just saying it's the Netflix effect. All of a sudden, something's on Netflix. Mm-hmm. Everyone's talking about it. Something's on Shudder. All the horror folks are into it.
You need to stuff all those people in a barrel in your apartment or in the fridge or something. That's what you need to do.
Ship them down to Louisiana.
Yeah, send them here, cuz I'll dispose. We got a big old swamp down here.
Nice. You got an alligator?
Oh, that's what we use as our transportation. We ride alligators everywhere.
The back of a gator. Nice.
Yeah, man. Come on down and I'll serve you up some gumbo and some boudin.
Nice. Watson, you like Changeling or no?
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, fair enough. Pretty good.
It's like just like my review for Starry Eyes.
Right.
But he's not asleep. At least I don't think he's asleep. Remember
No,
that?
I'm chilling, dude. I'm watching you guys in this airplane. I see Eric on the left, Christian
We're
in the
still
middle,
in the
Daisy
airplane.
on the right.
Looking
Yeah,
at
to
the
me.
view?
To me.
Only to
I'm
him.
not.
It won't show up to everybody else if he does it. Hi. Planin. Okay. Number 130. Here's a bit of a controversial pick. 402 points. The Babadook.
I like this movie.
Interesting.
It was
I
not
do
on my
too.
list, but I own it.
It's a great flick. Absolutely. Some people hate it.
I do too, and
or
I can't
whatever.
remember. I thought it was on my list.
I bet
but maybe
Watson
it's
hates
not.
this one.
Really?
I
Oh,
maintain
Watson might hate it.
No, I love it, but I argue that it is a monster movie because the metaphor stands the same. If it is a monster movie, you don't need to rob that or have that interpretation that it is metaphorical for it to be a metaphor. It's a
Okay.
metaphor anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, I love this movie. Yeah,
Awesome.
and I don't think the kid is that annoying. I'm sort of like that. Like
He's supposed to be.
yeah, Franklin
supposed
in
to be, yeah.
TCM. I love him. I don't.
Oh, he's
I'm
funny.
not- I don't pick up on some of
That's-
these people who are supposed to be annoying in movies. Sometimes the lead and dash cam. Sometimes these just happen where I'm like, I like this character, and everybody's like, no, they're the worst. I'm like, oh, okay, fine, whatever.
I don't like her, but
I
it's
also don't understand complaint about the kid being like, a lot of people are like, oh, I hate this movie. That kid was so annoying. It's like, well, yeah, that's the
Eric.
point.
Yeah, he has some reasons, one or the other, whether it's monsters in the house or a bad mom or a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. So yeah.
Word. We reviewed this. See, we both were high on it.
Yeah.
last year.
I like the movie. I thought it was on my list, but it's not. But another 9 out of 10 that I guess I cut.
Same here.
I think as far as 2014 goes, this is one of the ones that blew the fuck up. But there are other movies from that year that I like a little bit more. But I still do enjoy the Babadook. I thought it was really well done. And I'm not sure, but was this a first-time filmmaker? Was this their directorial?
I think so.
Kent.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. Yep, I'm with you.
So
think
really
so.
solid first entry. I mean,
Yeah, she did great.
Fuck yeah.
Absolutely.
Fuck yeah. Okay, Babadook. All right, number 129. 402 points, so it was a tie. This one was made just a little bit earlier. Nosferatu.
Whoa. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
yeah.
I had this on
Nosferatu.
a little list. Where was it?
This is definitely a 10 out of 10 for me. I saw this
Nice.
when I was a kid, and I recently re-watched it when Joe Bob did his double feature of the original and then the Werner Herzog remake. And it just, man, I second him. Fuck Florence Stoker trying to destroy this movie. The imagery in this movie is all-time classic.
Yeah, I had this number 16
Yeah.
on my list.
Woo.
Wow.
And I generally don't like older movies, but when I finally got around to this one, I was amazed at just how effective it was, even without any sound. It's a great movie.
Mm-hmm.
This is my favorite, and I kept it off my list. And again, there's the only explanation I can say is that I was, if I really am going to go revisit a movie, would I choose this over these other ones? And I came up with the answer was no. So I actually pushed it off my list, but I love it. Love it.
This is one of my perfect scores.
Shit. I've
Wow,
only seen
there
it
you
one
go.
time. I saw it one time and I really liked it, and that's all I can say. I didn't think if I rewatched it, it was going to make my top 100. Just because of what you said, see. I'm too attached to too many movies that I don't think I was going to have a first time, not a first time, but first time in a while watch, and it was going to jump right up. That didn't happen. I tried with some movies, and it just kept not happening. I'm like, no, these are the movies, man. I just can't replace, so there you have it. But yeah, lots of love for it. 129, Watson?
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
He loves Klaus Kinski.
Oh, shit. Awesome.
I love
we're-
Watson's one-line reviews
I
right
know,
now.
it's great. He's either one line or
Put
he's a
that one
paragraph.
on the Bluray case.
I'm taking it
Good,
personally now,
Mr.
though.
Watson.
I'm taking it personally. Watch, please. I hope you're not thinking I don't want you to talk or anything like that. Please. Son of a bitch.
That
prick.
now.
That son of a bitch.
Ooh,
I'm mad now.
Okay. Moving on. 128. We're almost there, folks. 409 votes or points. Sorry.
Damn him.
Tales from the Hood.
What?
Tales from the Hood. I'm
Oh,
happy.
JP's. What did you put? JP put this from 1 to 10 on his list. How did it get so high up?
People love it, and rightfully so. It's a great.
I like
great
it. Yeah, it's a
anthology.
good movie.
You
8
know?
out of 10.
I don't know if I've ever seen this all the way through.
8 out of 10 for me too. Right. Never seen it all the way? No.
I think I've seen pieces of it in passing, but never sat down and watched it.
Oh, let me ask you. Are you thinking that it's going to be a little goofy?
Yes.
It's not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that
Oh,
title.
it is. There's some goofiness to it, though.
No.
Tales from the Hood?
Fight.
Yeah.
Fight.
What's goofy
There's
about it? It's not. There's no comedy.
There's shit. Like, there's a ton of goofy. Eric, watch this and tell me if it's goof free.
Well,
That's all.
now I'm just gonna have to watch it to weigh in.
Goof free.
Goof free of goofs.
It's a new term. Goof free. That's great.
I
Hey,
just
and
see something
Goofy.
with that label on it at the store. Now goof free.
But this is the Goofy movie. I don't. How can it be?
The Goofy movie. The Goof Free movie. It'll be ours. We're changing the title again. So anyway, good anthology. Solid stuff going on here. Socially relevant even to this day. I think it's fucking pretty. I don't like the one thing. I think it goes overboard with some of the visuals and it goes on a little too long. But 3 out of the 4 or 4 out of the 5, whatever you want to say, are pretty solid stories. The last story is fucking well, not the last, but the one with the freaking puppets and shit. Oh, it's out of this world fucking great. Oh, dude, just see it. Go see it, Eric. It's shit.
Travis,
I don't know.
did you see this?
Eventually.
Yeah, you guys fans?
Yeah, I enjoy it. I saw it one time back in the day, but I remember being fun. It was fun. Could rewatch it, and based on your glowing review, I probably won't right now, but maybe one day. It's
Do
just
it,
not
man.
high up there. Yeah.
That's fair. Do it. We reviewed it. Fuck, way back when.
Yeah. Theater watch. I think another Laserdisc that I didn't get signed by the Barkster, but again, I like the movie a lot. 8 out of 10, but I'm a little surprised that it's on the list, to be honest.
It's pretty high up. Okay, that's fair. People love it. Good. Watson, is it goof free or goofy? What do you think?
I don't recall. I'm pretty. I don't remember the movie so well.
That's okay. You better everybody. All you guys watch it again. Then that's all I can say.
Okay.
Yeah. See what these people are talking about with 128. Okay.
It's probably pretentious.
Oh no.
Okay, Watson. I know you're gonna talk about this movie. This is one Watson's gotta say something. 412 points. Number 127 on the list. The Strangers.
There it is. Travis?
I mean, I'm just gonna say one thing about it. It's just overhyped. Is it bad? No, but I just think it's just really overhyped.
Yeah, I'm with Travis on this one.
I fucking love it. Go ahead, Watson.
I fucking love it.
Go ahead, Steve.
I fucking love it too.
Fair enough. To me,
This is
this
going to be the longest show ever. But
yeah,
there is that hiccup at the end we've discussed. Watson, I can't remember if you brought this up or not, but it's when we get the introduction, they're all dead or whatever like that, and then we get the scare at the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's the only thing. I mean, again, I guess it could be, you could explain it as there's some reports and whatever. I'm being cryptic in case people haven't seen it out there, but I mean, it's a fucking 2000. What is it? 2007, 2009?
Yeah, 2008. Yeah.
Or right in between. I dig it, and I've liked it more upon rewatch. But I also love Strangers Pray at Night, which I know Mr. Watson does not like. I think that is a great slasher.
I do too. But so be it. It's different movies. One's a slasher. One is a home invasion. One is more creepy and scary. One is more fun fucking slashery. They're different films. It's fine. It happens.
I will say this.
You know.
In my opinion, they both pale in comparison to You're Next.
Yep.
See,
Wow.
for me, The Strangers and You're Next are an amazing double feature, and I guess hype for me doesn't really figure into The Strangers. It's just one of those that just hit me on a level at the time in 2008 where I was like, I didn't know a movie could scare me in my adult life. And so that's why I hold it like in the the highest.
It's very real life horror for sure.
Yeah, dude.
The fun of getting married.
Well, no, that's exactly it. Actually, she says
that's
no.
Part of it.
She says no, and that's part of the. And you even
Sad.
see something happens. This movie has some things that a lot of people don't point out. Where you're even watching, you see Scott Speedman has you're seeing them interact, and oh shoot, wait, did she say no to his proposal? They don't come out and say it, and you see he's got bloody knuckles, and you're like, wait, what happened there? And the movie never even says anything about it. It's just like, wait, did he punch someone out wherever they just were? What happened? And the movie's just like, it's not your business. It's like,
wow. Well, I want to.
It was off my list, though. Was it off your list, Dave, or was it on yours?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look. It's a 9, so it could be on, it could be off. But I'm gonna address something that I heard somebody say recently as a complaint about it, and I don't understand it. I think that's a strength of the movie and not a weakness. Somebody was saying on the summer series, I think, and Watson was there. They were talking about they don't like the fact that the strangers, and to me this was one of the best parts, that they had their masks on and they were walking around the house behind the people. The people didn't know where they were there, and they were playing with them.
Yeah.
Okay, to me, that is a fucking rush. I do that. Not with a knife, not with a mask. Sometimes with a mask if it's Halloween. But I like to fucking do that shit and to creep up.
Christian's face.
If I'm going to reveal myself is one thing, right? But there are other times. No, I'm just saying. The people themselves doing it are the ones that are getting the jollies from it. It's not for any other reason for show. It's like, I'm going to see how long I can do this before fucking maybe they hear. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully I can fucking walk very lightly and do my I know I'm going to kill these motherfuckers. I'm just having fun with it for my own personal fucking, because it's fun for me. So they're having fun.
I'm with you.
in a deviant way. I like to scare my wife and my daughters and sneak up behind her. Occasionally I enjoy that. Now check it. I also used to walk in a lot of people's backyards and on their property when I was reading meters, and you would not believe, and I think this all the time, how fucking easy
In a mask.
it is to murder somebody. Because, dude, I could be from here. Listen to me. Fucking listen to what I have to say. They are fucking.
I'm listening. I'm
okay,
scared.
well, listen to me.
This is invisible,
They are like,
Dave. Just FYI.
They are 3 feet away from me, and I'm walking by, and they don't fucking hear me there. And I get angry because I don't want to scare them. And it's like I'm doing everything I can so they hear me. I even would jingle my keys. These fucking people are in their own world, not hearing. I don't know what the fuck people do, but they're in their own little fucking worlds. I walk in their backyards. They don't even know I'm there. And I'm like, I could take this fucking thing right now that's in my hand, which is a heavy meter reader tool, and fucking club them in the head. They'd be dead. What the fuck? How do you not know somebody is 2 feet from you? I don't understand it. And again, so I see it in this movie, and to me, it's totally believable. And it's like, what the fuck? That's what they're doing. They're having fun with it.
That's one of the shots in the movie I find very effective is the shot where the person's just there in the background. And I particularly appreciate it because it's not a jump scare. There's no stinger.
Creepy.
That shit annoys me. You just see it, and that's really effective.
I think it's great. I think this movie and Funny Games are the top 2 fucking home invasion movies, period.
Buddy.
And for me, nothing else touches them. I do like Your Next. I do like some other ones, but those 2 to me are tops, you know? So.
And I love Your Next too. All of them didn't make the list, but they're all probably very equally rated, and just didn't make the final cut of my top 100. But it's good to hear that they've been on the 200 list. This is awesome.
It was very, very close. I don't think it made my list. If it was in the bottom 10 or whatever, but either way. So that's that. All right, this is the final movie that this crew is going to be discussing right now. 414 points. Number 126, Event Horizon.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
nice. Way to bring us out with a fucking cosmic horror banger, cuz.
Right, right.
This
Great
was
flick.
number 50 on my list.
Nice.
Awesome. Oh, cool. Was it? Oh, yeah. You guys don't have a list. Was it on yours, Dave? It's not on mine. I love the movie
Nope.
too.
It's still
not
a
on
9,
my list.
but it's not on my list. Right. It's just another great one that didn't quite make it. Not a personal favorite, but
Another great Sam Neill performance.
Third time Sam Neill has been on this list.
Yeah, man. I think he's been the most. Travis has the stats.
Well, it's either him or Justin Long. I'd have to go back and look, but it's one of them two.
Justin
Long's
for sure 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Sam
well then
Neill's
Sam Neill's 3. I think he's got him beat because we got Prince of Darkness, Event Horizon, and Possession. So there you go. Sam Neill's owning the horror actor we never knew.
In the Mouth of Madness, not Prince of Darkness, but yes.
Oh yes, my bad.
Yep. Cool, that's fine. Just quick correction because the people at home are like, it wasn't in Prince of Darkness.
You're right. They are doing that. But Event Horizon is interesting because it's sci-fi horror, and you usually don't get that combo a whole lot. And it's also like almost demonic sci-fi horror, which is really different. You like, I can't think of another movie that falls in there. So it's pretty cool.
Hellraiser Bloodlines.
I haven't seen
but
that,
it's Hellraiser in space, really. But I love it for that. And again, this was a great theatrical watch, and it was creepy. You had that sense of dread. It was fairly gory. I still wish. Wasn't this the one that when the research was done? I don't know who came up with the story, but the movie was found. Was this the one that was found in some sort of fucking mine or?
That's the extra part. That's the parts we haven't seen.
Yeah.
That's the lost footage.
Why was that? Yeah.
I don't know. It was some fucked up story about. I don't know. I picture that too, like an Indiana Jones thing. They're away in some
dirt.
What
you guys are talking about?
In a cave or something.
The cut footage from this film was found, was supposedly lost in some weird area. Okay. So that's why we'll never get an uncut version of the film. Okay. Because that footage
I knew the cut footage was lost. I didn't know it was like in a cave. That's weird.
Some weird thing like that. Yeah. I don't know.
Again.
No, but I bought the Scream Factory release of this movie. I love it.
Nice. Yeah, it's
4K.
Great.
It's not 4K.
I heard.
Just Blu-ray.
Yeah, because I think it. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, it's fine. I think it just came out in 4K as well. But again, same release. Same release. But yeah, no, this is fucking creepy, man.
This movie has a scene in it called the Blood Orgy. So there you go.
It's badass, man. It is creepy. Creepy is the word. It does have that effectiveness. It almost has that feel, not quite as much for me on that level, like as a Session 9 in a couple scenes. Session 9 kind of messes with me. You know what I mean? And this doesn't, like a scene or two. So I respect it. Watson, what do you think about this?
Dude, I really like it.
All right.
I'm sorry, listeners, or maybe you're thanking me. I don't know. One or the other.
They're thanking you. They're thanking you.
Well, if they've made it this far, who knows what the hell they're thinking? Who knows what they're thinking about this?
I had no clue we were going to go to 3 p.m. today. None. I thought
I had an inkling.
I had an inkling.
Well, we do talk. Dave and I do talk a lot, but I still thought we'd be done in 5 hours. Tops.
No, I mean, I knew it was a list of 200, and I knew you were doing 3 episodes, and like even doing some quick math in my head, I was like, that's a lot of fucking movies.
Well,
realistically, I thought about it. I was like, this is what I did last night. I was thinking about it. I go, even if we took 3 minutes to talk about each movie on 75, that's still 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew right off the bat, even if we only introed for 15 minutes and kept to a script just like that. First of all, our intro lasted almost an hour. We were BSing about everything.
Sorry.
And then the first 20 things we talked about, we talked an awful lot. And then realized we had to get into a quicker stride.
Well, I had a hell of a lot of fun, but I will say, I mean, this pales in comparison to the 15.5-hour Friday the 13th retrospective that y'all did. So, but I enjoyed
7-hour slasher, top 50 slashers. That episode was a hoot because you guys were just losing your fucking mind by the end.
But this is 6 hours. Like, we're coming up to 6 hours of actual show. I got to edit it a bit, but it's 6 hours, and that last one was 7.5, I think. The Friday one was still 2 separate episodes of about 7.5 hours each.
Right.
But we did on that one. I think we were a little bit more like we broke that up into a couple of different recording sessions to help out, kind of like what we're doing here. But this is still 6 hours. So kudos to you guys.
I'm bummed I'm not going to be on for the rest of the list, but I had a blast today. Thanks, guys.
Oh hell yeah!
No.
Yeah,
this is awesome. And so please, we've talked about your shows, but plug the hell away, please.
Yeah, do your thing, gentlemen.
Travis, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'm one of the co-hosts on the Nightclub podcast. You can find us on Instagram, the Slasher app, Twitter, and Facebook, all at the Nightclub. Reach out to us at the Nightclub at podcast@gmail.com and visit the official website, thenightclub.fireside.fm, motherfucker. And we're also on Discord. Come jump in there because that's where we're really the Coven of Witches, the Nightclub Cosmic Cajun Witches. Yeah, we doing that thing up in there. I just want to say thank y'all so fucking much for having me on. This has been like a dream to podcast with you guys. It's a added bonus that I got to no, fuck that. It's an added bonus that I got to talk with Eric from Dark Discussions. Love that show. And of course, Mr. fucking Watson. God fucking damn it. We've never been on a pod together either, brother. So awesome.
That's a revelation to Mr. Watson. He gasped.
Wait a minute.
Awesome, Travis. It's been amazing. It was a lot of fun, man.
Yes.
It was like it felt like we hadn't podcast before, to be honest.
Yeah.
There's none of that awkwardness.
No, I love that.
With Mr. Watson. I mean, with others. I love Mr. Watson. Why is he quiet all of a sudden?
Because you told him to shut up. That's why he's quiet.
I didn't tell him that, not in so many words.
He's like me, man. He's sensitive. His
feelings mouth to my cock. That's what's going on right now, guys.
All right. Well, while Watson finishes up, I'm Eric. I have a general interest podcast that I do with my buddy Dan. It's called the Ascancity Podcast. That's spelled ASKANCITY. You can find it wherever you get podcasts. And I'm also one of the co-hosts on the Dark Discussions podcast, where you can find darkdiscussions.com or also wherever you download podcasts. That show is going 12 years strong, and I don't think we're planning on stopping anytime soon. Guys, thanks for having me on. I have a blast every time I'm on. I hope it's not the last time.
It was great. Thank you. Dave,
Watson, you talked to this other guy. Yeah.
I'm just gonna. Watson, what do you think?
Hey, Dave, what's up, dude?
What's up, brother?
Check out the Joe Blow Horror Show. Dark Discussions. The Nightclub.
The Watsy Party.
Sure.
Horror Corridor.
Yeah. Go
Exploding.
on.
Oh wait, whoa. We're
yeah,
on
Exploding Heads. Yeah. What else, Travis?
Jay.
Jay the Dead's new horror movie podcast. Yeah.
Jay the Dead's new horror movies.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah. That's just.
I wasn't prepped to fucking do your spiel, sir.
Yeah. Well, what's my other one, Travis? I got one more.
I know.
Oh my lord,
Eric.
I know.
Horror Movie Weekly. Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
Those are my plugs.
Awesome. Hey, I love you guys, and I hope to see y'all later.
I love you guys. Blast. Thanks for having us all on first. I haven't, it's funny because TMB, I had not realized we hadn't podcast together. I've listened to so much of your shows. It felt like we've talked on the phone a bunch. It's like we surely have podcasts, but we really haven't. And Eric and I have only been on the mic one time on Ascancity. Right. I've never even been on Dark Discussions, even though Eric, kind of like Dave and and stuff, and Christian, like and Jay and like some of the older podcasters, you're kind of one of the reasons I even jumped on the mic in the first place. Yet I've never really podcasted with you about horror.
Mr. Watson, you've been invited to Dark Discussions, so
you guys
on you.
It's the same reason why my stint on the Horrorcast didn't work, is because you guys podcast while I'm working. So
it's time to call out Watson. Oh yeah, he's been invited to the nightclub many times.
You guys podcast while I'm working
at night?
Sure.
What?
I have one question for you, Mr. Watson. What happened after you watched The Sixth Sense?
No, before he watched The Sixth Sense, not after. Before, folks.
Dave,
that's
Eric,
a podcast
Travis,
in
it's been
itself.
a pleasure.
We'll always have
Thank you.
those 5 hours, Mr. Watson, that we discussed. I'm never going to forget it. I'm sorry if I offended you.
No, dude, it's been the joke. It's been the joke. I'm chilling, dude.
I know.
I am impossible to make mad. Like, you have to really like be like, hey, I murdered your son. I'm like, God, that's upsetting.
But financially, it helps.
Love you, buddy. I'm very happy to be here. What a great crew.
It was a great crew. Thank you all for lasting this long duration of show. Yeah. I know it probably wasn't what was anticipated.
I said podcasting's an endurance sport.
Word. Yes, it is.
I could go for another 6.
See, I could too. You know, but this is a big show, man. This is only going to happen once.
Good night,
no one's done this before. There's never been a top 200 of horror movies on any podcast. It's a big freaking undertaking. It's a big deal. So we're making the most of it. So thank you guys for hanging in the whole time, and thank you listeners as well for hanging in. We love you all.
Congratulations on 200 episodes. You
thank
sexy
you.
sons of bitches.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you too.
We made it. But everyone, we'll see you on the next chapter or whatever it's going to be called. But it will be back, and just hang in there. But hopefully everyone's enjoyed what we've done so far and they agree with most of these selections. And if not, well, too bad. So much love though. Yeah. Much love. Thanks everybody again. Thanks to our co-host, our guests. You'll all be back, of course. And thanks to all the listeners. We hope that you'll be back. So peace out.